class, Ricky. And this one right here is another one of those classes we've watched grow over the last few years. Girls and women's class racing is really becoming not only highly competitive and a lot of riders, but I mean, the elevation of this class, the level of this sport is just unreal.
Yeah, it sure is. I get a chance to watch Jordan Jarvis quite a bit at the Amsoil Arena Cross races, and she does a great job. You can see her here on your screen. It's just simply amazing to watch the progression, like you said, of these women riders, girls riders. I mean, they have a lot of talent, and they are really dedicated. They're some of the funnest to watch to me because they're trying as hard as they can, giving it their all, and it is, like, as well, like you said, highly competitive class, and these girls want to win just as bad as the guys do.
Yeah, they do, and it's a fun championship to watch in the amateur ranks, and even the WMX. I know watching that championship, that is one of the more heated. One of the more heated championships, I think, on the circuit. Every year that I go, and like last year even, you know, you come down to it, there's like 2-3 girls that are vying for the championship. And if certain things happen certain ways in 2 different motos, man, you could have 3 different champions that heading into that weekend.
You can. It's that's what makes it fun, you know. There's a lot of parity, and never knowing who's going to win always makes the racing fun to watch.
Jordan Jarvis with about a 3.2-second lead now over Jasmine Canfield, who is another very fast up-and-comer riding the Yamaha out there. Reese Camarada out of Georgia in the number 3 spot. Then we've got Brittany Major in the 4th place position. Taylor Allred is 5th. Natasha Horton, the 151, in 6th. Alicia Goggle is 7th place. Estrella Simovic is the 8th place position. Sasha Culp Ronaldo in the number 9 spot. And Faith Widener rounds out your top 10. So the women amateur on the track right now being led by Jordan Jarvis. Lap time 54.7, seems to be about the fastest. Canfield in the 55 range there.
Yeah, Canfield close behind. She's about 3 seconds back. Anything can happen on these laps here. She's a little off the pace on lap time. She's at a 55.2. Jordan Jarvis at a 54.7. So she got a little time to make up. We'll see what happens when they come around this next lap. It's going to be tough to beat Jordan. She just riding really good, looking really comfortable on her bike at 1. Looks like she has that flow right now, and it's cool to see her on the big bike now, the 125.
Yeah, I love it whenever you get to see the rider and the bike be. It's like they're so fluid together. It's like they move in one motion, you know, kind of like watching Aaron Plessinger ride. I mean, he is one of the most I love watching Aaron ride, and whenever you start to see riders ride like that, you know that they literally and virtually are one with their machine.
Yeah, I'm a Plessinger fan myself, and cool to see him doing good and in the pro ranks. And here you go. She's starting to get it. Jordan's starting to get into some lappers here, going up the inside. The lappers going to the outside, so that's always good when you can get by the lap riders fairly quick.
Now, is that one thing that you guys cover in the RCSX schools and things like that? Do you guys cover manipulating and working through lap traffic?
Actually, we don't talk about that much. Yeah, we don't work on that. It's really hard to replicate something like that, and I think the biggest thing, and this is where you would approach a lapper like you would approach your competition. You know, you got to pay attention to what line they're taking. You're trying to predict what lines they're taking. So it's almost the same approach as if you're racing for somebody for actual position on the track. You know, you're paying attention to what line they're taking and always looking forward. If you're looking forward when you're coming up on a lapper, paying attention to where they're at on the track, you can make the adjustment.
Well, there you go. That's a lesson right there.
Sitting here looking at the lap time still, and I'll tell you what, Jordan Jarvis and Canfield, they still have about the same gap between them. It's moved up to 4 seconds now, but running consistent laps.
Actually,
Canfield, this time,
Canfield picked it up a little bit. The lap traffic, I think, having a little bit to do with that. Yep. One rider on the move back there is the 4th place ride of Taylor Allred. We see that she's actually about a second or so faster than Brittany Major right now, and she's only about a second behind. So we could see a pass being made here pretty soon between the 14 and 34 machines.
There you can see Jordan going up the inside. She's really liking these insides right here. She's going to use the inside here after the rhythm lane before the front stretch.
So Jarvis, you can see she's got in her rearview mirror still the 46 machine, but enough breathing room there with that near 4-second lead. Allred has taken over the number 3 spot as we anticipated, and she just clicked off a 58-second lap, which is now about 3 seconds faster than Brittany Major, who's running 101 this last time around. So Taylor's finding her wings here late in the moto, it looks like. Lap 6 now in the history books. It's a 7-lap race here, so we're on the white flag lap, and Jordan Jarvis appears that should be able to take this one on home to the checker flag, and that'll set the stage up then for Canfield in second. Taylor Allred barring no changes in third. Brittany Major should still be able to hold on to 4th place. Alicia Goggle in the number 5 spot. Estrella Simovic in the 6th place. Natasha Horton is 7th. Sasha Culp Ronaldo in 8th. Reese Camarata in 9th, and Faith Widener still holding on to that number 10 spot as we head into these final laps here in the women amateur 12+ class.
Yep. That white flag waving. Oh, checkers now. Jordan really excited right there, doing a little one-hander, throwing her hand up in the air, earning herself a...
Well, it makes a little bit of a statement, you know, for these riders. When you can come out here and win like that in the main events and, and do it somewhat convincing. That was pretty convincing. She had things under control there. That makes you feel good about the upcoming season, and you know that the sponsors are loving that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They sure are. And I'll tell you what, this next class up is going to be a good one.
Schoolboy 2.
This is always one of the crowd favorites for sure. A lot of talent. You know, it's I am always blown away at, you know, we talked about earlier how fast these guys are, you know, on these motorcycles and just what they can do. I have a lot of appreciation for it because it is tough. But here we go, gate fixing to drop.
I love that sound. Getting it sorted out through the first few turns here, Ricky.
That's right. It's Kobe Hefner there had the whole shot and lost it. He's in the 2nd position.
Hefner's been one to watch. So I've seen a lot of progression out that 4th, 5th place there in the college boy class. Back in the number 11 spot after a couple laps complete here. We'll see if he's able to work up through the pack. Marchbanks up front now out of this one. He is certainly trying to get some redemption from the college class there a few moments ago. Team Green Rider out of Colville, Utah, with Caleb Carter down the number 2 spot, the 86 out of Leicester, North Carolina. Carter Halpane out of Texas. He's bringing the big guns on the 128 machine now. Seth Hammaker is 4th, the 5'10". Joe Shimoda getting a much better run in this one than he did in the college boy class as well. Shimoda, the 47 machine. Colton Eigenman, the 8'15", is now in the 6th place position. This is after 3 laps of 7 races complete. The 250A class coming up next. Lap times we're looking at right now. Marchbanks a 49.1. Carter Halpane a 48.9. He's 1.6 seconds back. A couple of tenths of a second faster, but not enough to make up a lot of ground. But with just about 3 laps left to go, we could see some things changing. Actually, this may be an 8-lap race instead of a 7-lap race that we're looking at right now. Carter in 3rd, Hammaker 4th, Shimoda still in the number 5 spot. Looks like Shimoda, the 47, is really starting to put some pressure on from back there a little bit. So we got less than a second between actually 3rd, 4th, and 5th place position. There's Halpane, Marchbanks we're watching up front. 2nd is Halpane, but it's Caleb Carter, Seth Hammaker, and Joe Shimoda back there battling for 3rd, 4th, and 5th is where the heat really is on as far as our riding is concerned. We can drop back just a little bit on this camera angle and catch the 3rd place battle. We've got a real barn burner starting to shape up back there as Halpane is also trying to close in on Marchbanks. You see those front two only a little ways apart, just a couple of seconds, actually about a second and a half, and it may be starting to tighten up for those riders as some lap traffic coming into play for your leaders. There is the third, fourth, and fifth place battle we were talking about. Caleb Carter, Joe Shimoda, and Seth Hammaker. Carter on the KTM, Shimoda on the Honda, and Seth Hammaker on the 510 Kawasaki. As we wrap up lap number 6, Marchbanks and Carter now 2.7 seconds apart. They're stretching out. Caleb Carter is third. Joe Shimoda gaining there. He's half a second behind Carter for third. And Seth Hammaker about a second back, so a little bit of a change there. Tough break for the 100 machine, it looks like, as he goes a little too far to the inside and tips it over. Right here is Joe Shimoda working on third place. Caleb Carter, as we catch the action here through some of that lap traffic, that is really making it tough for the third place ride. Hanging it out there. Shimoda head down, charging, closing up gap right now. Coming to the inside, showing a wheel. Into the final turns there. White flag coming out for this battle. Garrett Marchbank still out front, 2 seconds ahead of Halpane. Caleb Carter 4.5 seconds back, and 3/10 off of him is Joe Shimoda as he continues to make the push. Seth Hammaker back to the number 5 spot. Where is that battle for that number 3 spot? Let's catch back up with that. There's Marchbanks, your leader. He's well into the lap traffic right now. Got a lot of it going on, it looks like. That's going to be a tough one. And it looks like Marchbanks is going to hold on for the win in this one. You know, it's pretty wild. I've got some photos of he and a few of the guys when they were younger in the 85 and Super Mini classes. Just amazes me from whenever we were at Mini O's a few years ago, how much these young men have grown into youth, from youth riders to these elite riders that we're seeing them right now. We are live at Daytona International Speedway from the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. It's the RCSX, if you will. Ricky Carmichael, the greatest all-time GOAT, was just in a few moments ago, and glad to have him on board. He's talking about just the how much this event has grown and the level of competition that it's seen since its inception. And we were also noting the various different names that we're seeing out there from all across the globe, Central America included, as well as many other parts of the world, that folks are coming here to Daytona International Speedway to watch and participate in this great venue. It has become one of the premier events as far as amateur motocross is concerned in the majors, and it's a relative who's who here at Daytona International Speedway for 2017 as we pick the action back up. As we told you, Marchbanks taking the win there a moment ago. Halpane, Shimoda, Caleb Carter in fourth, and then Seth Hammaker in fifth. We got the 258 class out on the track right now as the gate is down on this one. And we roll. And opening up with the early lead and starting to stretch things out here in this 258 class at RCSX. It's the 335 Kawasaki. Joey Crown out of Metamora, Michigan. And then, of course, behind him was the 133 Kawasaki, or Husqvarna now, out of Orlando. Jordan Bailey. Ramiller Alves out of Coconut Creek, Florida on a Yamaha is third. Kevin Moran's out of Topeka, Kansas in the number 4 spot. Chase Pennington, the 131, was fifth. Wilson Fleming in sixth aboard the 747. Dylan Bollinger is seventh aboard the 232. Jairi Mitchell, 196 in eighth. Haruku Yokoyama in the number 9 spot, the 386. And then we have Brandon Hartraft in the number 10 spot aboard the 402. And as we can see, Joey Crown continuing to hold point here and really starting to make quite a bit of noise as far as this 258 class is concerned. Crown with a 2.5 second lead. That's saying something here at the RCSX. Back in that number 2 spot, Jordan Bailey, though, starting to close the gap up a little bit. Crown seeing a little bit of free track ahead and some comfort zone. Slows down to a 49.2 that last time around. Meanwhile, Bailey still with head down and charge in a 48.8. He's about 0.4 of a second faster, so not a lot hurt there, not a lot to worry about. But one thing's for certain is Joey cannot rest on his morals at this particular point because Bailey is hungry. He's thirsting for adventure here this afternoon, and he's got Ramiller Alves right behind him, just as hungry and thirsty as he is, I believe. It's a 1.9 second gap back to third place at the end of lap 3 for both first and second place position between Crown and Bailey, 1.971, and between Bailey and Alves, 1.964. Another 4 seconds back to Jace Pennington, Brandon Hartraff. There's a battle going on right now for fourth place, the 402 and the 131, wheel to wheel virtually here as they go back and forth, the two Yamaha mounted pilots. Is Hartraff going to be able to make the pass? He's got the pressure being applied, that's for sure. As Kevin Moran's back to number 6 spot, only a second back, waiting and watching to see if he has anything to take advantage of. Your leader, Joey Crown, passed the finish line. This is lap 4 complete for this rider. Super Mini 2, 13 to 16 are coming up next, by the way. A 47.2 second lap time for Crown that time, so you can see he picked up that pace. 49.2, a whole 2 seconds faster than Jordan Bailey. So the gap now at 3.9 seconds between first and second. Back to third place, 1.4 seconds, and then to fourth place, 5 seconds, but it's still Hartraff and Pennington battling. Hartraff has taken over the number 4 spot on the 402. Pennington still in 5th, but want to keep an eye back there to see if Kevin Morantz out of Topeka, Kansas is going to be able to do much. We see Enzo Lopes now starting to make his way into the top 10. KTM rider out of Whittemore, California. 51-second lap time amongst a bunch of 52s and 53s. He may see himself climb as high as a 7th place if he can put the hammer down here in the final laps. Lap number 5 is now in the history books. A 9-lap race for these riders in this class. The fastest lap, Joey Crown, a 47.245 on lap number 4. Last time around was a 50.431. That tells you that lap traffic is really starting to slow things down, but he's still opening up the lead over Bailey. That is now 5.2 seconds over the 133 Husqvarna rider. Ramiller Alves, the 222 in the number 3 spot, 1.8 seconds back, with Hartraff still in 4th, now only 2.7 seconds back as he turns a near 3-second faster lap than Alves that last time around. And that goes to show you that lap traffic is slowing things down, and that's what happened to Alves. That might be the break that Hartraff is looking for now. We'll see if he's able to capitalize on it as Crowley checks in now with 6 laps complete, and still the 3.9 second gap. There is a little bit of a gain there by Bailey, but not much as Alves still back and forth. He runs steady at a 49. Hartraff now less than a second. The battle is for third. The 222 and the 402 going at it here in the closing laps of this 258 class. We've got a 9-lap race. There's Bailey well in amongst lap traffic now. He has got his hands full. And is that Alves also working his way up, and Hartraff coming in behind him, I believe. So lap traffic is really starting to tighten this up quite a bit, and Alves is really feeling the pressure from Hartraff now as we wrap up another lap. This is lap 7. Joey Crown by now, a 49.6 that time to a 50.9, almost a 51 for Jordan Bailey. And the gap between Alves and Bailey now 1.066 seconds and 0.8 of a second for Hartraff. So a 3-way battle about to ensue for second place now. There's the 222 of Alves as we were talking about, and he's trying to close in on Bailey, but he's got company in the rearview mirror in that 402, Brandon Hartraff. Hartraff right there could capitalize, but here comes Bailey now trying to get around, or excuse me, Alves trying to get around Bailey, and he does as Bailey's trying to fire back and can't make it happen. Oh, down goes Alves, simply washes out, And Alves is down. He's back up and remounting that machine as we go through 8 laps now. White flag out. Joey Crown still leading that gap now, 7.3 seconds. But the battle back to Bailey, he retains and regains on that lap, I should say. The second place position is Brandon Hartranft, now his closest competitor on the 4:02. So no rest for the weary there in Jordan Bailey as he is still under pressure. And here comes Hartranft now. This 250A class really heating up now here in the closing lap. The RCSX main event. Hartranft on the outside trying to make hay while the sun's shining here in Daytona. We'll see if that's going to happen. Lap riders looking out of the way, but too little too late as it's going to belong to Jordan Bailey, the number 2 spot. A commendable ride by Brandon Hartranft, no doubt about that, as he finishes just 0.6 of a second back. Nearly identical lap times at 48.7 for both those riders of Jordan Bailey and Brandon Hartranft. Joey Crown takes the win, 6.7 seconds at the checkers for him. Chase Pennington in the number 4 spot, about 10 seconds back. In 5th place, Justin Cooper. Then we see Ramiller Alves getting back up and finishing in the number 6 spot. Enzo Lopes in 7th. Jake Pinjanco's way outside the top 10 will finish in 8th. We see Kevin Morantz in 9th. And rounding out the top 10 then will be Wilson Fleming. Super Mini 2, 13-16 on the gate now as this one drops. And the challenge is on as we sort these riders out here. Daytona International Speedway, the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. Folks, it's the first day of Amateur Supercross here on RacerTV.com. We will be back again tomorrow for 8. Oh, down goes your leader. What a hard get off there, but man, he's going to bounce right back up. He landed perfectly in between those jumps right there. And the 325 all of a sudden moving to the front of the pack in this one. And folks, I'm telling you, this race is going to continue to heat up as we roll through this one now. Around for our first lap complete. And at the risk of making sure we don't tell you the wrong names, we don't have paperwork here just yet, but that's Styles Robertson out of Bakersfield, California in that number 1 spot with now a 2.5 lead over Mechanicsville, Maryland's Jarrett Fry, the 34. Jace Kessel, the 51. Husqvarna rider out of Michigan is 3rd. Nate Mason, Kawasaki rider out of Ranger, Georgia in 4th. It's Cole Bradford, 27 / Husqvarna rider out of Brandon, Florida in 5th. Matthew Simovic, the 101 in 6th out of Brampton, Ontario, Canada. He's a Kawasaki rider. A couple KTM riders. Gregory Evans, good buddy of mine's, boy, the 104 out of Circleville, Ohio on his KTM. Tyler Evans, the 58 out of Hall River, North Carolina. KTM in is 8th. Actually, Greg Evans is 7th. Tyler Evans in 8th. 9th is Gino Scavino, the 117 from Boynton Beach here in Florida. And Jordan Biney, the 53 out of Morgan Hill, California, rounds out your top 10. And actually, I've been watching Gregory Evans. He made his, that's little Greg. Actually, we've seen him at the major there at Gatorback Cycle Park over the Thanksgiving break in Gainesville, or actually Newberry, Florida now. And I'll tell you, Gatorback Cycle Park is a very notorious place on the schedule, and seen a lot of history there, especially with the 45, nearly 50 years of amateur racing that they've had there each and every winter. And, of course, it helped give birth to great races like what we're witnessing right here at the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross here at Daytona International Speedway. Styles Robertson continuing the lead now, 2.2 seconds over Jarrett Fry with Chase Kessler, the 51, and the number 3 spot. Cole Bradford in 4th. Nate Mason is 5th. Caden Nipping, he's out of California. He moves into 6th on that second lap of racing. Greg Evans is 7th. Dylan Swartz in 8th, the 74 machine. Then it's Tyler Evans in 9th aboard the 58. And Jordan Biney rounds out your top 10. We did have some changes taking place as we see Matthew Simovic is now dropped to 11th. We see in 12th place the 142, Lewis Sage. Gino Scavino, the 117 and 13th. Dylan Kuna is 14th. Bryce Adams in 15th. Then we see back to 16th through 20th. Grantley Herbert in 16th aboard the number 6. 17th is the number 77, Bryce Adams. Then we see Wagner Grantley Alessio Sasso in 19th, and Brock Wagner, the 7-11. We had a couple of little changes there. So Chase Yenser actually 17th now, Grantley Herbert in 18th, Alessio Sasso in 19th, and Brock Wagner rounding out the top 20. Styles Robertson after 4, a 5.4 second lead over Jarrett Fry, 53.282 seconds. Fastest was a 52.992. That was turned by Styles Robertson there on, I believe, lap 3. Got the WMX coming up. And actually saw some WMX stars over at the GNCC. If many of you were watching RacerTV.com yesterday at Palatka for the Moose Racing Wild Boar GNCC, you may have seen Mackenzie Tricker there. She may be coming, she was telling me. Depends on what's going on, a few things. And, of course, also Shelby Rowland was there. Styles Robertson in with a 54.394. That's 5 laps complete for that rider now. Fry, we're seeing a lot of gap. There's not a lot of contention until we fall back to 6th place right now and 7th place. Caden Nipping, the 85, and the 103/ and Nason Mate are the closest competitors right now throughout the entire top 10. And that was a 1/10 of a second, and I have to think that might have changed that time around. Let's see. Yep, a little bit of a difference there. Caden Nipping now the 85 in 6th place. We see that Nate Mason is 7th place as he drops a spot, now 3.2 seconds back. So next one, Dylan Swartz is now pulling up for a 4th place position battle with Cole Bradford, it looks like. Clipping off a little faster lap time. So we'll try to pick up that battle. Styles Robertson wraps up lap 6 now. Jarrett Fry now 8 seconds back in the number 2 spot. Jace Kessler 5, almost 6 seconds back in 3rd, but here's about 10 seconds back behind them. Cole Bradford and Dylan Swartz, the 27 and a 74. And we see the change. Dylan Swartz has made the pass now. And Cole Bradford drops to the number 5 spot. Caden Nipping is 6th as he checks in a little back behind them. Nate Mason is 7th. Tyler Evans in 8th. Jordan Viney in 9th. Looks like Sage Lewis rounds out your top 10. So a lot of changes through that top 10. White flags turn to checkers now as Styles Robertson posts the win here in the Super Mini 2 13 to 16-year-old class. WMX 16 plus coming up next. Jarrett Fry should be checking in the number 2 spot. Jace Kessler in 3rd. And Robertson really picking up basically where he left off from whence the last time I saw him here in Florida over Thanksgiving break at Gatorback Cycle Park for the Winter Olympics. Jarrett Fry is 2nd. He put together a stellar ride. Jace Kessler, great ride for 3rd. Swartz in 4th. Cole Bradford in 5th. Caden Nipping 6th. Nate Mason holds on for 7th. Tyler Evans in 8th. Jordan Viney, the 53, in 9th. And Sage Lewis rounds out your top 10. Super Mini 2, 13 to 16. Wrapping that up. WMX 16 plus class getting set to roll next as we look down the starting line here. We can see the anticipation of this one really beginning to build. Sounds like a little equipment may be out on the track. As we said, took a lot of rain yesterday. They held up and they are in the process of actually in a hurry up mode at this particular point, trying to beat some forecasted rain showers that will hopefully hold off till 2 o'clock or later, but we are certainly at the mercy of Mother Nature. There's no doubt about it. And seeing what this track does under those conditions, it chews away and goes away very quickly. You'll see a lot of ruts and stuff develop, as you see now in these more moist, sandy soils of Daytona International Speedway. And it is your defending champion grabbing the early lead in this one aboard the number 1. But, man, she has got company coming in on this one. Whoa! A little out of shape. And I believe we may be looking at the new leader, and this could actually turn things around as far as this 2017 WMX battle is concerned. This will set the stage for a very interesting, I think, scenario as far as the championship points. But we all know that every one of these girls, and Hannah Hodges, whom is out front now on her Kawasaki 172. We know that Hannah is a contender. Kylie is a contender. Jamie Ostadillo, the 469, who checks in third place position, obviously a contender. New to the KTM, number 28, Mackenzie Tricker, one of the top competitors and contenders for championships in this WMX for many years. Now out of Australia, now calling Travelers Rest, South Carolina, in that neighborhood home. Only 0.4 of a second behind Ostadillo right now as Hodges trying to fend off and keep at bay the number 1 of Kylie Fosnot. Fosnot, your defending WMX champion, but your leader is Hannah Hodges. .8 seconds, 53.7 for Hannah Hodges, 54.035 there for Kylie Fosnot. Jamie Ostadillo, the 469, is third, a 58-second lap time, with Shelby Rowland now moving into fourth, fresh off of a GNCC race. Actually, talking to her mom, Monica, yesterday, telling me that she was having problems with her WMX bike and that they were literally going to take her XC bike, her cross-country motorcycle, and race it here today. I don't know what kind of modifications or setting changes they had to make to it, but whatever it was, or if it was nothing, it seems to be working quite fabulously for Rowland as she has moved up into fourth now. And check this out. Fosnot is closing in, it looks like, here on this third lap of racing on Hannah Hodges. Let's check the lap times, a 54.1 and a 54.5, so 0.6 of a second made up there. And you can see that Fosnot is riding with quite a bit of intensity and what I call aggression right now, so she's rather aggressive. The blue flag out here waving for the lap riders just ahead as Hodges trying to protect those lines out there. Jamie Ostadillo 9 seconds back, and then we have Shelby Rowland in fourth aboard the 445. Eva Brodeur is fifth. What happened to Mackenzie Tricker? She's fallen back and moved back into a number 8 spot, so she's closing up through the pack right now. Bryce Martinez in ninth behind her. Marissa Polenchek back in the number 10 spot, but all eyes right now, I believe, are really on that number 1 spot this time around, as this is your most highly contested battle at 0.6 of a second now as they close up on the front runners in that lap traffic. Kylie Fosnot is moving hard, moving fast, 52.9, 53.7, so that is a 0.8 of a second faster lap, basically 7 point so many tenths of a second, so 0.6 is what they call it on the computer right now. Hannah Hodges, Kylie Fosnot, battle for the lead. Here they come. Down in front of the spectators. Fosnot really letting it hang out. She's trying to stretch that Cowie out as far as it'll let its legs stretch out. Taking big strides for this young lady and pushing it to its max. Hodges now only 0.4 of a second ahead, and that was at the finish line. And as we approach the halfway point in this lap, it could become a lot less as it's side by side. Fosnot starting to pull up now, showing a wheel now as they go through the chicanes. She's got an advantage. Can she get the drive through this next section, folks? She's pulling out, and looks like she may very well just have taken over the number 1 spot, but the 172 of Hodges is not going to relinquish it so easily. Back to the inside dives Hodges. She tries to hang on to it, but Fosnot's got the throttle wicked and she drives toward the finish line. Still a ways to go in this one. This is not over yet. These girls are going to have to ride some very intense laps here over the course of the next couple for the WMX. 9 laps is what we have this one scheduled for, so we're just past the halfway point of this one. Fosnot, your leader. Hodges in second. Let's see if she can fire back. It looks like Fosnot might have waited to the perfect time to fire the kill shot and begin to check out. But look at this track. Folks, it is really starting to develop a gnarly race pace out there. Not only will the competitors be a challenge, but with each passing lap, little changes here, little changes there are going to make for a challenge to the race course itself as much as it is the competitors you're racing against upon that race course. The great thing about that is they have to face the very same conditions that you're facing out there, so everybody's racing the same thing. But what a great racetrack we have developing out here. Kylie Fosnot, Hannah Hodges now about 20 seconds ahead of that third place ride. Jamie Ostadillo, Shelby Rowland settling into pace there in the fourth place position with Eva Braddour in fifth. Brinsley Diaz, looks like she may be losing a little bit of time there, but 55 seconds, she's actually gaining, I think. Actually, that's Mackenzie Tricker gaining on Brinsley Diaz. So Tricker still back there struggling on her KTM, one of the FMF Factory KTM riders in GNCC Off-Road now. Amanda Brown, the 29, is 8th. Marissa Polenchak is 9th. And Bryce Martinez in 10th. Let's check back a little bit further in this WMX class. 11 through 15. Michaela Inman is 11th. Carter Daughtery is 12th. 13th is Grace Majowski. Jaden Carlson in 14th, and Nicole Garden rounds out your 15th place position. Both Ostadillo and Rowland picking up the pace just a little bit there. Rowland actually to a 55.6, a 56.2. Sometimes shaved off the position that Ostadillo has over her, and this could be a final push and battle for the position there. The checkers are out for Kylie Fosnot. A little crossing up, a little leg kick action going on there. The Kylie kick. And Hodges will finish up 7 seconds back in the number 2 spot. Talk about consistent pressure. Kylie Fosnot into the heated battle right off the bat. She settled back, let Hannah do her thing up front for a little bit, and then she, about the midway point, said it's time. She took the shot and never looked back. Jamie Ostadillo will finish solidly in 3rd place with Shelby Rowland right behind her. No change there in that as they turn nearly identical lap times, 1.6 seconds back in 4th place. Eve Braddour, the number 6 machine, in 5th place. 6th place then Mackenzie Tricker. She did move up into position there, a couple more as the race wore on. Brinsley Diaz in 7th. Amanda Brown, the 29 machine, taking the 8th place position there. 9th place, Marissa Polenchak. The 77 is Bryce Martinez, rounding out your top 10 aboard that 231 machine. So, folks, we've got more racing action continuing here from Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross at Daytona Beach, Florida. We are right here in the heart of the center of speed, world center of racing anyway, at Daytona International Speedway. Looking right out at the press boxes from my broadcast booth today. It certainly is quite an honor and a privilege to have the opportunity to be working here with Racer TV and, of course, with the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. Just an amazing opportunity that we have here for sure. Folks, if you don't follow RacerTV.com much and you only do it on, say, amateur days, just want to let you know Racer TV has a full repertoire of different motorsports, off-road motorcycle and ATV racing. Of course, we have one of our main programs is the GNCC itself, and you can catch the Grand National Cross Country Championship on Racer TV. We have our archived videos and things and shows from the past there. We also have our condensed NBC Sports versions available for viewing there on RacerTV.com. We also cover ATV Supercross and Motocross, which will be right here Tomorrow, we do the Loretta Lynn Amateur National Motocross Championship, the AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship at Hurricane Mills, Tennessee. We do that each and every August. So we've got archives from the past several years of Loretta Lynn's racing on racertv.com. So be sure and come and check it out for yourself. I think you folks will be pleased that you have done just exactly that. Those of you here trackside today, it might be a little difficult as you're watching it now, but you can actually go back and watch this archive version. A few little technical difficulties there through a couple of races today, some weather issues, and our quick tear down and move over from Palatka here to the Speedway. But actually, I think it was more along the internet issues that we were having there, but they got that sorted out, and we should be rolling fiber optically smooth and clear throughout the rest of the day here. I feel like I'm flying alone here, Chelsea. So right now we got the WMX wrapping up. We got coming up girls junior 9 to 13 and girls senior 12 to 16. We're going to see and are witnessing a little track maintenance. And I'm going to take a quick break right here myself for those of you that are listening and watching, and grab myself a quick cold drink, and we'll be back to call some racing action here in just a few moments. Enjoy the sights and sounds of the 2017 Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross live from Daytona Beach, Florida. everybody, and welcome back to Daytona International Speedway for the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross as we continue along here with the Supercross Amateur Mains here today, and we're picking things up with the girls junior 9 to 13 and the girls senior. Just wrapped up with the WMX where Kylie Fosnot, Hannah Hodges, and Jamie Ostadillo went 1, 2, and 3. Shelby Rowland was 4th, and Eve Braddour was the number 5 position. Letting them get things sorted out here in this opening round of the girls class as the number 30 and may look somewhat familiar out here. And the battle that we're watching may be very intense, and these girls could show even as exciting, if not more exciting, battles than what we saw in the Women 12 Plus and the WMX there just a few moments ago. Here we go, wrapping up that first lap of racing. I believe that would be Jordan Jarvis and Jasmine Canfield. I was watching there with Corey Steed to 140 back in the number 3 spot. That's in the 12 to 16-year-old division. Jessica Jeffrey is 4th. But we've also got the 9 to 13 in the mix there. That's Taylor Allred and Cami Samples running 3 and 4. They're kind of nose to tail there on the 34 and 54. Gail Gaskew, the 44, is 3rd in that class. Brooke Boland, the 48, and 4th. And Landry Hazen rounds out your top 5 in the girls' junior 9 to 13. Zoe Grezik now in the number 6 spot. Brighton Richards in 7th. Courtney Johnson in 8th aboard the 156 there for the 9 to 13-year-old class. The 12 to 16-year-old girls, Jordan Jarvis, Jasmine Canfield, Corey Steed, then Jessica Jeffrey in the number 4 spot on the 121. We see Isabella Contapulo in the number 5 spot, and Larissa Strong is your number 6 ride. Canfield checking in. Jarvis in now 2nd place as they swap them out. Jasmine Canfield, the 46, your new leader. You folks watching there at home, I was watching elsewhere on the racetrack and just happened to look up on the monitor. There's the leader of the girls junior class. That's Taylor Allred. Cami Samples 5 seconds back behind her now in the number 2 spot. They had a fairly tight battle going on throughout that first lap as they tried to get it sorted out, but now looks like that Taylor has pretty much solidified that number 1 spot and given herself quite a bit of a comfort zone. 14 seconds back to Landry Hazen, the number 90 in 3rd spot. Gail Gaskew, the 44. She is 4th place, 2.5 seconds back, 3 seconds back behind that. Brooke Boland rounds out the top 5. Then back to the 12 to 16-year-old class. Canfield and Jarvis, they're about to heat it back up, folks. Look at this, 55.361, 55.039, 9/10 of a second separating them. Some lap traffic could become a little bit of a factor in that battle between the 46 and 30 of Canfield and Jarvis, and there they are on the screen. As you can see, only a couple of bike lengths separating these two girls now. And here comes Jarvis on board the number 30, trying to dive in. We saw Kylie Fosnot using that same type of aggressiveness and, of course, hunger out there earlier in the WMX class. And now we're watching these girls do exactly the same in the girls' senior 12 to 16-year-olds. Canfield making the pass there on lap 2 around Jordan Jarvis, leading by less than a second a lap ago. And as they tightened up there on that lap and come around for lap number 4 complete, it actually stretches out in the latter third of that lap as Jarvis drops now to 2.1 seconds back. Corey Steed in the number 3 spot, about 4 seconds off that pace. Jessica Jeffrey in 4th, and Isabella Cantapulo in the number 5 spot. Back to the girls junior 9 to 13. Taylor Allred, big lead there over Cami Samples. Landy Hazen is 3rd. Gail Gaskew in 4th. Brooke Boland rounding out the top 5. Jason Wygant joining us now here in the broadcast booth. And Jason, I tell you, we've been on kind of a hurry-up pattern offense, if you will, as far as the racing is concerned today, trying to beat the weather. But one thing that we haven't been short on or been rushed on at all has been the competition. This has been some of the highest and best competition in RCSX I think I may have witnessed.
Well, one way you ensure that is to have a race where you have Jasmine Canfield and Jordan Jarvis on the line together. I think the last 2 years at Loretta Lynn, certainly last year, and I think the last 2 years, these two had some of the most epic duels I've ever seen. And lo and behold, if you're looking at your screen at home, the 46 and the 30, there they are, wheel to wheel. Canfield in the 46 leading. Jarvis has caught her, and we are about to have another in a series of phenomenal duels between these two. I don't know what it is about the female racers. We've had some epic rivalries and battles in the women's classes throughout the years. Now we've got it in the girls' class. I have no idea if these two get along well off the track or not, but I know on the track they are as fierce as two competitors can be. Look at this, splitting the lap rider. Jarvis around the outside. Can she use that long line? No. Canfield's going to hold her off a lap to go. They're going to spend every lap this week just like that.
Pretty amazing that, and every time that we see them, probably this summer at all the majors, it's going to be exactly this as well.
Jarvis still trying to find room to make a pass and get around a huge pack of lap riders. Remember, it's a double gate class, so there's younger riders out there as well. In the other division, Taylor Allred leading Cammie Samples and Laundry Hazen. That's 1, 2, 3. All right, JJ, Jordan Jarvis trying to find a way around Canfield. Here we go. Jarvis working the outside. This almost worked for a lap ago, but she's not as close, and she goes down. Lost the front end. You see the frustration. Jarvis was trying to make something happen the last turn, last lap. Can't blame her for going for it. Checkered flag comes out.
And again, it just goes to
Jasmine Canfield has got it. Congrats out to Jasmine Canfield, your main event winner in girls 12 to 16. And that's the difference. The frustration for Jarvis, it's a main event format. That's for all the marbles, Rodney. You can't bounce back in moto number 2.
That's true. You know, some people really like it this way, while others really like that cushion of that second moto out there. But that's the format of Supercross, and that's the format of the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross as well. And you got to take what you get. And basically, I think that these main events are really great. I mean, because everybody comes into them knowing this, and they think, if I can shake this person up here at Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross, when we go to the next one, it's going to be right there inside their head. And I think that's kind of setting the stage for what we've got to look forward to this year. And I can't wait to see what the national scene's going to look like this year.
Taylor Allred, by the way, took that win over Samples and Hazen. That did not change. The girls 9 to 13. We will roll into 65, 7 to 11. At the 206 out front, Logan Best. Oh, got a lot to live up to. He has to win. His last name is Best. He has to win. But it's not going to be easy. Got some pressure being applied by... Your screen's better than mine. I promise you folks at home who can't tell. Yeah. Be the...
Is that the 16 maybe? Well, let's check in right here at the finish line. Looks like the 241, Daxton Bennick actually getting around Logan Best now. So
it was Daxton Bennick, okay.
Daxton
yeah, 241.
Bennick out of Morganton, North Carolina, home of one of our GNCCs, the Steel Creek GNCC, coming up in round 4.
Well, I'll tell you, Daxton Bennick's compound is a home to a lot of GNCC racers. Now, this kid's dad, I don't know what the deal is, but they have built a compound that can rival anyone. They got a supercross track, they got motocross tracks, and they got some woods loops. So I know that some of your buddies on the GNCC side, I know that guys like Strang, I think Charlie Mullins in the past have stopped by and ridden at Daxton Bennick's house. The compound for Bennick is so nice that KTM likes to have an East Coast kind of kumbaya, let's get all our amateur riders together before Loretta's. So they send them there. They can't find a better place. You can't rent a track better than the Bennick compound in North Carolina, and all that training and all that work there is paying off right now. Daxton Bennick putting it down. Starting to pull away here from Logan Best. So he's looking good. Won himself a title, I remember, at Loretta's last summer. So they are certainly happy about that and trying to keep it rolling on the Orange Brigade for 2017.
Well, as we said, Bennick and Best running 1 and 2. It's Owen Koval back in the number 3 spot aboard the 24. Christian Janik, the 127, is 4th. Casey Cochran in 5th on the 66. Mark Phineas, 105 and 6th. Preston Boseplug is the 28 and 7th. Noah Viney, the 43 and 8th. Joseph Rainwan is the 37 and 9th. And Luke Falzer, the 462 and 10th. And one thing I got to point out about this particular amateur event, you know, like I think the Winter Olympics, we see a lot of one-off names that we don't generally see, or at least oftentimes at Loretta's that we're used to there at the Amateur National.
Yeah, I think this is it's twofold, this race. I think it's a race that's important to a lot of people, but it's also a bit of an easy vacation for some. We know that Loretta's is advertised as the greatest motocross vacation in the world, but you got to be serious. You have to qualify first to get there, and then you got to commit a whole week. And the same thing with the Mini Olympics. You got to commit your entire Thanksgiving week. Here, I mean, honestly, you could, in the wintertime, where you're at in Ohio, who wouldn't want to drive down here Friday, watch Supercross Saturday, race for 2 days, and get home? And you could still probably go to work on Tuesday.
Yeah, it's like 20 degrees or something at
right.
the house right now.
So I do think you get some people that are making a fun trip out of this, and you might not see it all the races, but it's dead serious if you're your leader, Daxton Bennick, no matter where the race is. It's not vacation time. This is work for him.
Well, lap 4 ready to close out there as Daxton Bennick takes and makes a 59.61. He had a 4.4 second lead. He opens it up to 4.8. A 59.9 there for Logan Best. As we look back to third, he's starting to move up a little bit. We see a 58 second lap time, but a 5 second gap there for Casey Cochran. Christian Janik gaining some a little bit on the 127. In 5th place then, it looks like we might have had a rider go down. Owen Koval, yeah, Koval drops all the way back to 7th. I think he was in 3rd, so he drops to 7th now. Noah Viney is 5th. Mark Phineas is in the number 6 spot. There's Koval in 7th. 8th is Luke Falzer. Kate Johnson in 9th, and Joseph Rainwan now is rounding out your top 10. Let's see, Will Conager back there in the 13th place position. Jordan Renfro is 12th. Colton Truley is 11th place. Mason Tucker is 14th. There's Thor Powell. I mean, these are all names that we're used to seeing on the national tour. There's no doubt. They get it all sorted out here in Daytona. Daxton Bennick now with 5 laps complete and a 7-second lead over Logan Best. Cochran now 3 seconds behind Logan Best. We may see things tighten up there. That's almost the 2 full seconds that Casey Cochran made up on Logan Best that last time around there. So we'll be watching the 206 and the 66. 66 is the one that's on the move. And with that lap traffic that's just ahead of us right now, I believe that we may see a window of opportunity that could begin to open there for Casey Cochran. So we'll watch patiently as Daxton Bennick continues to lead. He's getting through the lap traffic without much issue and problem. Logan Best, though, as we told you, he's the man that could be under the heat and pressure. White flag is out now for Daxton Bennick. 1 lap to go there as Logan Best will be checking in right about now.
Nice.
And he is a little bit off pace there, I think. He's dropped back. No, he's 8.7 seconds, only about a second off pace. Casey Cochran, 2.3 seconds, so that gap is starting to close, but slower than what it was a lap ago. Christian Janik in the number 4 spot. Noah Viney in the number 5 spot.
And boy, do they have a lot of lap traffic to deal with here, Ronnie. Look at the 241 of Bennick. It feel like he's got a last place start right now. It's like he has passed every single rider on the track. I think these conditions, especially in the 65s with the smaller wheels, look at how difficult it is for Bennick, who's on the left side of your screen, to get through that rhythm lane. With these ruts and these bumps, because of the rain we had, the track's more difficult. And always when you have those mud races, those challenging conditions, checker flags out for him. It leads to more lap traffic. The skill differential is much larger when the track gets difficult like it is right now.
How far did you get into the program yesterday before the rain started to fall here yet?
Yeah, well, from what I was told, what we saw at the GNCC was nothing compared to what they had here.
Oh,
I mean, it was epic level of rain, full quagmire as my buddy David Iser said on the microphone yesterday. And we managed to get within 4 races. We're only 4 races behind by the time it was over. And then we didn't have practice this morning, which got us right back on schedule. But, yeah, there were numerous breaks and delays. A lot more rain here than up in Palatka, where we had Racer TV covering Grand National Cross Country yesterday. So there it is. Your win to Daxton Bennick, Logan Best, Casey Cochran, Kristen Yannick, and Noah Viney rounding out your top 5. That was your main event. So congrats to Daxton Bennick taking the championship in 65, 7-11.
450C class coming up next, Jason. And this race 13 should, I think, host some pretty interesting battles. We see that Hunter Blackledge comes in here with a win, it looks like, from his division race out there. Also, Connor Fortune, the 185. We'll see how things open up for him. There is the 32 of Mason Meyer. He actually got second in his qualifying race and opens up in a number 1 position now as he is starting to stretch it out. And good thing for him because he's got a host of hungry folks behind him as they jockey for position back there.
Don't try to adjust your set. The colors are fine. That's just the graphics on that number 32. The wildest color scheme I've seen. Is that the 241 behind him?
I seen 524. Alex.
Oh, 524. Okay.
Alex Jorgensen's what I saw. Now that may have changed, but
no, you got it. 524.
He was 7th place in his qualifier, so obviously a much better start to what it looks like he may have had out there in his qualifier yesterday. But look how close these guys are. We got Mason Meyer in the lead, as we said. Alan Jorgensen in the number 2 spot. Pierce Foster, 161, is 3rd. Adam Johnson, 77, and 4th. Jake Rasa, the 103, in 5th. Dominic Teneri is 6th. Carlos Martinez in 7th. We got the 333, Justin Smith in 8th. Brandon Peavy, the 754, in 9th. And Tyson Meyer, 128, rounding out the top 10. Real quick, just a little further back, Rolando Garcia at 11th. Corey Herring is your 12th place position rider for the 920. We see Angelo Molina in 13th. Landon Osborne in 14th. Derek Laffon is your number 15 position rider after that first lap of racing. So as we pick...
Go ahead, yep.
I was going to say, as we pick the action back up front, Mason Meyer out of Spring Church, Pennsylvania, still out front. He had only 7/10 of a second lead. He's now 1.1, so almost doubling that lead over Alex Jorgensen, the 524 machine, by 53.5, 53.9. So those guys not far off pace of each other. Don't be surprised if that battle doesn't heat up, especially as Adam Johnson, the 77 machine, now moving his way into the number 3 spot out of Tallahassee, Florida. Only a couple of seconds back, and he's actually right on pace with those riders, and he's making passes doing it, so he might actually end up being a little bit faster in this lap. Pierce Foster, the 161, drops from 3rd to 4th. Jake Rosser still rounds out your top 5. And here comes the battles right now. The 77 machine of Adam Johnson, man on a move from that 3rd place position. Behind him right now is the 161 of Pierce Foster. So a 3-way battle about to shape up for Alex Jorgensen, the 524 machine, looks like. Actually, it already has 77 moving into 2nd. Jorgensen drops to 3rd. Now here comes Pierce Foster.
So this is Adam Johnson here, the 77, the man on the mission, trying to take the lead.
He's going for the lead, yes. Oh, a little bit of a mistake kind of looked like there by your leader, but I think also Johnson made a bit of a mistake, so he wasn't able to capitalize right there.
By the way, we still have our seminars going. That's a big part of the Ricky Carmichael project here at Daytona. Not only great racing, but great ways to learn about racing. We've got Coach Rob from Moto E, Michael from Lit Pro, which is the device on your helmet. You can demo that and see how that works. GPS tracking device. Kyle from Hook It, and Ricky Carmichael himself on hand in our seminars taking place at the driver's meeting room on the infield. Heck, just so you could say you stood in the same driver's meeting room they used 3 weeks ago at the Daytona 500. Meanwhile, battle for the lead. Johnson still trying, still digging, trying to get Meyer.
Mason Meyer, man, he has got his hands full right now. We see some battling going on back there with Jorgensen and also Jake Rossa moving up into the number 4 spot as he gains a position. Looks like Pierce Foster actually dropping out of a top 5 down to the 7th place position, so a little bit of a miscue and bobble for him cost him huge. Jake Rossa is...
Oh, and it happened. Johnson got to the inside, and your leader, Meyer, went down on the 32. So, geez, that relentless pressure that Johnson kept applying finally worked out. So we got a new leader on that 77.
How quick can he get back up, I guess?
It's now a battle for second between Jorgensen.
Yep. He gets back up pretty quick there, so he's trying to at least redeem himself back to a second-place position. We see lap 5 now in the history books on this one. As far as the amount of laps, I think we're running 7 in this one, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 450 C-Class, 7 laps. So Mason Meyer back to the number 3 spot, but don't count him there for too long. He dropped from a 53 lap time to a 101 that time, so we know he's got the speed. If he needs it, he needs to uncork it. So does Adam Johnson, as he is now fairly comfortable with a 5.2-second lead over Jorgensen. And in that lap traffic, doesn't have to really worry about a whole lot, but just getting through there at this point.
Yeah, it's easier said than done, though. I'll tell you what, some riders stalling. Again, it's not a mud race for certain. It's really come a long way since all the rain we had yesterday, but it's just a little bit more challenging than it would have been if we didn't have any rain at all. And just that difference makes it that much harder to pass lap traffic. White flag out for Adam Johnson. He's got a big lead now due to that crash of Mason Meyer. We'll see if Meyer, nope, they're still battling second and third. Meyer third, Alex Jorgensen second. This is it. I almost have to remind myself that it's that main event format. There is no tomorrow. I mean, there literally is, if you look at the calendar, yeah, tomorrow is Tuesday. But for these riders, main event, man, this is it. Unless you make that mistake, it changes everything.
Unless they want to race an ATV, then there can be
yeah, maybe. Let's get some versatility out here. Now, talking to one of my buddies, Steve Mathis, recently, and he's like, I watch these videos. This track, man, you don't get a good start. What are you going to do with it? And I'm like, yes, but that's how Supercross works, dude. Like, that's the same. That's pro Supercross. That's amateur Supercross. You got to get up front, and you have one chance to do it, one main event. Checkered flag is out.
Well, I tell you, right there, congratulations to Adam Johnson, Alex Jorgensen, and Mason Meyer, 1, 2, and 3 on this one. But honestly, I've seen a lot of passing. I've seen a lot of guys move up from mid-pack, way back in the pack, up through to the middle of the top 10. I've seen passing up front. I've seen passing through 5th and 6th place. So this particular track may lend itself in particular to that. Might be because of the conditions, but for whatever reason it is, if you're of that mindset that there's not going to be any passing, well, you're definitely going to be surprised, I think, here today.
Whatever you believe will come true. Whatever you believe will come true. Adam Johnson actually came from behind in that one to win it, and then you got to see him on the 77 celebrating that big victory. That's how much it means to him. We move on to the mini seniors. Let's get some little two-strokes out here.
Matt LeBlanc want to be one to watch in this one on the 329. Also Luke Trico, the 52 machine.
Ah, but it's Crockett Myers, part of the RM Army. Suzuki's got the new name for their program, the RM Army, putting that Suzuki up front. So good job, Crockett Myers.
I like that. The RM Army 411. Good to see Suzuki back in full force as well.
Bad news, man. You got Jet Reynolds to deal with, and he is one tough customer, and Reynolds already trying to go to the lead. Let's see if Myers, yes, he uses that inside line to hold him back. And then you got the 95, I believe, that Cody Russell back there in third. I'll get your number on that in just a second. But, well, I thought Reynolds was going for the kill shot. No, Myers has shrugged it off.
Well, I tell you, it's great defensive riding as much as anything that we saw coming down that last section of the racetrack. He literally got right in line, but you can't always fight it at every turn.
No, and he's got another one right here to try to fight off Reynolds, and he does it. He's got Reynolds all wrapped up. He's got the Reynolds wrap going. He can see, he can't feel it, and Myers holds on. Now this section right here, Reynolds was really quick the last time through, but Myers now able to match him speed-wise, and we don't have that side-by-side battle like we had a lap ago. But no doubt, Reynolds gets to the inside, side-by-side, and Myers again gets it done.
Wow, he had the momentum from the outside, but look at that, crossing up goes the 79 at Jet Reynolds as he is searching for any and every way around. Look at that, perfect line choices coming through that section.
And I think that made the difference, Rodney. Jet Reynolds to the #1 spot. Let's see if Crockett Myers can respond. Great battle. Yeah, man, they have two different lines all over this track.
And they're both very beneficial for either one of them. So
yeah, it's definitely worked.
I don't think that Myers is going to give that one up. He's not going to relinquish so easily. We got Mitchell Zaremba, by the way, back in third. Evan Ferry is fourth. Bryce Shelley, the 34, in fifth. Sage Lewis in sixth. Chase Prince in seventh. Trevor Colliff in eighth. Dakota Aldridge in ninth. Nico Capps, the 38, in the number 10 spot. But where is some of those division race winners that we were talking about? Matt LeBlanc, let's see where that rider happens to be right now. Is he even out there? I don't see LeBlanc's name actually checking in. Am I overlooking that, Jason? I don't see it.
What are you looking for?
Matthew LeBlanc.
Oh, man. Yeah, LeBlanc. You know, you can scout this class because you got heat races, so you know who some of the contenders are coming in. Luke Tirico actually won a heat.
Yeah, he's back in 14th place, the 52 machine out of Collingwood, Ontario, Canada. But
so he's struggling. LeBlanc we can't even find on the radar. So riders who were good in the heat race. Now we got a tangle up here. This is the 88 Yamaha rider of Hamden Hudson. And 252 Trevin Nelson were tangled up there. This is Jet Reynolds. And you're just going to have to get used to this, folks. This is what this kid does a lot. He wins a lot of races. He is unbelievable. The win record. Crockett Myers doing a great job back there in second to keep him in sight, try to take advantage if Reynolds makes a mistake. But this dude is like a robot. He is a machine. He rides almost error-free. I mean, not only is the win record impressive, but the way he does it, I mean, there aren't even close calls most of the time with this guy. You just don't see a lot of mistakes out of him. Representing that Bakersfield, California crop. It's like they threw down some seeds, watered them, nurtured them. I mean, they got so many little kids coming up through the ranks from there. Reynolds at the top of that list. Don't forget Styles Robertson, Ryder DeFrancesco, some great riders coming out of that area.
Well, LeBlanc we haven't seen come through yet. He took a division race win.
Yeah, we mentioned
Jordan
that. Not
Bees,
sure what happened there.
Jordan Bees, who finished second in his division, is back in the number 12 spot right now on the 228. Jet Reynolds, he finished second in his division. He's winning right now. Luke Trico, the 52 machine, he's back in 18th place position. He won his division race, it looks like. So some of the guys that we may have expected to see up front just simply because of their division race results is not coming to pass. So there might be some surprises out here. Jet Reynolds, though, out front. Crockett Myers in second. Mitch Zaremba, the third place position. Evan Ferry, whom we see take a top 5 in his division, is running fourth. Sage Lewis, another top 5 finisher in his division, is running in the number 5 spot. 37 machine. There's Chase Prince. Prince out of Prestonsburg, Tennessee on an EBR Performance back machine. He took an 11th place finish, according to this, in his heat race out there. And, wow, he's really turned things around for himself. Out in the front of likes of Bryce Shelley, Trevor Colliff in 8th, Nico Capps in 9th, and Dakota Aldridge back in 10th.
Got the report on Matt LeBlanc. Broke his shoulder this morning.
Oh, no.
Came in with a heat race win on that Orange Brigade KTM, but not able to participate here in the main event. So that's a tough break, literally, for Matt LeBlanc. So sadly, this time the answer for Matt LeBlanc to "How you doing?"
Not so
He's been better. He's been better. Not so great right now. That's a tough break for him. Sorry about that, and hope to see him back out here and get healthy soon. But Jet Reynolds going to try to throw down another win.
Well, one thing that's going to do about and for some of these riders in this class is certainly going to help out with the air of confidence, I believe. I know they all come in very confident, but that's going to give somebody a little extra edge out there on the racetrack. So confidence levels are going to boost up for a few people this weekend because of that, I would say.
There's some confidence. Jet Reynolds. He came, he saw, he wins it again. Big victory for him in the main event of Mini Senior. Doesn't matter what class he's in. He is one tough hombre. Crockett Myers, great run representing that new Suzuki RM Army, finishing up in second. And Mitchell Zaremba will take third. So that would be your top 3. Waiting for Evan Ferry. Yep, Mini Red Dog there taking fourth. And Sage Lewis is fifth.
I really enjoyed watching Evan Ferry's progression, you know.
Yeah.
Coming into this, he didn't really set the world on fire, so to speak, and I really took note of him actually at the Winter Olympics. His dad's really good friends with Win Kern down there at Gatorback Cycle Park. And anyway, they he'd come in and he'd ride, and he was actually at a younger age was kind of timid on a motorcycle. But it didn't take long, man. I mean, once that switch flipped in Evan Ferry, he became one of those riders that was just, he could ride to a rider that can ride. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and he's definitely going to be a contender in that class in the future. Next up, 250C Junior. Heat race winner was the number 1 of Connor Fortune. Well, a name like that, you got to get it done. Jarrett Drews on the 20 looks to be up front here, but making a move on the inside is the 41 of Stockton Steinbaugh. So Stockton Steinbaugh into the number 1 spot on the 41, 9th place in his heat race. And here he is out front, the Texan on the Yamaha. Special thanks to Shannon Nide, who's been training and coaching riders the elite level of the amateurs for a long, long time. And he's got another great student right here as Steinbaugh's in the lead.
Steinbaugh, man, that's a name right there. Stockton Steinbaugh. That's a commanding name.
He's from Texas, dude.
Oh, of course. You got to have
a name like that,
yeah.
Just Stockton Stockyards. They're going to call his compound.
He took a 9th place position finish in the qualifier. So obviously turning things around out here in the main event. So, in conditions may have played a big role in that as well. So a lot of these guys, I'm sure, were just happy probably to make the main event.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see how quickly it can turn with Steinbaugh 9th in the heat race. I think they were taking top 15 in, so he didn't even have much room to spare just to get into this thing. And now he's got an opportunity to win. But he will have some company.
Yeah, he's got Cody Holbrook, the number 15 out of McLeansville, North Carolina. No, that's Connor Fortune. I'm sorry, the 185 out of Port Orange, Florida in second with Cody Holbrook in third aboard the 15. Looks like almost 2 seconds back to Connor Fortune. Cody Holbrook's only another second back off of that. So we got a good battle going on for seconds. The Steinbaugh could get a break there. Jarrett Drew is the number 20 in 4. Zamir Darrell, the number 20 in the number 5 position after we wrap up 2 laps of racing. Bradley Kinney, number 89 in 6. There's Hunter Blackledge, the 34 in 7. He finished second, I believe, in his heat race there. Dylan Kukowski out of New Egypt, New Jersey is 9th. And Brian Saunier, the number 97, rounds out the top 10.
Fortune, I believe, won his heat race earlier. So he's one of the favorites coming into this one. Yes, he did. He won the heat race. 17-year-old, backed by Roadrunners Action Express. And he's a local, man. Port Orange, Florida. That's just right up the road. So let's see if he can track down your leader, Stockton Steinbaugh. Steinbaugh's got a little gap on this 41.
Well, it was a little over a second. Now it's 2.3 seconds over Fortune. Now in the number 2 spot aboard the 185, Zamir Darrell, the 951 in the 3rd place position. Lap times 53.095 for Steinbaugh, 53.5 for Fortune, 53.8 for Darrell. Then we see him going to 56s, 55s, 54s. So these top 3 really seem to have this track dialed in and have their program dialed in. They were ready for Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross, looks like.
Did great work. Interesting, the sand section that we had on Saturday night was a big part of the Pro Supercross race, the Daytona Supercross by Honda. They scraped all that sand off for the amateur race, and that worked out really well because now we have sand to put back on the track to dry up some of those spots because we definitely had some rain yesterday. The track's come around quite a bit. After this 250C junior class, we will be up to senior BC 40 plus will be next. Then 85, 9 to 11. Watch a little battle here. The 322.
That's Cole Casto out of Thornville, Ohio. But I think that's a battle further back in the pack. Yeah, it's 27th place for Cole Casto.
I think we're watching the 15 working his way through lap traffic is actually what we're seeing there. Cody Holbrook on that 15 Yamaha working his way up to 4th now as we go back to our leader. And there he is, 41, Stockton Steinbaugh. In complete control right now. Had that brief challenge. From Connor Fortune, who made a little run at it. But he was able to hold him at bay and now actually pull back out. And he gone. So Steinbaugh wants to bring a title home. It's really just strange to get used to this main event only format. We're so used to at these amateur races having 2 or even 3 motos, or you go to the mini Olympics and you've got multiple races throughout the week, different types of races even. Here, one main event for all the marbles, and those marbles might just go home and get it branded. Brand those marbles Stockton Steinbaugh. And I gotta say, watching him at first glance here, I think Stockton is somewhat stocky, muscling that Yamaha around. And here comes the brigade of lap traffic again. This has become a constant. You don't think this track separates people? How about it? Lap traffic is deep, and these races are not even incredibly long. It's just enough with the rain and the difficult conditions we have to really separate the top riders. Look at that. Really held up is the 41 of Stockton Steinbaugh, but it's not going to stop him from grabbing the checkered flag. No, he didn't actually grab it. Of course not. He just went over the finish line and they waved it at him. And he's got it. Celebrate it. Let's do it NASCAR style. Burn that thing down. Light up that tire. You earned it. Stockton Steinbaugh, Connor Fortune, second. I just want to tell you that he did not inherit that second. He earned it. Connor Fortune, he didn't inherit that fortune. Second place, he earned it the hard way. Zemir Darrell, Cody Holbrook, and Dylan Kukowski round out the top 5. Brian Smith, Jarrett Drews, Luke Fenice, Brad Kenny, and Hunter Blackledge. That was your top 10 of 450C. And we're going to drop the gate. Man, we just keep this thing rolling. Senior BC 40 plus is next. I saw a good start for 34 James Adams, but shooting into the lead, the 294 of Richard Hoy. Hoy, I think, rocking the 2-stroke. Yeah. And that is a Honda, so this is practically a vintage class. I don't think they've made one of those since 2007. In fact, that's become a collector's item. They're pretty hot property right now. If you've got yourself a 07, maybe 08. I believe 07 was the last year. Might have been 08 for the Honda CR250. And this guy's got one of those, Richard Hoy out of Newark, Ohio, and is making it happen. 43 years old. That checks out. He's eligible for this, the 40 BC class. And got some style, too, over the jumps. Ahoy, matey. Richard Hoy out front. Hey, I'm having a look at that bike. I think that might be, I've seen a couple of these. I think that might be the modern bike with a 2-stroke motor. Might have the new Honda chassis there. I've seen a few of those on Instagram and also in my dreams. But it's a reality here. Second place, Suzuki man James Adams. He briefly had the lead coming out of the first turn. But he's got a fight on his hand. Eric Parham is third and trying to take over second. But how about Richard Hoy? Have a rider down, trying to get that bike in neutral, get it started, get it back on the track. It's a lap rider here, the 673. Hoy will come through next. There he is. Yeah, I'm taking a look at that bike. I believe that is a 17 Honda with a 2-stroke motor in the frame. That is awesome. and awesomely effective as well, because he has pulled a lead of 3.1 seconds. Although they're starting to close it up. I think the next time we come around, the gap will be shorter than that. James Adams back here, one of the early presidents of the United States, and now here we go, trying to go after the lead. It would be an executive order of the highest order if he could take the win in this senior BC class. He's going to keep the pressure on Hoy. There is the 34. 613, Eric Parham is right behind him. That's another Honda. You'll see him pop into the screen right here. Oh, lap traffic to deal with. 673 is holding up our leader, Hoy, just a bit. So that allows Adams. Adams has got it down to just a few bike lengths. We're going to have a battle for the lead. We've made the pass, and I'm not sure what has happened to Hoy. I've been watching to try to figure it out, but he has lost the pace tremendously, and suddenly Adams has taken over the #1 spot. So he closed in on that previous lap, and then Hoy has just lost the pace. I don't know if he's tired, if there's a bike problem, but I do know this. James Adams here is not going to ask questions. He's just going to try to take it home. So there you see Hoy has dropped all the way back to third. That's fourth on your screen because there's a lap rider with them. 673 has a lap rider. 613, Parham is in second. Let's see if Hoy can get this thing back rolling. So James Adams just keeping it consistent. Had the lead, went back to second, maintained his pace, and it has put him back into the #1 spot. But here comes the lap traffic. It is like a snake here. It's like, don't go anywhere near fresh water in the state of Florida. You never know what could be lurking. If you're out front of one of these races, you are going to eventually have to deal with this, the lap traffic. And it's James Adams that's about there. Don't touch the lappers. Don't anger the lappers. Don't feed the lappers. So Adams starting to make his way through. James Adams out of Alabama. Backed by Team Sakai Racing. He's got it dialed in now. Some lap traffic in the way. He's praying for a white flag. Maybe hanging, taking the hands off the bars in midair to actually make a prayer. Not able to do that, so the white flag does not come out, and he's going to have to keep on getting through the lappers. But he started to extend it. Eric Parham was following him for a while, but has lost some ground. And then Richard Hoy back to third. So Richard Hoy, I thought he had the ride that dreams are made of, but unfortunately went back to third after leading about 3 early laps here. Whoa, almost a tangle there. Watch out. James Adams don't want to hit the lap rider. White flag comes out now, so he's going to bring this one home. Hopefully has a large enough trailer to do that. Now making his way through. More lap traffic. You're going to use those tear-offs. If you bought them, you might as well use them. Next class on the line, I hear the two-strokes revving up to my right. That'll be 85-9 to 11. But let's congratulate the 34 James Adams, consistency counts, man. He just maintained the pace throughout this one. Looking good, my friend. I just wanted to see Dan. That's all I wanted. I didn't need any technical assistance. I just wanted an excuse for our man Dan Reinhardt to come out and pay me a visit. All right, here we go. James Adams going to get this one. He got through that Snake-O lap traffic, and he takes the win here at Daytona. Yeah, throwing that one-hander. Celebrate it. Great job, James Adams. You have won at Daytona International Speedway. We cannot take that one away from you. I don't care if you're Kurt Busch. I don't care if you're Eli Tomac, Adam Cianciarulo, or James Adams. A win is a win is a win if you do it at the World Center of Racing.
Is this something new, the BC 40-plus class?
Yeah, I got that on the book so I could race it. Just give me a couple more years and I'll be eligible. I'm coming for you guys.
I guess guys got tired of trying to beat John Crew and all of them. There's
Yeah.
radar. There's the radar. We keep talking about this impending rain showers. We've actually gotten missed by a few showers that they passed over and developed. There's a couple little bands coming at us, but what's really behind that is what we're trying to beat out in the Gulf of Mexico right now.
All right, we're underway. We've switched to the 85cc division. 9 to 11. Heat race winner, Mark Fenais. Ryder DiFrancesco, I think, right off to the races here.
Nick Romano is going to be one to keep an eye on in this one, too. He took a division heat race win, and there he is in the number 2 spot.
But we're going to have another battle here. These guys battle all the time. Nick Romano out of Bayside, New York. Oh, up to second place. And he's going to try to challenge Ryder D. So we've set ourselves up for a nice little inter-squad showdown with the Team Green Riders. Ryder D, another one of the riders from Bakersfield, California. He's got the Jimmy John sponsorship. Believe it or not, his agent is, well, first you're going to say, wait, he has an agent? Yes. Yes, he has an agent. So get through that shocking moment. His agent is 2014 NASCAR Cup champion Kevin Harvick.
No way.
Yeah, he's represented by Harvick's agency. That's how he has the Jimmy John's deal. That's a Harvick sponsor. Why, you ask? What is the connection? Harvick is from Bakersfield.
Ah.
So, little ripper down there. Harvick basically represents, it's hilarious, himself, UFC fighters, and this kid. So, I wonder what the company party is like when you get like the baddest dudes on the planet, UFC fighters, and little Ryder D. So that's really cool, Kevin Harvick doing that. Certainly proud of his hometown of Bakersfield out in California. And that's cool seeing an outside sponsor hook up in this sport. And Ryder DiFrancesco trying to represent Jimmy John's proud. He is freaky fast.
Yes, he is. You know, I got to say, it is nice. I mean, when Ryder D first jumped on these 85s, he looked to be a little bit smaller and didn't have as much composure and control over the machine as what he does now. Man, he has really grown into this 85cc the last few months.
But he's got company, man. I'm telling you what, Nick Romano, he doesn't care about any of this hype, and he doesn't care about the sandwiches. He wants to win this one, and he is keeping Ryder DiFrancesco honest.
Chance Hymas back there in the number 3 spot aboard the 832. You got Casey Cochran, the 66 out of Arlington, Tennessee, in 4th. 27, Christian Janik is 5th. We got Daxton Bennick, the 241, in 6th. Grayson Smith, the 67, in 7th. Mason Naker is the 215 in 8th. Leland Golozewski is the 25. He's 9th place. Aiden Dickens rounds out the top 10 aboard the 100 slash. See other names back there, like Trip Rexroad in 11th, Aiden Beckett in 12th, Owen Koval is 13th, Braxton Kiefer in 14th, Thor Powell in 15th, Colton Trugley in 16th. We're seeing some of those 65cc's riders make their transitions into the 85cc's now.
Watching some other battles in this class.
Logan Bass and Mark Phineas we saw out there in the 65s, also 18th, 19th place position.
I believe that's Chance Hymas that we're looking at there on the screen, 832, 3rd place, as you mentioned, Rodney. And he's going to try to hold on to that one. So good job by Chance. You believe in chance and destiny?
I do believe in chance.
You do?
So much so I named my kids.
I know it. I know it. Chance and destiny. Only Rodney Tomlin, ladies and gentlemen.
You know, remarkably, that's exactly the way it worked out. Destiny was planned. Chance just happened to be Chance. Come along by Chance.
I think you need to take your focus off the motocross and just write that darn book someday. Life, the Rodney Tomlin way. Certainly unique, the little niche you've carved out for yourself. Here it is, that's the Sidewinder. This will get you. That lap traffic, you're going to deal with it at some point if you're a leader out here.
Yes.
And this could be the opportunity Romano needs.
Yep,
He's got the inside. And DiFrancesco's off the track. And he's got to look for a safe place to get on without gaining an advantage. That's going to be a tough judgment call. Romano took the shot. He had the opening, but could not make the pass. But the wind is in his sails now. He's going for it.
That wraps up lap number 5. So 7-lap race is what we're looking at. 2 more laps to go. Romano's got him in his sights. He's already put the pressure on him. And DiFrancesco actually, like we said, off the track there. So if Romano can get back in there and show another wheel, you got to wonder what these next 2 laps are going to prove for us here as far as the competition in this class.
We will see if Romano can make another run. Ooh. Wow, totally clear of the lap traffic now.
And that track is just getting gnarly out there. Kind of looks like a Loretta Lynn's Amateur National track after about Wednesday or so.
Dude, it is beat up with all that rain we took down. Oh, and riders nearly tangle, and that slows up DiFrancesco. 1 lap to go. Romano's got an opportunity again. Let's see what he can do with it. There they are, 199 and 411, as close as you see them on your screen. And they're about to pop in front of us in the announcer's booth. Can DiFrancesco hold on?
I believe that unless something happens, looks like he might have just stretched out just enough. That 1 second at the finish line, I think has been stretched out just a little bit in the last couple of turns there. But here we come with some lap traffic. Depending on what happens with DiFrancesco here, he gets by 1. And not going to be much of an issue. Looks like checkers should belong to the 199 as we're coming up on those hard and fast.
Hammer down, 1 turn to go. Great job by Romano, never giving up, keeping the pressure on to the end. But your championship is going to go to Ryder DiFrancesco.
Boy, he looked pumped about that. Freaky fast, Ryder D, no doubt, in the Jimmy John's machine, and he is going to be one to keep an eye on throughout his entire career. We've been saying that since the first time we laid eyes on him at 5 years old when he won the national championship at Loretta Lynn's, the youngest rider to ever win a national championship title.
No doubt of the talent, and moving up through the 65s and 85s and maintaining these winning ways, that's not a guarantee, but he's been able to do it.
Chance Hymas in 3rd, Noah Smerdon in the number 4 spot. Looks like Daxton Bennick for 5th, Christian Yannick in the number 6 spot, Casey Cochran in 7th, Mason Naker is 8th, Grayson Smith will be 9th, and Leland Golozuski rounds out your top 10. So we get set to roll next. Coming up after these 85, 9 to 11 is our 450B class. It's race 18. This is the halfway point, just past the halfway point, starting into the second half now. 34 races today. 450B class starting out
big
strong.
pile up there on the inside. The
128.
128 gets out front.
Hal Payne, he got a win there in the qualifying race, so he starts out strong right where he expected. Garrett Marchbanks is going to be another one to watch out here on the 282. We'll see what kind of a start he was able to get.
So Hal Payne, as you mentioned with that heat race win, picking up where he left off. There's a 23. Joe Tate sliding to the inside, trying to make some things happen. Whoa. He's got to deal with the 9 of Trey Fiegert. Oh, Trey almost landed on a tough block, but was able to hold on to it, and he maintained 2nd. Meanwhile, Carter Hallpayne bringing the pain to the entire group here. Look at the lead he's opened up on 1 lap.
That is a rather astronomical lead over Trey Fiegert. Garrett Marchbanks, there he is, the other heat race winner. Now in the number 3 spot as Joe Tate drops back to 4th. Wyatt Lyonsmith in 5th. Brett Gorley is 6th. Austin Kozad, 138 in 7th. Brighton Carroll in 8th. Drew Swenson in 9th. Then we got Devin Exanderis in 10th. 11th through 20th now. Lance Kovas, Justin Rodbell 12th. Michael Hand in 13th. Perry Warren in 14th. Derico Vander Westhuizen in the number 15 spot. Ricky Carmichael and I butchered that earlier.
Yeah, it was tough.
Caleb Kyrell, Dave Kyrell in the 16th place position. Gray Tate 17th. Connor Molinex is 18th. PJ Lepnier 19th. Leo DeMaestri in 20th. And a lot of those names we could expect to see battling in a top 10 or even top 5 position all the way through that top 20. That goes to show you how deep the field of competition is in the 450B class.
Well, the one rider that everybody's talking about is Garrett Marchbanks, and he has marched up to second place on that 82 Kawasaki ride. Gotten around that number 9 of Trey Figert. So let's see if Marchbanks can do something with Hallpayne, who was flying early in this race. Will we have a battle on our hands or not as we watch Marchbanks, the man-child, as we always called him, although we're going to have to drop the child part soon. He has, as expected, grown up to be a monster, even now on a 450. I remember him on the mini cycles. He looked big, and he fits that 450 quite well right now. And he's kind of the next in line behind Austin Forkner, who's now gone on, obviously, to great things as a pro. He's the next big hope coming out of the amateurs in a few years for Kawasaki. But Carter Hallpayne, he wants to show that he's got the stuff to beat him, and right now he's out front.
Well, 3 seconds is what the gap was last time around. You look at lap times, Hallpayne a 47.7, a 47.5 for Marchbanks. So those guys are running pretty identical lap times. Fagert a 49 lap time. He drops to 4 seconds. And if you look at most of these lap times, there's about nearly everyone past now third place that just popped off a 49.001. Everyone else pretty much is 50 seconds a lap or slower, or higher, I should say. Then, so that's a pretty good edge that both Hallpayne and Marchbanks have, as they have stretched out the lead over the main pack to almost 10 seconds now.
Let's see where the gap is now. Oh, it's almost the same. He made up 3/10, Marchbanks, but he's 3 seconds down, so he's going to need to make up ground more quickly than that. Hallpayne, though, is about to deal with the boa constrictor. That lap traffic, it will get you, it will squeeze you. And Hallpayne got around those 3 riders fairly well, but there's going to be more. Now, I think he'll have less lap traffic to deal with than some of the previous motos that we just saw here. This is a B class, so the riders are generally of a more equal skill. When you get to some of those age groups and the mini cycle classes where you're eligible because you're on an 85, the rider's skill differential a little bit bigger than in a B class. But there's still lap traffic to deal with, and if you catch it at the wrong time, looking good. That could be the opportunity that Marchbanks is waiting for. Nice job by Hallpayne to use an outside to get through the lappers.
A little bit too much there, Bob Pistol, I think.
Yeah, I know. I just got my white balance figured out. Oh, the lap traffic totally throwing Hallpayne for a loop. And here comes Marchbanks on the 282.
Whoa.
Tags a tough block.
Man, he's all over the place there.
He had his opportunity. I think he rushed it a little bit. And now he's got one lap rider between he and Hallpayne, and that's going to help Hallpayne tremendously.
This is lap 5, working on lap number 6 right now. What I believe is an 8-lap race for these 450B riders. So just a little bit of time, 2 laps left to go for Marchbanks at 1.95 seconds. So let's call that 2 seconds now that the gap is opened up to. So unless Marchbanks gets the break where Hallpayne gets slowed down by some lap traffic or makes a mistake, and look at that, just ahead of the 128, just exactly what Marchbanks is banking on and looking for.
Nice, that's what he's banking on. Just like these ruts right here. Hallpayne, beautiful through that left-hander. Bike gets kicked around a little bit here through the rhythm, but that's happened to everybody. There you see that green machine, 282, digging deep. White flag's going to be coming out. Does Marchbanks have anything left? Any tricks he can pull out? No, not white flag lap yet. So still time for Marchbanks to make it happen. See him throwing that bike sideways. But it's the Yamaha man, Carter Hallpayne out front. We've got a battle on our hands. Look at this.
Oh, that could definitely be the tail of the tape right there, especially if it's a 9-lap race instead of an 8-lap race. We completed lap 7. We're working on lap 8 right now, and oh man, this is never a good sign Yellow flags. That's the 99. Is that Kobush that we're looking at? Yeah, Lance Kobush out of New Florence, Missouri.
Oh, he was 4th. Oh, Marchbanks to the inside. Hall Payne sideways on the exit to that corner again. Barely able to hold on. It is on now. 450B, a coveted B-class title on the line. Oh, Hall Payne holds on to it. It was the white flag. They just didn't wave it. That was the last lap, and Hall Payne hangs on to win the 450B title. Nicely done. Marchbanks gave it everything he had and had an opening.
Half a second, 0.5 is
Wow.
what separated them at the checkers there. 11.4 seconds back to 3rd place.
So congratulations, Carter Hall Payne, taking the victory and the championship back to Lubbock, Texas, backed by EBR, Altus, Yamaha, Thor, Dunlop, FMF, Bell.
So Marchbanks will take 2nd. Trey Fegert will be your 3rd place position. Justin Rodbell, the 58 and 4th. Brighton Carroll, the 23X, is 5th. Devin Exenderis, the 77 and 6th. White Lionsmith is 7th aboard the 85. Connor Mullenix, the 288, will finish up in 8th. Joe Tate, the 23, in 9th. Brett Gorley rounds out your top 10 there in the 450B class. That's race 18, Jason. Sounds like maybe some equipment hitting the racetrack right now. Maybe a little bit of touch-up here and there. And one good reason why is we've got some 50cc action coming up. Our 51 7 to 8-year-olds. These are the larger of the 50cc classes. And this is where oftentimes we start to see the introduction to some of the future stars of this sport. We take note of them here in these classes like we did little Ryder D back a few years ago when he was dominating out there and as a 5-year-old in that 4 to 6-year-old class. So, heck, he might have been just barely 5 at that time if memory serves me correct.
That's just crazy to think about. And we did see it happen, right? So these riders are established at pretty young ages in this sport.
I don't think he was in kindergarten. I think he was getting ready to start kindergarten.
Okay, so what'd you do over your summer? Won a national championship. 7 to 8, 50. I'll give you the rundown of what we had in the heat races. Will Canaguire won his heat. So he's just trying to replicate everything he did. Don't believe we had 2 heat races for that class. No, it was 1 heat. So Canaguire gets the first gate pick for what will be their main event. And we'll shape up this, what was once a very muddy racetrack. I want to thank all of our sponsors who helped make this event happen. It's been a work in progress for sure. This event, the first time out, 2010, we had some numbers. It was a decent run, but it's gotten so much bigger. I cannot believe the effort that this dude has been putting in. You folks watching at home on RacerTV.com, you see the guy in the neon gloves doing the full NFL Combine sprint. Yeah, good job, Ricky Recordis, making sure everybody's safe out there, running from one spot, running from one spot to another. Not even breathing that hard. Oh, he's in good shape. Yep, that's just part of the safety crew out here. Would love that seeing you out at the races. It's very reassuring. Anyway, I want to thank the sponsors that help make this thing possible. A lot of them are ones that are always associated with Ricky Carmichael, Fox Racing, Pro Circuit, for example. Also Thor on board, Cometic Gasket, that's another sponsor of Ricky Carmichael. Sunoco, which is our official race fuels. And Rocky Mountain ATV MC. Ray Butts and the gang from that group here put $20 in everybody's swag bag after sign up, so already got some money to spend with the good people at Rocky Mountain. Anything you need for your machine or for yourself, you can get it, and you can get it quickly. So great to have Rocky Mountain on board here at Daytona.
Lazy Days RVs, also a proud sponsor as well.
That's every day for you, Rodney. All lazy days, man.
It's tough living a dream life, you know.
You do get stressed out from time to time. I've seen it happen. But you try to keep it laid back as much as possible.
I get stressed because I have so much time to get stressed in.
Oh, that's the problem. Too much time to think, and that's dangerous. Dangerous for you.
I've been doing my best job of not thinking lately, though, and it's working out.
I've heard this. That fact is not lost on anyone. Yeah.
I even quit thinking long enough. I might have even got myself a girlfriend, and now I don't know what I'm going to do.
Oh, don't overthink it. That's the first.
Yeah,
Let's get Coach Rob Beams over here to maybe give you some mental advice. Do not overthink this, Rodney.
I'm not going to think about it at all, I think is the best thing. But
and maybe we can get Kevin Kozad to pray for her.
we both might need prayer. You got to think about it. Anybody that is willing to accept me, you know, there's
she's got some problems. Let's be honest. I don't want to insult your girlfriend Rodney, but she's got some problems. Kevin Kozad, can we put a blessing on this poor woman who has to now deal with Rodney?
Oh, I don't think she's seen the real me yet, to be honest with you. But
we found some what is Billet Works titanium part out here on the track. All right. I mean, whatever this guy just found on the racetrack, that is like beautiful work of art, hand machined. Well done.
I'll tell you, looking at this racetrack, again, you know, we always take the opportunity to tip the hat to the track builders and those guys, man. But again, you know, we got some hardworking individuals that have joined together with us here at RCSX, and they have done a great job. They have had their hands full, as we pointed out, a lot of rain yesterday, and they have been working diligently to try to keep this track in the best condition possible, and also at the same time trying to beat that big system. We dodged a big bullet there, if you saw, where there's kind of like a big horseshoe around the Daytona Beach area, and that rain was actually forecasted to be in here a little earlier, and most recently, I think our latest forecast was for 2 o'clock. So I'm thinking it looks like that might be a little further back, but the humidity level is starting to raise out here just a little bit.
We had a very, very tiny bit of drizzle earlier today, and that's been about it. But the cool thing is, literally, the weather has been almost perfect. The cloud cover hasn't gotten too hot. It's certainly not cold down here in Florida, virtually ever. So this is actually almost perfect racing conditions weather-wise if those clouds do not open up. Then we might have a completely different situation on our hands. You see the starting gate there? Okay, you see some of the track maintenance. I'll point something out with the start there in a little bit as we show the track maintenance, getting it tuned up for these 50s.
That's a lot of dirt they got to move around just to smooth this thing out. That means these bikes really putting and getting some bite out there.
Yeah, well, you know these 50s, man, they move a lot of dirt. These 51cc bikes, they will tear up.
Well, I was talking about the other bikes previous to this.
All right, good point. Yes, we did just see 450B.
Yeah.
And they definitely left their mark.
Yeah.
And for everyone out here at Daytona, don't know how long you plan on staying, but you should try to make the trip as long as it could possibly be. We have the Fly Racing ATV Supercross on this track tomorrow. And then for the first time ever, we'll have the Daytona TT on Thursday night.
Wow.
Now, the flat track opener, the American Flat Track Series, used to be up the road at the Volusia County Fairgrounds or Memorial Stadium. Then, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, they built a flat track facility on the other side of this property. But for the first time ever, we have a flat track underneath this Supercross track. Now, it's not just a circular oval, or all oval circular. It's not just an oval track or a circle track. It's a TT. It's got a little bit of a kink in it and a jump. So, new track, completely new style of track, and we're doing it in front of the grandstand for the first time ever on Thursday night.
And that's pretty unique. You know, TT basically, I guess, was kind of like the early day motocross whenever you think about it.
You're right.
Used to, whenever they would do flat tracks, guys would, and that's how Daytona Bike Week got started, they'd ride their bikes to the racetrack. They'd change the tire, some of them would, and then they'd go out and race it, and then they'd change the tire back, and then they'd ride back home. And they would do that with dirt bikes. I mean, they would have, you know, they would do that with trail riding and stuff like that too. But the European style, the moto style stuff was obviously something that everyone liked to do. So they started doing the TT, which was flat track with little humps and bumps and jumps put in them. And eventually it kind of worked into what I consider modern day motocross. TT's not as big a part of the flat track schedule as it used to be, but there are just a handful of those still out on the schedule, and I'm so happy to see that Bike Week is bringing it back, and Daytona International Speedway is putting it right here in front of the big crowd.
Yeah, and that's one of the things. On Saturday, we will run the 76th annual Daytona 200 road race, and what you just touched on, there's so much motorcycle history here. You can kind of track how the whole, I can't even say sport, because it's not everyone that has a motorcycle is in it as a competitive racer. The whole transportation world of motorcycles, you can actually see how that's changed here at Daytona. When they probably had the first Daytona 200 76 years ago, they didn't have a term like dirt bike. There was just a motorcycle. And you did whatever you could on that motorcycle. Like you said, you could use it as a flat track machine. You could use it as a road racing machine. Back then, they were racing up on the beach.
Yep.
Or you just use it as a vehicle that you rode on the road. Just, and we didn't have the specialization of equipment. Now you go 76 years later, you would not even think that one machine would be used for any of these events here. A flat track bike is a flat track bike, or a TT bike, a supercross bike. What we saw at the GNCC yesterday, heck, ATVs, they didn't even exist 76 years ago. And road race bikes, certainly completely specialized. You can track that whole evolution of this type of transportation when you come to Bike Week, not to mention what's happening in the other side of the stadium, which is the roads that people are riding Harleys on and other types of street motorcycles. So it's changed so much. The first Daytona 200, they just rode motorcycles. That's all they had. You had a motorcycle. You didn't have a dirt bike or a road race bike or a flat track bike. So it's amazing that all that stuff has happened here, and you could imagine if we had a camera back then and we could have time-lapsed 76 years, and you could see that entire evolution of motorcycling right in front of you. And I think it's all happened within a couple of miles here at Daytona between the beach and now here at the Motorsports Stadium. It's pretty amazing. We've all become pretty specialized, but it is cool at Daytona. I'd like to think a lot of these people do sample some of the other things. Maybe if you're a supercross type, maybe you don't get to see an off-road race much, but maybe you check that at GNCC. Or GNCC people, maybe they don't get to many supercrosses. Maybe they came. Maybe you don't get to see ATV racing in person. Maybe you'll check that out tomorrow if you're racing this. Same thing with TT, same thing with road race. It's that one weekend, or week I should say, where all those different specialties are kind of back together for one day only, and then we leave and go our separate ways again.
Yep, and actually Andrew Short paid his first visit yesterday to GNCC. It was good to see him over there, now part of the factory Honda effort behind the scenes, kind of, so to speak. And he was pretty pumped and pretty excited to see. He was there with the Johnny Campbell race team, and he was pretty pumped that, he'd never been, and he was excited and really, I think, enjoyed himself over there. As far as wanting to race one, I think he said it was a little bit out of his league. He really didn't know if he wanted to do that or not.
Well, he said the magic word. I talked to him, specialty. It is a specialty now. You're an off-road racer. You're a supercross racer. Supercross motocross was his specialty. It's a lot harder to jump in. And that's even evolved even over the last, say, 10 years, how specialized all this has become. All right, welcome to the booth here in a moment on RacerTV.com. There we go. I'm Jason Wygant. He's Rodney Tomlin. Welcome inside our booth while we put some track maintenance together. I'll be straight up honest to everyone watching around the world, and they're also listening to us here at Daytona International Speedway. When we started this race in 2010, I thought, it's a slam dunk. You just rubber stamp it. You put Ricky Carmichael and Daytona International Speedway together. That's peanut butter and chocolate. What's not to love? You like that?
I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought we got a smash hit home run, no problem. But honestly, the first 2 or 3 years, the event was okay. It was good. It was successful. Had some numbers. Didn't have a lot of big amateur names. And I thought, well, maybe you can't just put the names on it. That's not everything. It took several years of people hearing about the event, kind of seeing, is it legit enough? Is it something I want to do? And now it's certainly taken on a life of its own, but it's come a long way since 2010.
Well, you got to take into consideration what time of the year it is. I mean, they've already, you got the fall season with the Winter Olympics just not far from here in Gainesville at Gatorback Cycle Park, which is going to be pretty monumental again in the history of motocross here pretty soon. But anyway, you've got that, and so I guess, they got to. The good thing about that is that's during Thanksgiving break. Here we go. We're more toward the spring. Kids are kind of leaning towards trying to save as many days. Those that go to school trying to save as many days as they can to go to school. But I think this week we may have actually hit a lot on spring break and a lot of these kids' school year. So that might be the luck that we can have in the future. If we can do that, you'll see people better situated to be able to come out here and tackle these kind of events.
Yeah, and when you're in Florida, obviously the weather is great, but you're if you had a race in the middle of the country, like say Loretta Lynn's a little bit further toward the middle, so people are coming from all angles. It's a lot further drive from the West Coast, from the Pacific Northwest, from all the way up north here than it is to most of those events. So I think it took people to get convinced there were people here certainly racing the first couple of years, but it took a few seasons, I think, for everyone to catch on. As I said the first year, I felt like the entire gate in every class was either riders from Florida, locals, or Canada, who were just doing everything they could to get out of the winter. And you would actually see them riding down in a V formation, the Canadians, to fly south for the winter and save energy. Now you have riders from all over the place. They like that one. Yeah. Thumbs up from the track crew. Now you have riders from everywhere. They've identified this as a race you have to race. The factory-sponsored riders are here. You got to try to show that you can beat them to earn a ride. And now it is one of the majors, the American Motocross Championship, one of the main amateur races, which I believe is here, Mammoth Mountain in California, Mini Olympics. The next race will actually be the Freestone Spring Championship in Texas, and, of course, the Mini Olympics, which you mentioned. So those are the majors, and you know the big names are going to go there. And if you want to make a name for yourself, you've got to try to beat them. This is a good place to do it. And in addition, when you see the 50cc class online at a race like this, we actually know some of the names of these riders already. They've already begun to establish themselves in the 7 to 8 50cc class. That's what happens when you're at a big race like this.
Well, fellow announcer Jeff Hines is trying to video chat me right now. While
can he get this done? It didn't work?
I don't know. I tried to answer, but...
And then it asked you to please rate the quality of your call. Poor. 0 stars, I say, for that one, since the call cut out. It's a bad time to ask. We just had some seminars this afternoon. That's another great part of this event. If you want to come and join us next year, you get a lot more out of it than just watching racing or participating in racing. I want to thank Coach Rob Beams, Rob with 2 B's, a fitness expert. I'm sure gave out a lot of great advice as far as training, nutrition, and even the overall mental approach to racing. Also, Michael Ford and everyone from LitPro. They had some demos out here. LitPro is the GPS device you put on your helmet. You can track the lines you use on the track, your acceleration, your speed, G-force, all those things can really help you improve as a rider at the practice track.
Well,
figure out where you're gaining and losing time.
Video chat.
Oh, he's doing it.
There he is.
No, all right. I think the video chat would have been cooler, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, now we're talking.
Yeah. Dinner.
So LitPro helping out, and also Hookit is here. Hookit, a great way to get sponsored, and now Hookit has really dissected the world of social media and can help you build your social media profile, which is now a big, big part of getting sponsored as a racer.
Did you realize that Instagram is, like, huge now? I found that out last week. I felt so far behind. I did. Gloop looked at me and said, "Yeah, all the kids are using Instagram now." And I thought they all use Twitter.
Do we have the breaking news sound? Did breaking news?
And here's the sad
Rodney
thing.
Tomlin just found out.
I don't know how to use Instagram. I get on it and I get so confused. And everybody says, "Oh, it's easier than Facebook."
Breaking news: we just found out Instagram is getting big. Okay, so Rodney, thanks for
getting old.
Oh yeah, I think that's a big part of it. Hey, I resisted the urge a little bit as well. I'm a words guy, so I thought being able to wedge thought into 140 characters is a skill that I could exploit. Well, it's over now. All I got to do is take a picture.
I still follow you on Twitter, if that makes you feel any better.
Okay. Well, it's one thing that follow. I don't know if people are reading anymore, but they do follow. So, yeah, Instagram's a big part of it, and that's cool having Hookit here. They have really become such experts on social media. I love stories like this. So Hookit actually started as a motocross company. You remember Sponsor House back in the day? That's how they started. They were just a way to connect riders with sponsorships. They changed their name to Hookit, and they've become so successful on the motocross end, understanding social media and getting riders connected to brands, that now some very, very big corporations, such as the NBA, are using Hookit actually to track some of their social media data. So when you have an opportunity to talk to people with that kind of experience here, take advantage. You don't get that at just any amateur race. So really cool to have Hookit on hand. Absolute first rate as far as figuring out how to build your social media presence. And if you don't think that's important for these mini-cycle racers, just look at the picture on your screen right now. A lot of these kids got the full kit. They've got sponsors. And the social media helps that. Hookit will connect you in other ways, too, not just through social media.
I wonder what's going on through these kids' minds right now. I mean, they've been sitting down there on that gate for a while. I imagine if they were nervous when they rolled down, they've had plenty of time to get that out of the way, huh? Or if they aren't, they're really, really nervous.
Or are they getting more nervous? Yeah, this is icing the kicker in the NFL. Let's let them think about it. a little more.
Kids back there doing jumping jacks.
Yeah, warming up. Well, I guess we're trying to get that energy out. So now there's your answer, Rodney. Some of them staying warm down there. We try to give the most track maintenance, obviously, before the 50s because of the smaller wheels. Makes it tough to get through the holes, and we have to do a little extra track maintenance today because we had a ridiculous amount of rain yesterday. We've been very fortunate that this track has come around as well as it has. We're not even behind schedule on the running order, despite some breaks yesterday and delays due to the rain. So everything looks good, and now I hear the machines have fired up. So we're going to get ready to go racing in 51.7
All
to
that
8.
Sugar and red dye and caffeine that these parents have been pumping into them might get to be used right here, right now.
Oh,
just kidding. They don't.
Coach
do
Rob Beam's going to come flying into this booth. No, no.
Well, that's what my buddy does to his horse. I don't.
Oh, does that work? Yeah, I'm sure he does a lot of things. Hey, we saw Rob Beam's son. This poor guy. Can you imagine the life he has had to live with his dad being a trainer? We're like, have you ever had?
I'd be like the sneaky uncle. Here, eat this tater chip.
Yeah. I mean, we asked him if he likes Smarties. He claims he doesn't like Smarties.
What?
Please,
Oh, give me a
please. He has
break.
been brainwashed. Not easy to be the son of a trainer. Easy to go racing, though. Just wait for the gate to go down. And it is. And we're underway. Back underway with our action for the Ricky Carmichael Daytona Supercross. Oh, we got nearly a rider down, but it is 3:16 up front. Canyon Richards. He has been fast in a variety of amateur races. He's up front right now.
Check out his sponsor. He's riding 316. Jesus is his sponsor in Cobra.
What?
Yep, Jesus is his top sponsor in Cobra. I wondered if the 316 had anything to do with that.
That's cool.
That is very cool. So good to see that. Obviously, young man, a little spiritual out there, and he is doing great on the racetrack. Cobra, Power Band Racing, Answer, Dunlop, also wrist brace guy, I guess.
Wrist brace guy. Oh, I know wrist brace guy. It's my buddy Jeff Brewer. There's the number 300, Seth. Is that Seth? Sorry, that's Drew Adams. Seth Dennis, a few positions further back. Drew Adams. Drew has drawn up on the rear fender of your leader. And let's see if he can put some pressure on now. I think we got a real race in our hands. Obviously, we have a race in our hands. We had a start. I mean more in that figurative. We're going to have a battle right now, Rodney.
I believe you're absolutely right, Jason. Is Drew Adams right there checking in. It says 1 second behind. Micah Carpenter, the 710 out of Freeport, Illinois, another 2 seconds back in third. Will Conagay, the number 70, in fourth. In fifth is Wyatt Bass. Emil Latcher is sixth place. Jonathan Getz in seventh. William McCure is eighth. Trace Palmer in ninth. Brody Barth rounds out your top 10.
Airing it out. Drew Adams doubling in the rhythm section to get right next to your leader. So watch that 300. Going to run the outside line. Long way around, but he actually had a berm. They're trying to figure out the lines. A lot of the ruts and berms are gone after the track maintenance. Good job by Canyon Richards to hold the lead on the inside of that corner despite not having a rut to use. So he's hanging in there. Canyon Richards out of New Jersey.
I wonder for these little guys, I realize that those deep ruts and stuff are tough for them to ride through and stuff, but is a completely smooth track something that they would prefer, you would think, or do you think they would like to have some lines already designed out there?
Well, I know that every rider on earth claims if a rougher track is better for them because they think they're better in rough terrain than everyone else, which is impossible because not everyone can be better than everyone else. That's literally not possible. If the track is difficult and separates you, I hate to say it, 50% chance it's going to separate you from the guy behind you, and 50% chance the guy in front of you is going to get separated from you. Right, but it's worked out almost identically for these two.
Yeah, there's no separation here. Drew Adams is all over the Chattanooga.
Wow!
Choo-choo.
Oh, and he goes down.
He derails that Chattanooga choo-choo. Drew Adams out of Chattanooga, Tennessee, Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey for Canyon Richards as he is now gone.
Man, I thought that was actually a mistake. I thought Drew Adams was trying to slice to the inside and steer that bike with the rear wheel. Oh, no. He turned it too far and drifted like a drift car right into those Honda Tough Blocks. So now, nice solid lead for Canyon Richards.
He's got the lead now where Micah Carpenter moves into the number 2 spot, 4.5 seconds back. Drew Adams does get back up in the third place position, another 1.3 seconds. So he lost 6 seconds in that little get-off right there, 5.5, 6 seconds. But he got back up. That's really not a long time, but that's a long time to make up here in this race. But good thing for him. Happened there on lap 2, so maybe he might be able to make this happen. But it is only a 5-lap race, so he could run out of time as well. So Carpenter, Adams, Conagay, Bass in 5th. McCure is 6th. Latcher in 7th. Getz in 8th. Dennis 9th. And Brody Barth rounds out your top 10 now. Brennan Harrison is 11th. Brandon Comerford is in the 12th spot. Barrett Kiefer is 13th. Riley Clapp in 14th. Jesse James Shedden in 15th. Nicholas Frazier in 16th. Trace Palmer 17th. Tucker Harkins 18th. Steven Henderson 19th. And Grant Getz rounds out your top 20 after 3 laps complete.
I want to mention, if you want to follow us on social media, follow us at RCSX Daytona. And we have live updates. You can actually follow us on the at Loretta Lynn MX Twitter. We'll give you some race updates on there. Also, it's a WMX Championship. We already had a moto earlier today. So check out at Race WMX for updates on their racing as we watch the 316 of Canyon Richards work his way through the lap traffic, the boa constrictor that will get you. At RCSX Daytona. And follow us on, yes, Rodney, this thing called Instagram.
What?
Yeah, it's just in.
Is it? Is that new?
Yeah, totally new. Just launched January 1. Checkered flag is out. Canyon Richards takes it. Carpenter got it down at the end as that lap traffic started to slow the leader. He got it down to a second at the end. He will finish second, though, and Drew Adams has to feel like this is the one that got away. Please do not play the Katy Perry song, the one that got away, on the iPod on the way home, because that's going to remind him. He had the shot, went for the lead, crashed, and that allowed Canyon Richards to pull away. I'm in rare form today, man. I haven't slept in 3 days, so I'm going strong. So good job at Canyon Richards. Hey, do you know what TT stands for? When we say TT is the Daytona TT that we'll have out here? Is escaping you?
I think it's Touring Trophy, isn't it?
Tourist Trophy. Yeah, Tourist Trophy. So guess what? Canyon Richards, a TT racer. He is a tourist down here in Florida. And now what has he got? Yeah, exactly. He's got a trophy. So congratulations. He's a TT racer.
You didn't think I knew what TT meant, did you?
I was afraid. I hate putting people on the spot. Solid, Rodney.
Well,
you seem to got
I was a little lost. I used to be the voice of the Florida Flat Track.
I had a feeling you seem to have a little too much knowledge for just some random. You seem to have a little insider info.
Spent a lot of time over at Municipal Stadium over at Volusia County Speedway.
Really?
Actually found out in 1999 my daughter was going to be born at Volusia County Speedway at 5 o'clock in the morning when my wife handed me the stick
the
that
baby?
said positive.
Oh, that's when you found out.
I found out.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Here you go, Rodney. While you were announcing a race, we have a child.
No, well, she did it at 5 o'clock in the morning, so I had a couple hours to get adjusted. Had no clue that it was even possible.
You didn't need a cup of coffee that morning, did you? That woke you up. All right, we are underway. 4 to 6 limited. Gage Dunham is out front on the number 5. And he's easy to spot. Got the mohawk. And we noticed the Ryan Dungey font on the chest protector. You can see there as well. Whoa! Wild bucking Bronco ride for that rider down on the inside. So good job by Gage Dunham on this tough racetrack. You need to get that good start so you can pick your own lines, and he's got it dialed in right now. I'm going to just guess that he is a Ryan Dungey fan. Just going to throw that out there. Running the Ryan Dungey, not just the number, but the same font. They have that in Microsoft Word now. You got Calibri, you got Times New Roman, you got and Courier. Dungey is actually a font on Microsoft Word. Get those numbers printed up. He's out of Golden, Colorado, and that's what I'm saying, man. Now we're getting riders from all over the country instead of just Florida's and Georgia riders like we had in the early days of this event.
I don't know if you noticed when Ricky and I were doing those first few races earlier today, Jason, there was a lot of South American names, a lot of international names that come on board with us. A lot of Spain,
that's cool.
Puerto Rico, Argentina. I know that there's a lot of Argentinians that are here with us for the ATV Supercross. We've got a gentleman from Dubai, one of the top ATV motocross racers from Dubai is here with us. Guy great guy. I met him. He talked to me on Facebook, said he wanted to meet in person. I seen him at the GNCC. He comes over and doesn't. I will go to shake my hand. He shakes his head no, and he grabs me. And I don't know if it's a custom or what, but he kissed me on the forehead. And I thought, man, this guy right here, he's all right. You know, he must really love ATV motocross to embrace me like that. Yeah.
Wow. I don't think it's a custom. That's just you bring it out.
He just loves me, man.
You just bring it out in people, my man. Second place is Trevor Starling, and Tim Scott rounds out the top 3. Carter Clay and Colton DeRico is 5th. DeRico was actually winning in the heat race earlier this morning, and then he went down. So you never know in these 50 classes. This track can reach up and grab you. Speaking of the difficult to pronounce names in ATV motocross, can you help me? Nicholas Cava. Can you finish it for me? Yeah, say it again. Cavaglacio. Thank you. I really needed that. I've been messing that one up for years. Cavaglacio.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
97% sure. Yeah.
I'll take that. That'll be cool. Fly Racing ATV Supercross out here tomorrow. Got to talk to Chad Weenan a bit on Friday. He's scoping out the track.
Actually, I got an interview with Chad Weenan that I posted on my Quad Radio Facebook page. For those of you folks that are watching back home, you go to Quad Radio on Facebook, and there's a brand new interview with the 5-time ATV motocross champion, defending ATV Supercross champ.
Cut off Rodney's mic. No promoting. No promoting of the show.
I'm allowed to do that.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Hey, Chad says he lives literally the next exit up. That's crazy, man.
Yep. Yeah. His track, it is out in the middle of God's country. There's no doubt about that. And
You've been there?
Yeah. Oh, it's amazing.
Cool.
Yeah. It's a nice place.
Now, what I like about the 50cc class we have out here right now, the 4 to 6, these bikes are much quieter than what we had out there earlier. So now you get to hear actually all the parents yelling toward their riders, and they always have the same piece of advice. All the dads that we hear in the mechanics area give the same advice. Go, 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 go.
Get him. Get him.
Yeah. Go, go, go. So all the riders know what they need to do. They need to go. And right now, Gage Dunham in the lead still, so no change there. We saw some battling, though, behind him, and it's changing, actually, in the orders. New second place.
So Jayden Lewis is 2nd, Timothy Scott in 3rd, Colton DeRico now 4th. As we see those changes taking place, Trevor Starling in 5th, Carter Clay in 6th aboard the 876, Reed Bodie, the 76 and 7th, Jake Roberts in 8th aboard the 971, and actually Reed is 7th, and we've got a little bit of a change there. Ryder and Druzius is 8th now, and Tread, that's a wild name, Tread McElvain is 9th place with Jake Roberts now in 10th as he loses a couple of spots there. Tread McElvain.
I know. We always have a great time with the names in these 51cc classes. Diesel Thomas got himself on the radar last year with a win. I thought that was awesome. Now we got a Tread McElvain in the group. Watching the 88.
That's Colton DeRico, 4th place out of Daytona, Florida. Kind of a homeboy there, if you will. A minute, 25-second lap time last time. That's a full second faster than Timothy Scott in 3rd. In theory, he should be working on making that pass about right now, and that's what he's trying to position himself for.
I think that was him that made that big mistake, got cross-rutted on the first lap, almost went down. Was riding it wild rodeo style. Oh, white flag is out. If he's going to get up there into top 3, he's going to have to charge. Running out of time as your leader continues to be Gage Dunham from Golden, Colorado, 6 years old. My daughter's 6, now trying to find a good, respectable, clean-cut young man for her. I'll be down there interviewing.
Your daughter's 6
Yeah, she's
now?
6, yeah. I'll be down there interviewing these riders to gauge potential suitors for her in a bit. No, I'm just kidding. You're not going to see her anywhere near these races.
I can promise you.
Don't
I
worry.
Don't blame you a bit.
No, we're going to take one of those tough block covers and throw that over her head. You're not even going to see her.
Keep away from the ATV moto guys, too, man.
Okay, no problem.
The two-wheel guys. They got more money than the two-wheel guys.
Oh, nothing wrong with that.
No, that's true. But
yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Sneakier with more money. It seems.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, we're just going to, unless she wants to ride, and I don't think she's interested in that, no need to be at the racetrack. She'll be just fine. So here it is. The number 5 is going to make it look very much like Ryan Dungey, not just because of the number, but because of the finishing position. A familiar phrase. The number 5 takes the win. Nicely done by Gage Dunham. and he is your national champ. Are we can say that? I mean, it's not the amateur national, but it's the only big amateur supercross race we have like this. So in a way, he's proven to be the best.
If he's not he's a major champion.
Major, I would say that. Yeah, I mean, this is the only supercross per se on that major schedule. I'll give it to him, man. When you go back to school, go ahead and brag. Say you won the national title. It's fine. I'll give you permission. So good job, Gage Dunham. I'll see you at the wedding in about 15 years.
You're letting her go at 21, huh?
Yeah, I had to do some quick calculating there. I want to at least get her out of the teens.
51.78 limited again. Dunham, Lewis in second. Dorico in third. Timothy Scott in fourth. Carter Clay was your fifth place position. Trevor Starling in sixth. Reed Bodie in seventh. Ryder Andrusius is the eighth place position. Tread McIlvain in ninth, and Jake Roberts rounding out the top 10. That does not sound like 4 to 6 year olds right there. That was what we were just watching. We did them both there, didn't we? Back to back. So Mini Senior 2 is what we've got coming up next. 12 to 14-year-old riders to watch out for. The 32 of Caden Amorine got a win out there. Also watching out for Preston Kilroy, the number 80 machine. He took a second place position in his qualifier, but we've seen already that doesn't necessarily mean that's the way things are going to work out for you out here. Crockett Myers, who took fifth on his Suzuki Dunlop Answer Scott Link's back machine. He is a part of the RM Army out front. The 32 machine there of Caden Amorine, who got the win in the qualifier. The Rides Unlimited Amorine Construction 7 Garnet back machine in the number 2 position, Jason.
Crockett Myers definitely has his starts dialed. No doubt about that. That's his second hole shot we've seen so far this afternoon for the member of the RM Army. That's the new effort Suzuki putting together. Although Crockett was on a Suzuki last year, they just have a really cool name for it.
Is that Drake Dicahut in the number 3 spot out of Weatherford, Texas? Let's check in with that. We see Myers, Crockett Myers, Caden Amorine. No, it's Bryce Shelley, the 34 machine. Bryce Shelley out of Telford, Pennsylvania on a Motocross for Christ alias back machine. Jace Kessel, the 51 in fourth. Sage Lewis, the 142 in fifth. Thomas Welch in sixth. Look at this battle up front, how tightly knit they are right now. Bryce Adams in seventh. Gregory Evans, the 104 in eighth. Daniel Scott in ninth. Aboard the ninth, Dakota Aldridge rounds out your top 10. We'll check that top 20 here shortly. Right now, though, the 411 machine of Crockett Myers finding himself under all kinds of pressure and heat. Caden Amorine out to the front, out now to the number 1 spot, and already starting to stretch things out here. So Amorine showing that he won on his Orange Brigade KTM quite handily in the qualifier, and rightfully so. He comes out here in the main event, opens up at a second place position, and here you go, folks. Makes the pass and into the number 1 position. Myers under pressure now again. This from Jace Kessler, the 51 machine. Myers is really working hard. He gets to the outside again. It looks like Kessler will take over the spot.
Kessler got him, yeah. Glad I got my phone here. Got some inside info to help me announce better with Matt Walker letting us know Crockett Myers is his guy. Been working hard with him, trying to get him to hang on right now, but Jace Kessler makes that pass. So good job by Kessler. I have Caden Amorine. Wow. I don't know the story on Caden Amorine except he won his heat. And he's looking good here again.
Well, you know, I recognize his name from past Loretta Lynn's and maybe even more so from down at the Winter Olympics. This kid has been somewhat of a player, but he's never really been what you call the front runner, like what we're seeing right now. So obviously he shed a few things, and his wings are beginning to spread now, and he's stretching out, and he's showing that he's coming to play in the big bikes.
I'll give a shout out. He's part of that Rides Unlimited crew. So shout out to my guy, Greg Gregsler from Rides Unlimited. Greg Geisler is the real name. But Greg, the Rides Unlimited group, they help a lot of kids out. And this one is making them look good as he tries to get away with the lead.
Myers dropping back to third. Bryce Shelley in fourth. We see Sage Lewis in fifth. Thomas Welch is sixth. Bryce Adams, the 77, still seventh. Greg Evans is still eighth aboard the 104. Daniel Scott is ninth aboard the number 9. And Chase Prince now up from just outside the top 10 to 10th aboard the 37. Mark Stone is in 11th. Dakota Aldridge drops from 10th now to a 12th place position.
Whoa, almost tangled with a lap rider for Caden Amarine. Just able to hold on. Rodney is internationally respected. All right, that's awesome. All right, so we got some of our ATV folks scouting the track here, saying hi to us in the booth as Caden Amarine tries to get away. But watch out, man. Jace Kessler is not going anywhere. He's going to try to keep the heat on. Blue flags are waving. That boa constrictor is going to get you. It's going to tighten things up. They're going to get to the lap traffic at some point. Nice job by Amarine. Feet on the pegs coming through that left-hander. Keeping that weight low on the bike. Down this long straightaway we come. Whoa! Little bit of a rough ride for Caden Amarine, your leader. And every time we see Jace Kessler in second, the gap is a little closer, a little closer. And we're going to have a battle for the lead, I believe, in about one lap. Kessler's just creeping up on him. Kind of creepy. Just going to say it.
Digital Dave.
And we got a battle. Here it is. Jace Kessler's right there. But is there a line? Can he find some running room?
This is the gentleman from Dubai, Khalifa, joining us here, and wondering whether or not he speaks very good English or not. He's been studying English since the first grade. We say, welcome to America, Khalifa. Glad to have you on board, man.
I'm very happy and very excited. Thank you for your kindness and the hospitality, because I want to thank everyone in USA. They were so kind from the first place, the first time I hit USA land, and continuous with the people over here. Everyone is so nice to me, and I want to thank Tim Cota, AMA, to help me out to do the ATV championship in USA. I want to thank David Dilla, who hooked me up with a bike and give me this dream that become to reality, and I'm living it. And everyone in my town is like, come on, we are jealous. We want to do the same. And this is the hard work paying off. And I want to thank everyone and my work, Dubai Police, for that.
That's great. Jason, we had some action going on.
That was wild down the last corner. Jace Kessler, he had to go for it on the inside. He tried to make the pass. He slid out. And Caden Amarine is going to hold on to win that title. Kessler's got nothing to be ashamed of. He still finishes second. He went for the pass in the last lap. You got to do it. Crockett Myers, third.
Right, Shelley.
So did you kiss Rodney on the forehead? Is this the guy that did it?
Yeah, this is the guy.
You gave him a hug.
Yeah, I give him a hug. As a respect in my culture, I should kiss him in the head. If my dad knew that I didn't do that, he will punish me.
Well,
Can we get the camera? Can we get the camera in the booth here? Can we get the camera in the booth?
I knew there was a reason for it, and it made me feel special that you did that, and I appreciate it. And I'll be honest with you, glad to have you over here. I want to talk to you a little bit more about some motocross and Dubai here in a moment, but we'll have a break. But right now, we're watching some of this action. What we got out here right now, that was Mini Senior 2. Now we got 250C class riders out here with us.
250C Limited. You're right, Rodney. Yeah, we've got Racer TV going. We got selfies going. We got it all.
So, Khalid,
41 is out front. Man, this guy is busy today. Stockton Steinball already got a win earlier, maybe, an hour ago?
Yeah.
He's back up front again. So they obviously teach starts down there, Shannon Nye DMX in Texas. So good job.
You know what I think is neat about these new years is, especially in these C classes, a lot of times, there's people that haven't hit the radar yet, that we have no idea who are, that'll come to these major events and national events, and you say, well, who is this guy? And the next thing you know, he becomes kind of a mainstay and a name that's on the tip of your tongue all the time in amateur motocross. And, I'm beginning to think that maybe Stockton might be one of those guys.
He's definitely making a name for himself right now. If he can pull down 2 titles today, but it's not going to be easy. He's got the Kawasaki of Rylan Smith trying to track him down. Okay, so you, sir, are going to be doing some racing tomorrow at the Fly ATV Supercross.
Yeah, it is.
Have you ever ridden a Supercross style of track?
No, I haven't. I haven't had a chance because we have only one time in UAE, in United Arab Emirates, to have the Supercross. It was a period of time, and they returned it back when that month become in winter. So we returned it back again with the Red Bull help.
Wow, wow. Okay. You're still going to try, though. Going to give it a shot.
Yeah, it's a good thing. Like I will get a new experience, and yeah, what I will have here, it will give me a good start to start my season over there to win.
Now you're a professional racer over there. You're like one of the top guys, right?
Yeah. I before I came, I just won the final round of Emerald Desert Challenge. It is like about 150 kilometers in the desert, and I won it. Like 25, each 25 is a lap of each 25. Do 6 laps of 150. And
Wow. So you're the man as far as Dubai is concerned, then, right?
Yeah, and I do some MX in 6 different countries. We have motocross.
Oh, 6 countries.
6 countries. I travel like 11 to 12 hours to Kuwait. I did that. I did 1 round and I finished 3rd, and I'm getting it. And
Wow. I didn't even realize they raced in Kuwait, let alone
Yeah, me neither.
ATVs. So
Yeah.
that's pretty interesting.
And we have Qatar International Enduro Cross. We have Paul Holmes all the time. He come and he race and he beat it up and go. That's why I want to come to America to have the experience, and so he can have a challenge over there.
That is great. Well, I'll tell you, we're really glad to have you on hand with us, and I can't wait to see you ride tomorrow and get to know you a lot better. I'm going to stop over in the Phoenix Racing pits here in a little bit and see you guys. All right?
I want to get the camera onto the booth, and I want you to give him that traditional greeting. I want this thing on camera. Well, Chelsea, get this thing turned on.
Yeah,
I want to get it. Well, we'll see if we get it. All right, thanks for stopping by. I want to get the darn footage of the traditional. Oh, here we go. All right, here. I'll step out of the way. I will step out of the way, and we will give the traditional greeting. I mean, I don't want to get in the way of culture and tradition. That would be wrong. Hang on. Bring it in here, Chelsea. Bring it in here. Ah, there we go. All right.
Thank you. Nice to make your
Thank
acquaintance. I
you.
can't wait to get to know you better, brother.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
So that is Khalif from Dubai, and he is here. That tends to show you, though a lot of the folks in the two-wheel don't necessarily put a lot of stock in ATV motocross racing. Worldwide, this is a very big sport that we're getting ready to watch coming up here tomorrow.
That was awesome.
Yeah. And I'll see you, Khalif. Like I said, I'll stop over and see you guys here in a little bit. Maybe we go do dinner.
All right, let's get back to the 250C. Thank you and nice to meet you. It is still Stockton Steinball up front. No changes. Ryland Smith still second. Hey, guys, I appreciate you waiting to make passes while we had a little fun on the show. And one of my favorite names here, Gianluca Scavino, is running in 3rd.
I thought that was an L. I would have called him Gland Luca.
Yeah, Giant. I'm making it up right now. I will be honest. I'm just taking guesses.
I have no idea.
This is going to be a battle for the lead. The 124 is 2nd place, and he keeps closing on Stockton. So Stockton Steinball on the 41 is going to have to hold off the 124 of Ryland Smith. Things coming together for Smith on the one side of the track. This side of the track seems to work better. Steinball pulls back away. Now we see the other riders in the order.
Wow.
Scavino on a 37 KTM comes through in 3rd, and then Adam Johnson, who you remember won a race earlier, trying to get it here.
Man, Mason Meyer having some issues out there on the 32 machine as we've seen him drop back a little bit in time and position on the racetrack. We reset this one. Looks like Stockton Steinball out front, Ryland Smith in 2nd, Gianluca Scavino in 3rd. We've got Adam Johnson in 4th, Luke Phineas in the number 5 spot. Cody Holbrook moves up. Waldo Wilfred Musa drops to the number 7 spot. Mason Meyer now 8th. Brian Sanier Jr., Frankie Biondi, or is that Biondi? The 358 in 10th. Then we see Derek Pixton in 11th, Connor Fortune in 12th, Connor Morris in 13th, Clayton Magnum in 14th, Luke Nesmeyer in 15th, Bradley Kenny 16th, Stephen Ward 17th, Brandon Peavy 18th, Ross Thornbeck in 19th, and Blair Howard rounds out your top 20.
And that's it. Checkered flag is out. Stockton Steinball gets it. Excellent effort by Ryland Smith to try to make it interesting, keep the heat on. It did not work out. He ends up 2nd. That's solid, but you knew he wanted that number 1 ride. This is one of my favorite classes coming up next now after this 250C Limited once those riders are done. Next up.
125.
Yeah, 125, 12 plus.
Well, you know as well as I do, we all love the 125s. If you love 125s, we actually just created a brand new class in GNCC racing devoted wholly and solely to 125cc motorcycles. It's the XC3 125 Pro-Am class. It has been amazing. Some of the battles. We got our first European legacy in Jack Edmondson.
Yeah.
Making his way over. His father actually used to race GNCC many years ago, or a few years ago. Well, Jackie's over here. He won the opening 2 rounds. He won in South Carolina last weekend, won yesterday in the XC3 class, and it wasn't just a win. He had to battle with the likes of Jason Thomas and former 2-time GNCC champ Paul Whibley, who's just here for like a 3 or 4 race stint.
So we got a guy from Wales, a guy from England, and a guy from New Zealand on the podium there in the 125 class at GNCC. And I was out on the track watching yesterday, and Jason Thomas, Jack Edmondson was behind him by about 3 seconds for probably 2.5 hours. Just every time you saw one, there was the other dude keeping the heat on. It was a true dogfight through the sand of Florida. That was a good time.
And they put those 125s through their paces. There's no doubt about that.
They were ringing them out, absolutely, in that deep sand for 3 hours. Let's go racing here for a little bit less time on 125s. Revs are up, gates down.
I remember when we opened up Loretta Lynn's on Tuesday morning at 7:30 with these machines and the sound through the valley. I love that sound.
That's right. Yeah, it's perfect. You can get it on Racer TV right now, and the guy bringing it is Joshua Gibbs on the number 37. As I like to say, Joshua Gibbs, it's Joshua Gibbs Racing. It's JGR, bro. JGR. Out front on that number 37. I was impressed with what I saw from him yesterday in some of the practices and heat races. So good ride to replicate it in the main event and get the start when he needed it. So it's the 125 class. And it sounds good. I only wish you could be here so you could smell that premix.
That is so much different than what we're so used to.
It's shocking, actually, when you get it now. I walked out of the announcer's tower last night when we were finished, and I was like, wow, just don't smell that as often anymore. Oh, a Charger. The rider to watch is the 52 of Ethan Mann. Moving forward in a hurry. I think he just went from 3rd to 2nd. He just got around the 316 of Chase Yenser. Watch out.
So Josh Gibbs leading Chase Yenser in 2nd, Ethan Mann in 3rd, Hardy Munoz in 4th. After that,
not anymore.
lap.
Mann's got him. Mann's up to 2nd. He manned up. So he's gotten around Yenser. And he's about to battle for the lead, Rodney. It's getting good.
Ooh, yes, he is. By the way, Carter Bees rounds out that top 5. But right now, we turn our attention right there to Ethan Mann going to the inside. Trying to get a wheel under the inside anyway, man. Cut off by Josh Gibbs. I believe this next lap is going to get rather interesting. Here we go.
Almost tucked the front. Here it is, outside line. Ethan Mann.
Yep.
Whoa, just overpowers.
Man,
Josh Gibbs taking over the number 1 spot. I'll be right back.
And, of course, with Mann now out front, Gibbs in 2nd's going to have his hands full. Here comes Hardy Munoz up from 4th now into a number 3 spot. Carter B still back there in that number 5 position as we see the 243 machine out of Appleton, Wisconsin, motoring hard on the Husqvarna. Jesse Flock back in 6th. Gage Linville in 7th. Caleb Carter, the 86 in 8th. 9th, Palmer Neely, and 10th place, Colin Park, as we continue to watch up front to see if anything's going to happen. Some yellow flags out for Ethan Mann as he comes in. Josh Gibbs also there in the number 3 spot. Hardy Munoz. That's the rider we're watching out for. Hardy Munoz now 1.7 seconds back. He turned a 49.2 second lap. That's almost 9/10 of a second faster than Josh Gibbs in 2nd place. The lead should be cut in about half, maybe more, and this should really get pretty intense throughout this lap for the battle for 2nd place, as Josh Gibbs will find himself once again under pressure and under fire here at the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross event. Chase Yenser 316 back to the number 4 spot. It is Carter Bees still rounding out the top 5 as we head into lap number 5 now. Lap 4 complete. Mann, Gibbs, Munoz. The change here is where we see Carter Bees up to 4th place. The change is taking place. Caleb Carter drops back as Jesse Flox moves into 5th from 6th. Carter is now 6th. Chase Yenser drops back to 7th. So he had some problems there also, taking himself out. Gage Linville is 8th, Colin Park in 9th, and Jonah Geisler rounds out the top 10. Meanwhile, Ethan Mann out of the Colony in Texas, opening up a bit of a lead now, some 2.5, call it 3 seconds over the rest of the field. Gibbs, who was feeling pressure and was down to a second, now sees that gap open to 4 seconds. Actually, that's Munoz seeing that gap open to 4 seconds. It's still 1.7 seconds as Josh Gibbs has risen to the occasion and is matching Hardy Munoz's lap time, so that 2-second gap has not closed up any for the 73. But here we come into some lap traffic, and that could be a different tale. As we see now, it is just exactly that. Munoz is closing up on the second place ride of Josh Gibbs. It seems to be a little bit quicker through that section of the racetrack. Let's see if he can make it pay huge dividends or not. Look out hard. Gibbs is pushing to the inside, trying to ride calculated back there. Hardy Munoz knows he's got Gibbs under fire right now as the white flag is out. The gap 1.7 seconds down now to 0.9 of a second. So Munoz is putting the pressure on a 48.3 that time around. It's a matter of getting in the right position. The gap still closing up as we are mere moments away from a checker flag. Ethan Mann continues to hold his own out front, but here comes Munoz on the 37 of Josh Gibbs for second. Lap traffic just ahead of him. Munoz trying to go underneath. He's grabbing a couple of bike lanes closer. He's to swim a wheel's length in and out of that turn now. But it looks like that Gibbs might have all that he needs. This final turn to tell the tape. Man, what a great push there by Munoz, but Josh Gibbs rising to the occasion while Ethan Mann takes the checkers in the win. Second place, Josh Gibbs, and Hardy Munoz in third. You know, I heard you talking about taking the checkers earlier.
Yeah.
You know where that term comes from, don't you?
No.
It comes from NASCAR and stock car racing. They take the checkers
That
and
is
do
true.
a victory lap. That's why they call
Takes the checkers.
Yes, that's why they call it taking the checkers.
Yeah, they actually do that. That makes sense. Man, I thought I was making jokes. It's just that's not a joke. That just really happens. It's just dead serious.
It's still funny though, man.
Yeah.
I laughed. I chuckled.
I want to see one of these guys, man. Go do a burnout up there. Hold the checkers.
And yeah, there you go.
High five all those fans.
And they actually do that in flat track racing too, in TT.
All right, I'm going to be here Thursday. I'll check that out. All right, so 125 class is done, and now we're up to Vet 35 plus. These guys are lucky that I'm announcing. Oh, big pileup out of the second turn. Luckily, everybody looks to be up. Bikes are tangled. Yeah, I'm busy right now.
You guys are lucky. Who is this? Is that Palmer out front? Greg Palmer out of Birdsboro, PA, Crossroad Power Sports Team Green GPMX. Back ride there, opening up with the early lead. He's always been a formidable opponent for these guys. The 711 of Shelby Wrights out of Hummelstown, Pennsylvania. Those two have crossed ruts a couple of different times, I would imagine.
You can get him right here, guys. Get him right here.
Looking back to that number 3 spot now.
Pamart is 43 years old and is out front, 44 years old, and is out front in the 35-plus class. So you know what you're doing if you could beat riders.
Well, whenever you
9
race
years you're a
against
junior.
guys like John Gruey and Barry Karsten and those guys, you got to learn a thing or two, I would think.
Yeah, man, he's probably he's faced some stiff competition. Not probably, he has. Got a rider stalled the motorcycle in front of him.
I want to point something out. 3 top riders in this 35-plus class are from Pennsylvania. First and second, both Palmer and Wrights are from Pennsylvania. Then you look down in 5th place, Galen Dixon, also another PA rider, and one that we've seen out here on the Nationals and Majors Trail on more than one occasion, doing well and finishing top of the podium and in second and third place positions. So, man, it's pretty cool to see some of those old D5 guys still representing out here in that classes like that.
Yep, I remember Galen Dixon well on the local scene up there in Pennsylvania. And Greg Pamart in the lead right now. Is going to pay off for Pamart. We might have a challenge coming here. The 297, Lee Walston from North Carolina, moving up the charts. He is also 44 years old. So
what's that Tar Heel doing in there?
I know, breaking up the Keystone Cops breaking him up. All right, let's see how they handle this rhythm lane. He's definitely closing. So we're going to have a battle for the lead soon. Paymart through the whoops. And then another set of rollers here.
I do not recognize Lee Walston so much in previous years. Is he kind of new to the national and major scene? Walston? I don't recognize that name so much. I don't know if he's new to the regional and the majors and national scene.
Yeah, I'm right there with you on that. I'm scouting them as we see them.
A lot of these names, you kind of remember seeing at a time or two. I've seen Shelby Wrights. I've seen Chad Smith. Gene Wilson, kind of a new one for me, I think. But still, good to see the new blood here in Florida. And again, this is the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. It's a majors event, getting a lot more prestige. And like you say, a lot of people like to just come down here and get out of wherever it is that they live and go riding in Florida this time of year.
Paymart is 44 years old and is running the 44. I don't know if that's a little statement. I'm 44 in the 35-plus class, and I'm leading it, but also 44 is the rider trying to chase him. Actually, Paymart has pulled away just a tad from Walston. So Greg Paymart starting to stretch it. Lap rider between he and Walston. So he's getting some work done right now. That last lap and a half was a good one for him.
Got moving up right now. Looks like Shelby Wright's dropping to the fourth place position as Chad Smith out of Jackson, New Jersey now moves into the number 3 spot. About 8.7 seconds behind Lee Walston, who is your second place ride, but Smith on the move right now. Wright's in the number 4 spot. Gene Wilson, the 261, is 5th. Galen Dixon drops to 6th. Michael Bear, the 914, in 7th. Tony Padone dropping to the 8th place position. Jason Galbraith, the 428 and 9th. John Sylvia rounds out your top 10.
Over these rollers they go toward the finish. Paymart continues to pull away. Now, trying to lock down 35 plus. After this is race 24 out of 36. We have a dozen races to go, and included, we've got 2 of the fastest classes here. Will be our next 2 races. First will be our second women's class WMX points paying championship moto. Will be right after this, and then Open Pro Sport. And then just to keep that thing going, we'll have a 51cc class.
That WMX class was just a qualifier? Is that what we were watching there?
No, because WMX, this is part of their championship. They have to still stick to the 2-moto format. Right. So because that's part of a whole series of 2-moto races, WMX does get 2 motos out here where the other classes do just have main events.
So this is what we would call super motocross.
Whoa, I like it. The 2-moto format. Heck, Rodney, you worked a Monster Energy Cup. You had to handle 3.
That was
was tough on you.
It wasn't a bit, I loved it. That was a really neat format. Yeah, you're right. I just came from Loretta's not long before that, so the 3-moto format was nothing too new for me.
Yeah, there you go.
But it was unique for Supercross, there's no doubt, and it made, I think, for an interesting edge as far as the night was concerned.
Oh, no doubt about it. People liked it. They want to see that more.
And that start from up top all the way down.
Crazy?
That was crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. Paymart has weathered the storm, no doubt about it. There's nothing even on the radar at this point. He's got to ride his own race. You see that 297 lurking back there, Walston, but he's not as close as he once was. So things are looking good for Paymart to hit pay dirt, whatever the heck that means.
Well, whatever.
He's got it. Checkered flag is out. Oh, he even throws in a whip. I like it.
Not real sure that was on purpose, though.
Yeah, you never know, man. You never know.
That was a celebratory whip right there as Lee Walston will finish up in second. Chad Smith in the number 3 spot. Looking for Shelby Wrights in 4th. Galen Dixon to take the top 5. Gene Wilson in 6th. Michael Bear, 914 in 7th. John Sylvia up to 8th. Jason Galbraith in the 9th place for the 428. And Chad Kimbrell, the 22 machine. Actually, we'd seen riders lapped up to the 9th place position.
I just looked up why they say hit pay dirt.
Did you really?
We're helping to educate our audience here.
That would have something to do with gold, maybe?
Oh, Rodney! Man, you're on fire today. Absolutely, yes. When you're digging for gold, if you hit dirt that had gold in it, you hit pay dirt
yep.
with your shovel. All right, WMX Moto number 2. That was quite a battle for the lead earlier. Hannah Hodges, who's got the lead here again, was leading it for a while. But Fosnot really put some pressure on, and it was a good fight between those two. Right now, Hodges trying to get away.
She's back in 4th place. Kylie Fosnot, your Moto 1 winner out here and defending WMX champion. So she's got a little row to hoe there before she catches up to Hodges. So Hodges may have a little bit of breathing room this time. We'll see whether or not it pays any dividends for her as we continue to sort them out through this first lap of racing. Back in that number 2 spot now. Looks like, is that Tricker by chance on the KTM? I can't quite see.
I think you might be right. Just trying to recognize the riding styles here. But right now, Hannah Hodges into the lead. Now, she did lead that first moto. Fosnot was able to get her. Let's see how it breaks down with the 2-moto format. We got to reset ourselves.
That is Tricker in the number 2 spot on the 28. Fosnot now up to 3rd as Asta Dio drops to 4th place aboard the 469. Eve Bergdor is 5th. Bryce Martinez is in 6th. Shelby Rowland is 7th.
Hold on to that thing, Hannah. Whoa! I don't know how. She did not crash. Hannah Hodges swapped left, right, left, right, left. Trying to give somebody directions when they're backing up. And she managed to keep that thing on 2 wheels just barely.
Brinsley Diaz, the 95, is 8th. Michaela Inman is 9th. And Amanda Brown is 10th after that first lap of racing. So if we look at the top 3 from Moto 1, it was Fosnot, Hodges, and Asta Dio, and already we're seeing quite a bit of a change there. Shelby Rowland finished 4th, and Berdor was 5th. It's going to be interesting to watch how the mathematics work on this. And it's not is it a 1-2 score, or is it 25, 22?
I believe it goes by the 25. It is a professional class, so I think it goes by points. Instead of by the Olympic scoring.
Right, so that's going to create some interesting things toward. Fosnot now works into the number 2 spot as she gets around Tricker, who is a top WMX star, but now focusing and has been last couple years. I know she spent a lot of time injured and stuff, but she started dabbling in GNCC year before last, was a lot more into it last year. Got the factory KTM ride with FMF this year and has been one of the contenders as far as the racing is concerned out there. I think she finished 2nd behind one of her fellow riders, Taylor, was it Roberts or Taylor Jones? Taylor Jones, fellow Australian off-road racer who actually took the first opening round wins in WXC racing, but she's right there in the thick of things racing for that championship.
Watching Hannah Hodges right now, it's going to be a battle of the stopwatch. Can Kylie Fosnot close in? She was a little quicker than Hodges in the first moto. Let's see if she can get it done. You can see the determination in the riding style. Fosnot is on the gas. Then she just had that right elbow tucked under the handlebar. She was trying to get that thing twisted,
get a little
re-gripping perhaps. So she's on the move. The 172, your leader, the number 1. Can she run her down?
Well, the blue flag out already for the rider that the lapped rider that the 172 of Hodges just got by. Wanting to let them know that the front runners are coming hard and fast. Kylie Fosnot was 4 seconds behind last time around. She's 5.5 seconds this time. So Hodges turning a 51.7, getting a little bit of an advantage on that lap, even getting by the lapped rider. I think that Fosnot may have gotten held up by that very same rider a little bit. So that gives Hodges a little bit of breathing room here heading into lap number 5. 9-lap race, if memory serves me correct. Hodges, Fosnot, Tricker, Asta Dio, Eve Berdor after 4 laps of racing complete.
Hodges keeping it about equal. As a matter of fact, it was a little quicker the last time around. So whatever they went to work on between motos, it has paid off. Picked up the pace, and now Fosnot not able to catch her like she did in Moto 1. So this could be an overall win for Hannah Hodges in WMX.
It'd be an overall win, but I have to think if it's according to scoring, they'll still leave here tied for the championship.
Yeah, and as the opener, although talking to Hannah's dad earlier, they have to focus on this a bit. They like to win these races when they're there, but the real goal is to keep trying to measure herself against the guys. Race in the B class yesterday, got 7th place in a heat race. Pretty solid in 250B.
That's impressive.
So she's got kind of dual goals here. Going to do some WMX racing this year, try to win some races, but still trying to keep up with, and it's getting harder, as they say, you know, girls against the boys is a little more of an even matchup when they're, say, 6 or 8, 10 years old. Getting a little harder as they move down to big bikes, but still holding her own is Hannah Hodges, and the dream is still alive. It's still alive for Fosnot here, though, to maybe catch her. She's not what I would call in striking distance, but she can still see Hodges on some of the longer straightaways.
4 seconds is the gap at the 6th lap point, and look at this. Trying still hard. She is not relinquishing any effort whatsoever. She's got her head down. She's charging. And, Jason, I got to think that we might be seeing some time gap shaved off. A 52 lap time for Hodges last time around, a 51. They were nearly a full second different there. She gained that time on her, and I almost have to think it's getting closer this time, too. There at one point, she looked a little bit closer than what she does at this second, but we see a 4.1 second gap now after 7 laps complete to a 3.4 second lead. So 52.2 for Hannah Hodges, 51.5 for Fosnot, about 7/10 or so difference on their lap time there. So she is gaining, but with only 2 laps left to go, she's going to have to gain a lot more ground than that quicker.
So Fosnot has found the speed. Can she find the time to make it happen? I'd say the gap is about half of what it was. Uh-oh, here comes the lap traffic. That's going to make it that much easier for Fosnot to catch up. We might have a real duel for the lead on our hands here in WMX.
It could become down to a wheel-to-wheel battle, maybe a last-ditch effort there for the checkers as the white flag is set to unfurl. And there is your leaders going by. Hannah Hodges.
White flag's out, Rodney.
White flag is out. Fosnot, 1.6 seconds. She turned a 50.9, almost 2 seconds faster that time around. And if that's the case in theory, Jason, we should see Kylie Fosnot pass Hannah Hodges right here on this lap, if nowhere else in the final turn, if time tells the story, that is.
Well, she's definitely caught her. Goes for the triple. Outside line. Oh, now Hodges knows she is there for sure.
She's got the drive coming through this next section there. She closes up more gap there. Here we go. Right in front of our booth now, we'll see these riders go. As the battle continues to wage on, they are gone, and it looks like this one is going to belong to Hodges. She really rises to the occasion on this final lap. Hannah Hodges.
Got it. Takes the win. Oh, and you see the frustration. Fosnot knew she got close, just ran out of time.
50.
Great riding by both of those Kawasaki riders.
Yes.
Congrats out to them. Fosnot got that first moto win, but congrats to Hodges.
She'll get the overall, but according to championship scoring, when they go to the next round, they'll still be tied up, I believe, at this one because of the way the point system worked. But that's still good. I mean, it's a long season, still a long one to go, and coming out even like this is a good place to start on top.
Well, just taking a win in any race you're in, especially at Daytona, that's pretty awesome.
It's bragging rights, confidence boosting, because you know you got the better of them in the last meeting.
Indeed.
So Hodges, Fosnot, Tricker takes third, Astadio in fourth, Shelby Rowland in fifth, Brinsley Diaz sixth, Martinez in seventh, Brodeur eighth, Brown in ninth, and Inman holds on for 10th.
Open Pro Sport might be the fastest class here in this event. Joey Crown out of Michigan getting out front. Good to see Joey getting the start. Let's see what he can do with it. Got the 191 of Justin Cooper. A lot of buzz on Justin Cooper as of late in the amateur ranks. So this should be a battle. Crown versus Cooper in Open Pro Sport.
Bailey took the win in this one, and qualifying sessions, it was Jace Pennington in the number 2 spot with Joey Crown, the 335, finishing third. So opening up out front, a great place to start for that rider. And we've seen Joey already win today.
Boy, he got a great drive out of that corner, Rodney, and actually pulled away just a bit from Cooper. Cooper going to have to reset it. But this is Open Pro Sport, man. Every one of these riders is qualified. Ramuller, Alves, Jace Pennington, Nick Tomasunas, they're all fast. Enzo Lopes in the mix. So this is going to be fun to watch. Joey Crown trying to run and hide, and Justin Cooper trying to track him down.
That's it. It's Rambler Elvas, isn't it? It's Rambler. I was calling
Rambler.
I was calling him Ramiller or whatever, but it's Rambler. I remember that now. 191, Justin Cooper is second, and he's got Joey Crown in sight right now. All the while, he is in the crosshairs of Rambler Alves. Or Alves.
I did get to meet him at Loretta's, and I asked how to pronounce his name, and now I forget. just being honest, just real talk, people. Cooper's almost close enough to start looking for lines to make a move on Crown. Or will Crown be crowned champion here at Daytona in Open Pro Sport? That would be a heck of a bullet point on the resume.
Brandon Hartraff back there on the 402 in a fifth place position. We see Nick Tamanusas in sixth. Jordan Bailey, who won the qualifier, is back in seventh. Enzo Lopes, the 16, in eighth. Jake Pinhancos is ninth. TJ Albright rounds out your top 10. I think Jake Pinhancos, man, I mean, we watched him growing up through the 65s, the 80s, and so forth. He has certainly had his work cut out for him now that he's got to these big bikes. But, you know, he's running ninth place position, and that's a great place to start out at this time of the year and be at the top by the time we reach Loretta's.
Yeah, it's crazy at the amateur level where they have a larger gap between races than you see on the pro side, so there's a bigger swing potentially. Have a rider picking up the pace from one race to the next. The next major will be at the Freestone County Raceway in Texas, the Spring Championship. Crown, Cooper, Alves, do not count him out. I think he was the fastest of the trio the last time around. He actually got right into the picture, framed it up, and he was in that picture. Now, it was Crown's turn. He's actually pulled away a little bit, so nicely done, Crown.
A little bit of a change. There's Hartraff now has moved up into the number 4 spot. If memory serves me correct, I think that Hartraff actually had a pretty good run at Monster Cup. I had a chance to talk to him out and his parents at Monster Cup, and good people, no doubt about that. And I remember watching him. He was very impressive.
Yeah, there's been a lot of buzz on Justin Cooper as of late. See what's in store for him in the future as he's about to transition into the pros. These are Open Pro Sport riders. So Crown's got an opportunity also. I heard that he's rumored to be going up to Canada, I think, to race this summer for Kawasaki. So good for Joey Crown, the Michigan native. I know a couple people in Michigan very proud of that young man. And he's trying to represent him right now.
I was I was talking to some Canadian motocrossers about the Americans coming and racing motocross.
Oh, yeah?
They're coming and stealing our jobs, man.
I know. Well, I don't know. We might have no longer have free trade. I don't know how that's going to affect riders going into other countries and racing. But Crown's just trying to make a name for himself anywhere he can. Great way to do it would be to win this one. And every time Justin Cooper seems to get a hook in him, Crown is able to pull it back out.
You know, amazingly, Canada is a great place for a lot of these riders to go up and cut their teeth, refamiliarize themselves, get a little extra work if they've been out of it for a while or want to get back into it, rededicating themselves. Canada's been a great place for a lot of different riders, and you know that might be a really good place for him to start things off and then make his way back down and surprise everybody after a couple of years of not seeing him around.
Yeah, I agree. They're all just trying to find their footing. Lots of great amateur riders went up there. I know Jake Weimer raced that series, Kyle Chisholm. A lot of great riders through that Team Green program, through some other amateur brand programs, had success up there and learned a lot. Looking at Alves, 222, and the 402 of Brandon Hartraff. First time we've really seen him toward the front in this moto. Not the start that Hartraff wanted, but on the 402, he's got a shot to get it up into a podium spot. He is in 4th place.
And gaining little by little. Harv Whipple, want to say welcome to him. He is the Arena Cross referee here this weekend. AMA guy here with us. Glad to have him on board. But look, there's Jordan Bailey up to 6th now as he's gaining some spots. Jace Pennington is 5th. Hartraff still 4th. Alves still in the number 3 spot. But again, Bailey, I'm sure, really And I don't want to make it sound like but I would say that Bailey's got to be pretty disappointed. Frustrated might be a better word, not necessarily disappointed, but frustrated that he didn't get the start that he needed out there. I imagine that was probably the biggest part of it. Got pushed out on the start, and it's just been playing catch-up basically since that point.
Oh, he's got to be super bummed about that as the white flag is out. Watching the 101 and the 5.
Alves, for third, Hartrap, the 402, 0.3 of a second behind Alves, the 222 for the number 3 spot. There's Joey Crown, your leader right now, working through some lap traffic. Back behind him, about 2.5 seconds. That's Justin Cooper on the 191. There's Cooper coming around the turn now. And look, there's Hartrap. I think he may be making a pass already on Alves. Let's see. Where is that 222 machine? I seen the 402, but trying to see what happened as we are coming around for 9 laps complete. Checker flag will be coming out on this one. And there it is. Joey Crown fist pump to the air. Double fist bump right there. And rightfully so as Crown takes the crown here in the open.
Oh, and at the finish, is that Hartrap? I think he must have been going for it right there.
Yep.
Ah, what a bummer.
And he was 0.3, and he hasn't gotten scored yet for that lap. He's dropped all the way to 7th place from 4th place. Now down to 9th.
Yeah, well, as the riders keep coming through, he's going to keep dropping. Oh, what an unfortunate situation. Just battling for that 3rd place. We've seen it happen at the professional level. That big podium spot, top 3, you want it bad, taking it down to the last jump, last turn. And Hartrap comes up short. Rambler Alves 3rd, Justin Cooper 2nd, and Joey Crown crowned your champion of Open Pro Sport.
I want to commend Jordan Bailey on that ride right there.
Yeah, good comeback.
He had an epic comeback, like you say. He had to work his way up through the pack right there after winning the qualifier for this one. So 4th place finish, certainly one to tip the hat at here in this Open Pro Sport class. So that goes from race 26, the Open Pro Sport, to race 27 on my docket. We go back to some 50 cc's, Jason. This is the 4 to 8-year-old class. This is kind of like the oil injected. If you want to know it, this is the grassroots of grassroots racing. The oil injections, this is the beginner class, I would think that you would call this one.
Yep.
Yamaha has a whole lot to do with those PWs out there in making this. Cobra now has some really good machines that you see, as well as KTM. But this 4 to 8-year-old division is, to me, I like it because of the wholesomeness of it. You know, you got so much innocence in it. A lot of these kids haven't had the chance to be spoiled by the major and national circuit yet. They're just out here racing a big event, and they're just so full of life, and they just soak it all up and love every bit of it. And, you know, just the energy that I get out of watching those, and even some of the dads, you know, I mean, they get excited about it as well. And watching them and the newness of it all is pretty intense. Now, that second year they come, they're all business. It's a whole different kid. It's a whole different dad. We're here to win. You know, we've been eating right. We've been training, blah, blah, blah. But that first year, you know, whenever they come, especially in these 4 to 8 beginner-type classes, or the beginning stages are always, to me, very interesting. A lot of fun to watch these kids.
Yeah, I'm not sure that half the time they even necessarily know what the goal is here. You know, just follow the track. Do they even understand some of the subtleties of racing? Probably not. Just go around the track, and then when you see the black and white flag, that's when you stop. That's about the extent that they're able to understand this. And Kevin Kelly and I love to make the joke you can't even pitboard them because they're too young to read. Had to make sure I got that joke in. I got it in before the gate even dropped. I was not taking any chances today.
Well, we got the 51 4 to 8 limited class coming up next. We've also got still to come Super Mini 112 to 15. Going to be a great one. 250C, 250B limited on the docket. We'll see another senior class, the 45 plus class. That should be another good one right there. A couple of 65s with the 10 and 11, the 7 and 9. We got Vet BC 30 plus class racing. Schoolboy 1, 12 to 16, and 85 9 to 12, which I think was called, in a lot of cases called the mini junior class out there. Is going to be our last race of the day. Now, as far as weather goes, I'm not sure what the radar is looking like. According to forecast, it said about 38 minutes ago we should have started to see some rainfall, but fortunately that is not the case. So let's take a look and see how Mother Nature is treating us as far as the current weather conditions are concerned. Our IT guy now making sure we've got the latest radar to exhibit to you folks here. Look at that little patch of green grass out there. There's one patch of green grass.
Unbelievable. All right, that'll make it so much easier on the lawn care specialist here at Daytona. That's all the weather report you need. That shot right there.
Yeah, that you can see that it looks like there's something moving in. And there's our traditional.
There it is.
There it is. And see, where is Daytona at? There's Orlando and Jacksonville. Yeah, we're Palatka, Palm Coast, Daytona Beach. Yeah, we got some major cloud covers. You can see it's building coming toward us, and we'll be lucky to make it out of here without getting wet.
I want to point out a town south of Daytona. Look down South 95. The next town you get to, that's where I should live.
Titusville?
Say it real fast in your head, please. That's where I should live.
I should live in Kissimmee.
I think the future cast. I think you do live in Kissimmee when you were hanging out with your buddy here for the ATV races. That's what you asked him to do. You actually asked him to Kissimmee. I can't believe that.
Kissimmee. Show me the respect. And you know that's great. I love other countries' traditions, especially when they come over and they. Weatherman Dan says there's rain in the forecast. I think rain is rather
it the
imminent.
Futurecast?
This
is it the Futurecast?
Okay.
Can you also give us some lottery numbers and stock tips while you have this Futurecast thing, whatever the heck that is, going? Can you give me some numbers to play with the Futurecast? Oh, okay. They actually are giving me numbers. All right, 13, 7. Okay, I love this Futurecast. I at least knew Instagram existed. You did not, but I did not know the Futurecast was a thing. I want to watch that show.
I did know that. I'm an old enough guy that I watched.
Yeah. Probably feels that way sometimes. Okay, so
that proves my age. I know the weather, but I don't know about it. I knew that Instagram existed. I just never liked Instagram. I didn't think it would catch on with the kids, but obviously.
I didn't know that you usually have your finger on the pulse. I know that you always know what the kids are into. I know that.
I'm the biggest kid you know.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The oldest kid you know.
Yeah, that's a good point. I haven't changed that much. So after the track maintenance, we'll be underway with the 426.
I'm blaming that one on my daughter. She let me down on that one, I think.
That's your scout.
That's my
she's
scout.
Supposed to help you.
She's let me down. Either that. Here's the case. Instagram's not popular where I live is what it is, so she doesn't know.
No, the case is you've been hoodwinked. Your daughter's telling you she's letting you know everything that's going on, and she's doing the exact opposite.
Destiny!
Yeah. Shocker, she doesn't want her dad to know anything about Instagram. I'm amazed. Can't believe that.
Oh, my gosh, I need to follow her. Here, hang on.
Okay. Yeah, let's not do this live on the air. I don't want the reaction going out around the world. Yeah. Again, a big thanks to all the companies that helped make this possible. It actually starts with Daytona International Speedway. Really cool, them recognizing motocross, ATV motocross, and wanting to extend the professional supercross weekend into the bike week. So we appreciate that. And I know it's not easy letting us come in here and tear this ground up. And they had the full staff here. I mean, it's the same people I work with on Saturday night during the Daytona Supercross by Honda. When I'm back here, what seems like about 5 minutes later, and it's Sunday morning already, it's the same crew working the same hours. They give this event full respect, just like they would the Daytona 500. So that's awesome. Also, MX Sports, of course, famous for putting together the Amateur National Championship at Loretta Lynn Ranch. They're the behind-the-scenes folks putting this event together. So good job by everybody there keeping this thing running, especially with some of the weather we've had. We have a lot of great sponsors: Rocky Mountain ATVMC, Fox and Thor, Cometic, Bell Helmets. Big thanks to all those people. Also, the manufacturers that have gotten on board with contingency, and we had every single one of them during opening ceremonies. We got to talk to all of them. Bobby Hewitt over there at Husqvarna, Ryan Holiday at Kawasaki, Sean from Cobra. Andrew Short came down and talked to us representing Honda, Chris Wheeler from Suzuki, and Donnie Luce from Yamaha. So big thanks to all those brands for getting on board. And, of course, our buddy Christy LaCurl from KTM, also with the Orange Brigade. And those people are working hard. Practically a race from here to all the other events. A bike week, I saw Christy from KTM here at GNCC, Donnie from Yamaha here at GNCC, the back here. These people are working hard to support all their riders throughout bike week when there are so many different events going on. And I'm sure they're all watching this one pretty closely. 51cc class. These are some future stars on the line. Now, I want you to take note, if you're watching at Racer TV, every time I want to point something out. I have the worst timing. That starting gate shot.
No, I think Chelsea realizes what you're getting ready to do. Well, let's shift gears on him.
All right, see the doghouse in the center of the start here?
Yes.
How they found someone short enough to work that doghouse. That was David Iser's joke. I stole it from David Iser, yeah. I don't know how they found someone to work that doghouse there in the center of the gate. See the hole? See that little slit there?
That's where he's looking out. Bro.
Yeah, and that's where they slide in some bread and water. That's how they feed them. That is the world's shortest doghouse. It might actually be a dog. It might actually be a dog working the doghouse and dropping that gate.
Represent the lollipop.
Yeah, might be one of them. Might be one of them.
Yeah. Actually, that's about the size for our IT guy, Dan Reinhardt, actually.
Oh, so Dan can actually go and work the starting gate for you. Oh, you got trouble
Dan's
now.
little brother.
Yeah. I don't want to burst anybody's bubble, but when this race is over, whoever's working inside that doghouse, there is a place about an hour away in Orlando that can really use short people to wear costumes. So there might be another job in the Florida area in it for you. I don't want to mention names and upset some children here. So, but I've been there, and if you're short, they have a job for you.
Well, right now, waiting on the 51cc 4 to 8-year-old class. We are at the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. If you're just joining us here on RacerTV.com, welcome aboard. Of course, we've got still more racing to go, and we'll have more coming up tomorrow as we'll kick things off with the 3rd annual Fly ATV Supercross here at Daytona International Speedway.
Hey, that's a pivotal event, Rodney. I get to do the TV for ATV Motocross, and really that race decided the championship in so many ways last year.
Well,
Chad Wiene got the drop on everybody, and they weren't able to catch him.
Right, and you know, you hear that, you always hear this old saying, you can never win the championship in the first round, but you can you can surely throw it away, or you can lose it in the first round. And that's basically kind of what happened, if you will. Now, there's no guarantees, obviously, that Joel Hetrick would have won the championship. But
no.
He had a crash here that took him out last year, and actually, I think 18th place is what he ended up finishing, so he only got like 2 points. At the end of the season, the championship was decided by 8 points.
Yeah, so he lost 30, I think, in one day, or they just it's one moto format. So
I think he only lost 18 points that day or something like that.
Lost 18 points that day and lost the title by 8. Yeah.
But regardless, there was enough points there that he lost that it made the difference. It really did.
Yeah.
And you know, that's, you know, that made Chad had to switch up his approach to what the championship season was going to be, and obviously it means that this is going to be a different year. I can't wait to see it all kick off here tomorrow. This is, I mean, it's going to be exciting. You're going to have some big surprises, I would assume, coming up here, as we oftentimes do. That surprise last year with Joel and his crash. So join us tomorrow on RacerTV.com. We'll begin broadcasting. We'll send out the tune-in alerts and things like that. We hope to see you folks in for that. And believe it or not, it's very highly I mean, there's a lot of spectators that come in off the main drag. A lot of the local area and the visitors from around Bike Week coming. It's becoming a tradition here at Daytona International Speedway, I think.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, there's no shortage of motorsports enthusiasts in this area. A lot of them out probably riding street demo bikes right now. But that's a big-time professional event tomorrow. We hope a lot of them take some time out of their Bike Week schedule to come watch with us. And I see the dozers, I believe. Activity has nearly ceased. I got one little Bobcat still working out there, a little bit more track maintenance. Like you said, just making these dads a little bit more nervous on the starting line. I know they got shower houses on the infield. These guys have been sweating. Not because it's hot. It's because they're worried. Yeah, are you on TV? Somebody telling you you're on TV? You got to get a little closer to the camera. Get in there, man.
Get on in there and wave, Dad. Everybody on this line, just start waving right now.
Rodney, I don't want to break this to you, but a lot of people don't listen to what you say. I don't know how to break this to you, but clearly they did not follow your instructions at all.
No.
I hope that doesn't
that's not a lot of people. That's
ego.
just one guy. That's just one guy.
Here, get the wave.
Try. I bet they listen to you.
Huh?
I bet they listen to you.
Hey, everyone on the starting gate, turn to your left and wave to the camera. Nope.
See, it's not just me. My feelings are not so hurt by that.
Okay. Yeah, I've known for quite some time no one's listening to me, so I'm fine with it.
I've been doing this for 25 years or so, Jason, and I figured that out at about year 2. I really thought the first couple of years that I was somebody, and people were listening to what I had to say. And then after about the second year, I was like, the only person that pays attention is the promoter.
The one that signs the check. I understand.
Signs the check, so I announced for the promoter from now.
Okay.
No, actually, I don't know if they listen or not, but I tell you, my passion for this sport, I can't shut up about it, man. I just keep going on and on and on about it. So,
well, we're going to need that because we're about to go racing here. So let's ramp it up once again on Racing TV.
Take a break.
Yeah, exactly. Right now, I love it so much. Now the racing's starting, I'm going to take a break. Right. We're ready to go. 51 cc's. I got the engines fired up. And Rodney gave you the rundown. We'll follow this class, which is Super Mini. This is race 27 out of 36 on the line. With the big delay they had yesterday, I would have never thought they'd get back on schedule. But as a matter of fact, this morning, Rodney, we ended up ahead of schedule a bit.
That's pretty cool.
And for the first time ever, I never thought I'd hear these words. Tim Cotter, our event director on the radio, saying, hey, we got to find a way to slow this down. Never heard that before. It's not common in racing.
I've heard that a few times. Hey, Drew Adams, by the way, we're watching out for Drew Adams. He rides the number 300. He took a win. Canyon Richards, the 316, took second in the qualifier. The 710, Micah Carpenter took third. Fourth was the 930 of Seth Dennis. And as we look at fifth, as the gate drops, that was William McCure, the 411. Gate drops on this one. They roll into that first turn, Jason, and we have got the 316.
316 again.
Canyon Richards out of Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey, is out front. Cobra, Power Band Racing, Answer, Dunlop, Wrist Brace Guy, Flow, 6D, and Atlas sponsoring this rider. And who's that right behind him? The 300 machine.
Oh, yeah.
Drew Adams.
Rematch.
Now, Adams got out. Remember.
Canyon Richards tucked the front end and goes down. So, turnabout is fair play. Last time they raced, flipped.
That's exactly what happened to I was starting to call him the Chattanooga Choo-Choo.
Yeah, that's right.
Whenever he went down. So now he can get out front and choo-choo-choo right on along now, it looks like.
So the last time they raced, Adams crashed. And, whoa, hold on to that there. Last time they raced, it was flipped. Canyon Richards was out front, and then Drew Adams was trying to catch him and pass him, and he went down. This time, Canyon Richards goes down, and Drew Adams, whoa, hold on there. Rider re-entering the track. Be careful.
Chattanooga Drew.
Chattanooga Drew. All right, we've nailed it.
We'll just go to the Chattanooga Drew. That's it.
I like it. Chattanooga Drew. We will see if we can carry this all the way through. We're about 12 years away from when he would be old enough maybe to race professional. We'll see if we can keep that nickname going all the way up. So hard right-hand corner.
Man, he is on it right now. He obviously trying to make up redemption from what happened out there earlier today.
Man, his track almost catches him out there. In fact, it does. It catches him out of the track. And here comes the number 4.
1-1.
Where did he come from? He's not even on the radar in the first lap.
William McCure. Mercure out there. Mercure. And Brennan Harris, the 904 in third. Seth Dennis, the 930 in fourth. We got Jonathan Getz, the 22 in fifth. Jesse James Shedden in sixth. Canyon Richards gets up in seventh place. Emil Latcher in eighth. Knox Lewin is ninth. Tucker Harkins rounds out your top 10.
The 7-10 split, famous bowling move right here is split the field, trying to go up. I think he might be a lap down. And then next up is the 411 of Mercure, as you mentioned. So actually no change. There's some other riders.
Well, from 5th, 6th,
that were
7th
lapped down,
place,
yeah.
We've got some changes there. Adams, McCure, Dennis, Richards all staying the same right there. Actually, Canyon Richards up from 7th to 4th. Brennan Harris in 5th, the 904. Jesse James Shedden now 6th. Jonathan Getz in 7th. So we did have those changes. That biggest change was after Canyon Richards went down. He dropped to 7th. He battles his way back to 4th there on the very next lap on lap 2. So Lap 3 ought to be interesting to see what can happen with 3:16. He's closing in on the 9:30 of Seth Dennis. He was a second behind, turning almost 2.5 second faster lap.
Yeah, do not count him out. Canyon Richards. Canyon dug himself a big hole there, but he has managed to climb out of it and might still be able to make a run at least for top 3, if not for the win. Drew Adams, though, he's going to be hard to draw up on.
Well, we caught up with him a little late as he had already gotten around Seth Dennis there. So Canyon Richards is back to third. 1:05 lap time. He's 6 seconds almost behind McCure, who is turning about 3/4 of a second slower lap. Now that he's around the rider, it'll be interesting to see if Canyon Richards can pick up his pace. If he can, he might be able to close in on the 4:11. But right now, things might not be that way if they are continued going at this pace.
Drew Adams has got some lap traffic to deal with, no doubt about it. But so far able to thread that needle like a sewing machine. White flag's already out. These 51cc races, much shorter than the Open Pro Sport and WMX that we ran just before it.
101 for Drew Adams, 101.7. He has a 10.5 second lead over William McCure right now. So a 105. 129 that time around for William McCure. And Canyon Richards a 104.7. So he is still only about half second faster, and that gap's only 5.3 seconds. So it's going to be tough for Canyon Richards to catch up to McCure at this pace. But man, how about Drew Adams? 14 second lead over the rest of the field right now. Seth Dennis back in the number 4 spot. We see Emil Latcher moving up now. Jonathan Getz moving up aboard the 22 and 6. Wyatt Bass is 7th now, and Brennan Harrison drops to 8th aboard the 904. Jesse James Shedden also losing a little time back there to the 9th place position, and Brody Barth, the 26th, rounding out that top 10. I didn't realize, but I guess Husqvarna must be making a 50cc now as well, and that's something good to see out there. See one of them on the track, and that might be it right there that we're looking at. The Chattanooga Drew, or the Chattanooga Drew Adams, shaking checkers, and the win. William McCure, the 411. I'll give you the 411 on that. 14.9 seconds back, almost 15-second gap for Drew Adams. Boy, he was rolling. Hauling the mail, as they like to say. Canyon Richards, 3:16. Emil Latcher, the 55 and 4th, and dropping to 5th then with Seth Dennis, the 9:30. Wyatt Bass in 6th. In 7th place then we see that is Jesse James Shedden. Getz, Harrison, and Barth will round out our top 10 right there. Alrighty, up next we have the Super Mini 1 12 to 15-year-old class. This class, another one of those barn burner type ones. We got Styles Robertson. Unfortunately, we heard that shoulder problem for Matthew LeBlanc. He won the division race. He's not going to be out here in this one on the 329 unless something happened. Jet Reynolds, he got a second. We've seen him rise to the occasion after those earlier today so far. Caden Amarine in 3rd place aboard the 32. We got Dylan Swartz, who got a 2nd place. As we said, Chet Reynolds had gotten a 2nd place. Jack Rogers and Nate Thrashers were 5th place riders. Alicio Sasso in 4th and Chase Yenser in 4th. So we got some big names. Jace Kessler also got himself a 3rd place position finish in this. And so this is, to me, a relative who's who. Every time I read all these names, I'm like, well, any one of these guys could probably win this.
Yeah, it's a rematch, too, of some riders that we saw racing against each other only about an hour or so ago. So that will make it even that much more interesting because they've kind of pre-scouted. They know the way the track's going to develop, and they know how to race each other. These guys are about to get locked and loaded for Super Mini. A little stack up there. Remember the rider that won that previous class where we said they were all matched up. Caden Amarine got the lead, but quickly overhauled by the Kawasaki familiar name. That's Matt LeBlanc. Oh, sorry, no, that's Styles Robertson. We mentioned LeBlanc got hurt. It's Robertson in the 325 into the lead. LeBlanc is out of this one. So Styles Robertson into the lead, and now the 351 of Jack Rogers is into second. One of the toughest sounding names out there. So Robertson not messing around. A great start, though. Caden Amarine, I think, really making a name for himself on that Rides Unlimited KTM. Got the start, but Styles is not messing around right now. He's got the power down. Jack Rogers right there. On the 74 is Rogers. Now Dylan Schwartz moving up. That's Dylan Schwartz who's gotten Rogers. So that's Dylan Schwartz. Can he catch Robertson? I've seen these guys battle before. Right now they're just battling to keep their feet on the pegs through those ruts. Robertson and Schwartz. This should be good. There they are coming at you live on RacerTV.com. Rodney stepped out of the booth, so it's really live now. We don't even need a 7-second delay. You never know what he's going to say. But now that Rodney's out, 7-second delay is off. This is live. Dylan Schwartz doing everything he can here on that 74 to track down Styles Robertson. Jack Rogers is back, and he's got some company from the 51 of Jace Kessler. There they are, Rogers and Kessler, third and fourth. And then Caden Amarine right behind them. Who wants it the most? That could be what it comes down to. Down to the inside goes Kessler. This is a battle for third over the finish line jump, trying to get Jack Rogers. Meanwhile, Schwartz and Robertson. Styles Robertson, your leader, about a half second quicker than Schwartz the last time around. So we'll keep the focus on the battle for third. And it is a three-way battle for third. Guess who's coming? Jet Reynolds. I haven't seen Jet Reynolds race a Super Mini yet until now, so this is an interesting test for him. Reynolds is 13 years old. So one of the young riders in this class. Why not give him some experience against the big names? He's working on Kessler. Yeah, I'll give you an idea. See, Kessler is 15. Jack Rogers is also 16. So Jet Reynolds learning from some of the older kids right now. Can he push it up there on the podium? Meanwhile, up front, Styles Robertson on the gas. Robertson, the senior member of that Bakersfield bunch out of California. Of course, on the Monster Energy Team Green Kawasaki. Just a few weeks ago, had a nice feature on the live Supercross broadcast on Fox Sports, talking about Kawasaki's Team Green program, bringing riders to the forefront of the sport. And he would be next in line. I know they got Garrett Marchbanks up on the big bikes. And now Styles, his mini-cycle days might be numbered. Probably go through this season and then call it time to move up to the 250s. Here comes Styles. And he's weaving his way through lap traffic while keeping Dylan Schwartz behind him. Here he is now, dealing with more lap traffic. Another lap down here for Robertson. This would be the opportunity if Schwartz can close in. It's going to happen now. Meanwhile, that battle for third. I'll give you an update on that. Kessler's gotten around Rogers. Then you also have Caden Amarine, and we mentioned Jet Reynolds. So I'll tell you where they are in just a moment. Here they come. Rogers 4th, Jet Reynolds 5th, Kessler is 3rd. There's a 74 of Schwartz, 2nd place. Little dog paddle there, the legs, trying to get through those ruts. Styles Robertson continuing to pull away just a bit from Dylan Schwartz. Jace Kessler back in 3rd. White flag now out. Next up will be the 250C and then 250B limited. Here's Robertson.
Well, Jason, as he makes his way around, I do want to point something out. My rain detector, the thinning hair, a lot of people think I don't want to go bald, but actually I set my hair thin a little bit so I could detect rain. I was out just a moment ago. Starting to sprinkle. There are just light little mitts. I'm seeing a couple every once in a while in the puddles. It's not enough to really detect really so much yet, but that could be an indication that we could be having some showers on the way.
Yeah, no doubt. We saw that future cast. It did not look bright. Definitely don't need to wear shades. Checkered flag coming out. Styles Robertson takes your Super Mini 1 championship here at the Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross, and he is pumped. Dylan Schwartz takes 2nd, and then that was a torrid battle for 3rd place. Let's see who's going to get it. Waiting on the 51, will it be Kessler? I think I just saw him on the left side. Easy to pick him out with the white machine. Yes, it is Jace Kessler on that white Husqvarna 3rd. Jarrett Fry, he wasn't even in that battle. We talked about 4 riders fighting for 3rd. He ended up beating all but one of them. He ends up 4th ahead of Reynolds, Rogers, Amarine. Rodney, I'm going to head on out for 1 minute, and you can take us through the next group.
All righty, 250C class coming up next, the novice class, and again, some new names that we'll probably be seeing in the face of the 2017 Majors Championship season. Hunter Blackledge, the 34 KTM rider, 15-year-old rider from Palm Coast, Florida, took a win out here in his division race. Gina Lucas Scavino also taking a win, and as we open up out here, we've got KTM 128 out front. That's Tyson Meyer out of Jupiter, Florida. He finished 5th on his Palmetto Motorsports back KTM. He's also sponsored by Stellar MX, Pit Posse, Outlaw Racing, and Factory Connection, as he's got company coming in by a whole host of riders back there in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Again, Tyson Meyer, your leader on the 128, but there's the number. Is that the number 7 I think we're looking at right now? That's the number. We'll get it for sure. We'll sort it out for sure. It looked like a number 1 kind of in a way. Maybe it was the number 11, but whichever it is, he's back there. It's 37. Man, my eyes are certainly deceiving me. 128 in 2nd, 37 is in 2nd. Number kind of washing out there. I see the 37 now. There it is. Scavino. It's Jorgensen in the number 3 spot aboard the 524. Kukowski is in the 4th place position. Jarrett Drews, the number 20. He is 5th place. Zamer Darrell out of Smiths, Florida. He is 6th place. Then we got Connor Morris, the 412 in 7th. Frankie Biondi is 8th. 41 of Stockton Steinball in 9th. Hunter Blackledge in 10th. Then we got Brandon Moore, Lucas Phineas, Jonathan Fitzgerald 13th. Juan Pablo Aristigue in the number 14 spot. Smith Foster is 15th. Justin Smith 16th. 17th George Cook. Mario Hammond 18th. 19th is David Albertson. Brian Sanier Jr., the number 97, was 20th after that first lap. After 2, Scavino in 2nd. Still Meyer in the lead. Only about 0.6 of a second as we watch this battle continue to heat up here. Lap times nearly identical, 52.1 and 52.2. Meyer with that slight advantage. But what about right now? What about right here? What about right now? In and out of these turns, nearly connected nose to tail around this Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross racetrack today. Coming around for 3 laps complete. Tyson Myers, 52.150 so far, the fastest lap of this moto. he wraps up lap 2. It's a 52.123 now, and that's the best time. The gap now 0.4 of a second as they went by, but not so much now. To the inside goes Scavino. To the front of the pack goes Scavino as he takes over the lead now. The 37 machine not only takes over the lead, but look at the gap he's starting to put between himself and Tyson Meyer now. Both of these Florida boys, I'm sure, have tangled on more than one occasion. Alex Jorgensen back in the number 3 spot. He's some 6 seconds back. Stockton Steinball, the 41, is challenging him right now. As we see a battle for third, that 5th place ride, the 36 of Dylan Kukowski, and the 951 is Zamir Darrell right there in the thick of things as well. And we got a pass for third. Nope, Steinball back into third as Kukowski really putting it to him there on that lap. So Scavino moves into the lead. That might have been the pass. We've seen that already. Meyer in second. Steinball is third. Jorgensen drops to 4th. Kukowski is 5th. So, yes, that was the pass that we saw Stockton Steinball make. Jorgensen in 4th. Kukowski in 5th. Darrell in 6th. Drews is 7th. Morris in 8th. Blackledge in 9th. And the 4 of Brandon Moore in 10th. 34 machine, remember, he won in his heat race. He's currently back in the number 9 spot, so we'll keep an eye on him to see whether or not he's able to make up some ground there. 5:24 making a pass, it looks like, on Steinball. Steinball coming back at him, though, for that 3rd place position as they keep going back and forth, jockeying for position, side by side over the finish line. Jorgensen still right there. Kukowski and Zamir Darrell right there in 5th and 6th, but there's the battle. Now that's the 37 leading there. The battle is coming behind him there. Stockton and Jorgensen. They're in the lap traffic. This could change the face of this race quite a bit. And the 128 could all of a sudden. Now your leader tangled up with the lapped rider, but not able to capitalize so much was their 2nd place ride. As he, too, is caught up in that lap traffic. He's finally making it through now. So had that mistake been made at this point, it could be a whole different race heading into lap number 6 of 7. Gianluca Scavina, Tyson Meyer, Stockton Steinball, and Alex Jorgensen, Dylan Kukowski, Zamir Darrell. There are your front 6 movers right now. Jarrett Drews in 7th. Connor Morris in 8th. Hunter Blackwood still 9th. Brandon Moore still in 10th. But we watch up front our leader trying to get through this lap traffic as we saw problems arise a lap ago through here. But look at this. Scavino, Meyer, Steinball, all nose to tail now as we roll through this final lap of racing. It's a race that anything can happen on this lap, as all 3 riders are riding the ragged edge, trying to get through the lap traffic. Here we go, the drag race for 2nd place. Can the 41 of Steinball make the pass? Does not look like it. Scavino will hold on. 0.8 of a second. Tyson Meyer in 2nd. And right behind him, Stockton Steinball with Alex Jorgensen 6 seconds back in 4th. Darrell in the number 5 spot. Dylan Kukowski in 6th. Jarrett Drews in 7th. We see Darrell and Kukowski trading spots on that last lap. Connor Morris is 8th aboard the 412. Brandon Moore, the number 4, in 9th. And Smith Foster, 111 in 10th. Hunter Blackledge actually dropped back there to an 11th place position. By the way, Gianluca Scavino won his division race also. So we did see one rising to the top there as we go to the 250B Limited. This one's going to be another barn burner. Caleb Carter, the 86, one of the winners out there earlier. Or was the winner, I suppose. 2nd place, as we look down our roster here, is Levi Newby out of Whitehall, Montana. As far as the battle up front right now, opening up with the lead in this one. There we go. right, so we watch now as we wrap up that first lap from the 250C now to the 250B class. Look at this, 273 with the early lead, and that one was Hayden Helmer. But all of a sudden we got ourselves a new leader. It is the 510 machine. That is Seth Hammaker out of Bainbridge, Pennsylvania, Monster Energy Team Green Kawasaki rider. We saw in one of our first races today, Hammaker actually got off to a rough start in his first race, was about 9th or 10th after the first lap, and I think that he made his way all the way up to 3rd, maybe 4th, but I'm pretty sure it was 3rd place by the end of that race. Regardless, put forth an amazing effort, and we see that he is in position to do such again. Hammaker, followed by Hayden Hefner, the 273. Trey Fagert, the number 9, is 3rd. Luke Neese, 125 and 4th. Levi Newby, 28 and 5th. Zach Robinson, the 56, is 6th. Colton Eigenman, the 815 and 7th. 310, Nicholas Bustamante is 8th. Joe Tate, 231 and 9th. Caleb Carter is 10th. Gabe Gutierrez is 11th. Austin Kozad is 12th. Tyler Carr, the 23, in 13th. Sai Cusimano is 14th. And Gerald Matamoros rounds out your top 15. Then we see 16th, Antonio Calavano. Hannah Hodges is 17th. Riley Ogrognik is in 18th. Brock Miller in 19th. Cole Wilson rounds out your top 20. It's still Hammaker out front. He had a 2.7 second lead at the end of lap number 2. At the end of lap number 3, we may see that open up just a little bit as this rider 47 seconds, 47.8 to a 50.9, the second place ride. That right there puts him about 2 to 3 seconds faster, 3 seconds faster basically than Hefner. So this should be at least a 5-second gap when this rider comes around for lap 3 complete if it stays on this pace. But look at the battle back for second right now, folks. The battle for second. Fagert, Luke Neese, Hayden Hefner, the 9, the 125, and 273. They are going at it less than a second apart amongst the 3 right now. There is the number 9, Fagert, and it looks like he may have gotten past there as he drops to 3rd, 125. Luke Neese gets around. Neese moving up quite a bit. He was like 7th or 8th there at one point, if I'm not mistaken. Fagert is 3rd. Levi Newby in 4th. Hayden Hefner in 5th. Colton Eigenman in 6th. 7th, Caleb Carter. 8th is Zachary Robinson. Joe Tate in 9th. And Gabe Gutierrez is rounding out the top 10. Poetry in motion. 7-second lead over Luke Neese right now is Seth Hammaker checking in with 5 laps complete. We got our senior 45-plus class coming up next. Lap number 3 was the fastest, 47.737. This is an 8-lap race, so working on 6. We'll have 2 to go when Hammaker makes his way by the finish line. 48.5 last time around. Luke Neese, a 48.2, so the gap shaved 0.2 of a second, maybe 3 at 6.7 seconds. Luke Neese keeping an eye on that rider, 125. The second place position, moving and grooving out of Jamestown, North Carolina. He is a Jim Neese rider, development rider. Triangle Cycles Blue Crew Dunlop. His father, Jim Neese, a major component as far as regional arena cross racing has been concerned for the last few years, as well as some national arena cross. But regardless, Jim Neese, a major opponent when he lines up on the starting line. Seth Hammaker, Luke Neese, Levi Newby, Trey Fagert, and Colton Eigenman. Now your top 5 with Caleb Carter in 6th. Hayden Hefner drops to 7th. Joe Tate in 8th. Austin Kozad, actually Gabe Gutierrez is 9th, and Austin Kozad rounds out your top 10. Lap 7 in the history books. An 8-lap race, so this should be your last lap right now. On lap 8, Nice 6.8 seconds back. Barring anything crazy happening, he won't make any more time up as Hammaker is on point. Levi Newby is back in third, and that's where we got to watch and wait and see what's going to happen. Can Newby make the pass, or did Luke Nice stretch it out? Checker flag out. Seth Hammaker. Luke Nice expected to come around next. Followed then by Levi Newby. So maybe a change there. Trey Fagert, Colton Eigenman, Caleb Carter in 6th. Hayden Hefner, 273 in 7th. Joe Tate is 8th. Gabe Gutierrez is 9th. And Sal Cusimano rounds out your top 10. Senior 45-plus class coming up next. Always a good one to watch here. As we have taking the division win, John Gruey and Barry Karsten in different divisions, each taking their division race win in the senior 45-plus class. Had to be narrowed down to the top 34 in this one. Second place is, by the way, to Galen Dixon, the 930, and as well to Frank Mann, the 117 out of Marietta, Georgia. All right, revs are up. Gates down on this one. And John Gruey opens up out front, and anybody that knows this one knows that it could maybe be a little uneventful, but the one thing that's going to keep it from that is that second place rider, the 31 machine, and the only thing that you can hope for if John Gruey gets the whole shot is that Barry gets out right behind him, so we can see that he will have to work for it. Coming around for the first lap complete, Gruey, Barry Karsten, the gap, 1.7 seconds. So as we saw earlier today, Gruey trying to stretch things out early. There's Galen Dixon. A little redemption ride for him here in this class as James Nagy is 4th, Alan Alfred in 5th, Daniel Ports is 6th, Ray Schlegel is 7th, Henry Cabillo is 8th, Aaron Salsam is 9th, and Brian Belsole is 10th. A little further back, Todd Gilbert in 11th, Darcy Craig is 12th, Steve Nagy in 13th, James Kress in 14th, Todd Magee is 15th, Daryl Smith in 16th, Troy Asameni in 17th, Daryl Teal is 18th, Jack Lambert at 19th, and Stephen Nalder is 20th here in this class. 34 riders narrowed down to that, so means that there was some racing to get in here to even think about going racing. John Gruey in now for 2. Karsten in. Galen Dixon. Lap times. Look at this. 51.46. A 1.1 second faster lap than John Gruey. And Barry Karsten carries that momentum right to the front of the pack. Right onto the rear wheel, as he wants to be the leader of the pack. Will Karsten be able to make a statement here in this plus 45 class, and I know it's something that he would like to do. And not saying that Carson hasn't or can't beat John Gruey, but as of late, John Gruey has been a rather elite rider. And when Jason Wygant and I were talking earlier about the different things in different age groups, one thing to point out about John Gruey is he has a full-time job. He works about 50 hours a week as a tool and die man, and he also finds time to train and go racing. Now, he lives in Michigan, so there's not a lot of on-the-bike seat time that he particularly gets, but does a lot of training off the racetrack, which obviously pays huge dividends down in the sands of Florida. It paid hugely at Gatorback for the Winter Olympics, and looks like it's paying hugely here today. John Gruey in for 4 laps complete, a 52.7. A full second faster than the 31 of Barry Karsten, or at least has stretched it out that far. Only a half a second faster on that last lap around. Lap 4, lap 5, Galen Dixon. The 930 is third. Fourth place, 21, Alan Alford. Fifth place, James Nagy, the 111.
Rodney, I have to come back. You know why? Barry Costin's coming. I got to be here to witness the charge.
And the charge is on. Look at this, 52.1, 52.2. These guys are running nearly identical lap times. That gap has not gone over 1.1 seconds. It has stayed this tight through lap traffic, through open traffic, the entire way of this moto, man.
We'll see if Barry can get him. Here's that boa constrictor, all that lap traffic. It's about to swallow up Gruey. Well, it's actually going to constrict him. Boa constrictors don't eat people. They constrict them. Anyway, Gruey got through it.
Well, they eat them after they constrict it.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Break them down.
They don't like their food alive. They don't like it to wiggle.
They don't like eating it. That's you. You're the one that eats the stuff live, I'm sure. Homegrown.
Yep.
So here's another lap for Gruey, just trying to pick out who's who out of the lap traffic. And he makes it happen. White flag is out. Now, Karsten's still trying, but actually Gruey got the better of him through the traffic. It was good.
About the largest gap we've seen so far at 1.5 seconds. But really, what the gap is right now is the lap traffic that John Gruey is splitting between himself and Barry Karsten. Now there's none between them. Lap 6 working on lap 7. We got 65cc, 10 and 11 coming up next. Look at this. Gruey is cutting through that like a hot knife through butter. You know, it sounds like a silly question, and maybe it was or maybe it isn't. But I asked Ricky Carmichael if they have a portion of the class in their schools that they talk about how to deal with lap traffic, which to me would sound like a pretty good thing as Gruey takes the checkers. He says, no, they don't. But the advice that he said was obvious, good advice, and advice you should use is approach that rider like it's another competitor, like he's somebody that's faster than you, and just kind of watch where he's going, look ahead of him, and race that line ahead of him, just like you would if you was trying to pass him under competition.
That makes sense. Yeah, because suddenly then you know exactly what to do.
Right.
You have all the plans of how you're going to pass somebody, and then you get to a lap rider, and it's like, well, what do I do?
Right.
So just treat it the same. John Gruey, another win. He's getting faster by the year. And my theory on this is if you keep doing this, if you keep getting quicker every year, as John Gruey seems to be doing.
By the time he's 70, he should be back in the pro class.
I think so. He'll be racing Supercross professionally.
Actually, probably by the time he's 57.
Maybe. I mean, he's closing in on it. He seems to be getting better all the time. So good job by John Gruey out of Michigan taking the win. Barry Karsten saves Suzuki's contingency budget. Finally. Don't have to pay him another one of those win checks. That was 45 plus, now 65, 10 to 11. And it's the 24 out front. Owen Koval got fourth in his heat, so this is a big step forward.
Casey Cochran, the 66, actually took the division win. As you can see, he's out in the number 2 spot, battling already for the #1 position as we get it sorted out behind them a little bit as well. Our second place finisher was Daxton Bennett with 2:41 machine. And right now, though, I think all eyes on Koval and see if he can rise to the occasion. I've watched Owen ride over the last couple of years, and in particular, I think most recently at Minneo's, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe it might have been back there in at Loretta Lynn's. But this kid is really coming on strong, and he continues right here.
He's just trying to got a rider down. Yep, they got him off the side of the track. Looks to be okay.
Well,
Pressure being applied. Yep.
Legacy of MX Sports out there on the racetrack. Davey Coombs' nephew, Timmy Coombs' son, Cade Coombs, out here in this 65, 10, and 11 class out of Morgantown, West Virginia.
Good for him. Saw him race last year. Good to see him back trying it again. Here we go. Casey Cochran going to run the outside, then switch to the inside of that 66. Can he make the pass? No, cannot make it happen, and we're about to have a 3-rider fight. Because the third-place rider is coming through. Okay, let's watch Cochran's line. Is he going to pick the right or the left in second place? Doesn't matter, because your leader is able to sweep down Owen Koval and block any pass attempt.
Well, Owen, as we said, out of Plymouth, Massachusetts, has been seeing some great strides in the last few times we've seen him out in the amateur world, and today he does it again, steps right up. That gap, though, he's spending a 3/4 of a second gap. 0.792 was the gap between he and then look, and now he can't bend it anymore because all of a sudden the 66 of Casey Cochran is able to thread that needle and get on by.
So he takes the lead. I'm still watching that third-place rider.
Oh, look at that.
Whoa, nice job.
Changed it right back
Koval
up. He forced him right in to the line with that lapped rider, and Koval takes over the lead again in the books. It's not even going to look like he relinquished the lead.
You're right.
Here on lap 3, unless he gets back around him here. But we got one more turn to go. But what that does with a little open racetrack, man, we're about ready to see these two riders shine, I think.
Koval needs to be the one teaching the lap rider classes under the goat farm. That was a heck of a move to get Cochran into the lap rider, then take the lead. Now here comes Cochran back. He's on the right side of your screen, running the rollers, and puts that Cobra back out front. Koval coming right back on him.
Ran right into the line. Koval had to actually check up just a little bit to keep from running into the rear of the 66. But, man, look at the 66 of Cochran really letting it all hang out, man. Talking about riding the ragged edge. He's out there, man, and he feels comfortable.
Man, but there's the boa constrictor up ahead. He's going to have to deal with that lap traffic. Let's see if he can open up a big enough lead to not have to worry about pressure from Koval when he gets there. And the third-place rider, Preston Bopsflug, I thought that he was going to have a shot at it, but the lap traffic did not break right for him. So he's got some work to do.
Bopsflug.
Yeah, it's not an easy one.
Nope.
Bopsflug. We need a nickname real bad on him. Preston B.
Peebo.
Peebo. There we go.
Peebo.
Working his way through these ruts and some lap traffic again. Casey Cochran in the number 66 out of Tennessee. 10 years old. So he's got some time. He could actually race this class next year. Dealing with lap traffic at the moment.
Peebo turning a 58.5 that last time around on Koval. He's gained about a second on him, so that gap between second and third now only 1.4 seconds. So if that keeps going, this could end up being a battle for second now for Koval instead of trying to chase down first.
You're just going with Peebo.
Peebo.
Just going with Peebo. It's done. We're calling it. So third-place rider, Preston Bopsflug.
Peebo.
Again, if we can get him all the way up to the pros, remember where you heard it first. Right here at Daytona. Peebo. I love it. See second place popping over the jump there. Owen Koval out of Plymouth, Massachusetts. The Rock.
You know, that is one place that I really would like to visit, to be honest with you. Never been to Plymouth, Massachusetts.
Plymouth Rock. Yeah.
Plymouth Rock, yep.
Plymouth Rock would land on them instead of them landing on Plymouth Rock.
We did. Plymouth Rock didn't land on us. We landed on Plymouth Rock.
That's right, man. I'll tell you what, Casey Cochran has landed that jump and into the swarm of lap traffic. The boa constrictor, they got him on both ends. Let's see if he can maneuver his way through.
Hey, check out Logan Best. I know you were pointing him out there a few moments ago. He's all the way up to a 4th place position here after this.
I know, but the last name Best, 4th ain't going to get it done, man. He has to win every race he's ever going to enter ever. It's really a lot of pressure to have the last name Best. More lap traffic for Casey Cochran. I hope he had the goggles dialed in because even with a good start and taking the lead, he's had to deal with Roos the whole way.
Here we go. There's the name, Eddie Bayo.
Hey, any relation to Scott?
That's what I was wondering. He's a junior, so we know Eddie's Scott's not his dad.
Fair point. Scott Baio is 22 years old for life as far as we know. He's actually aged, just no one's seen it.
66, Casey Cochran coming around here at the end of this one. Should be looking at a checker flag and a win. Here at the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross at Daytona International Speedway. What an amazing feat for a 65-year-old rider from anywhere in the world and also from Arlington, Tennessee as he puts the seal on that one. Husqvarna rider coming across in 2nd place. There's the 26. Peebo does it. And now it looks like Owen Koval will finish in 3rd. Logan Best, I believe, will hold on for 4th. So Peebo does it, man. I mean, he's maybe it's the new nickname putting him up there in the
Peebo, 2nd place. Yeah, nicely done. And shout out to Matt Walker, Moto X Compound. Casey Cochran riding under his tutelage takes the win in that one. So good job, Casey. And we're going to stay with the smaller machines. 65 7-9 is next on the docket.
Cade Johnson, 177 and 277. Mason Tucker come in with wins from the division. We're looking at Tyler Mollett, the 20, also a possible contender here. And I remember Tyler from late last year. He is certainly a contender. There's no doubt about it. That is a 4, is that the 22? A 402?
I believe Luke Bowser on the 462 up front. Then you got the number 11, Braden Johnson out of Orlando right there. But Bowser. Oh, and here it is, folks, the swap meet here at Daytona Bike Week. If you need parts for a 65cc motorcycle, we get everything you need right here at the swap meet right in the mid. Oh, that was actually a pileup off the start. Everybody's okay, though.
Luke
just trying to get the motorcycles untangled. Go ahead.
Luke Bowser, KTM Orange Brigade rider, Pro Taper, Leac Garnet, Minton Cycle, finished 5th out here in his qualifying race. Again, got to take into consideration track conditions, I'm sure, were not nearly as favorable as what they are, even though they seem to be rather challenging today. They were much more challenging yesterday.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Not really a mud race at all, although Luke Bowser taking no chances, running the foam on top of the helmet just in case. Look at this charge. That was unbelievable. That's like Bob Hanna style. Unbelievable.
Is that Diesel Thomas?
Diesel Thomas. Did it pay off? Does he have the lead? Yes. Wow. I mean, Diesel Thomas just came in there, didn't use the brakes, and still made the corner. Diesel Thomas.
Old flat track style, the no brakes.
Yeah, nothing. Just take him off the handlebars. So Diesel was charging those braking bumps hard. Diesel Thomas. I discovered this awesome name last year at this event, and now he's up there on the 65 and still getting it done. Diesels are built for work, and he's got it working right now. Had to get the glow plugs lit, and that's why maybe we didn't see him at the beginning of the race. But once they lit, wow, very impressive.
Braden Johnson back in the number 3 spot now with Austin Schaefer, the 36th in 4th, actually dropping to 5th. Johnson in 4th place as we see Drew Adams in 3rd. So here's the new look of this. Diesel Thomas, Luke Bowser in 2nd. Drew Adams is 3rd. Braden Johnson in 4th. Tyler Cole up to 5th. Austin Schaefer dropped to 6th. Will Conager is 7th. Tyler Mollett in 8th. Logan Mortenberg is 9th. And Wyatt McGrath rounds out your top 10.
Here's Diesel Thomas jumping in, jumping out of the rhythm lane into the corner and getting away. So good job, Diesel Thomas, making that transition up to the bigger bikes. Not big, but bigger. Where was Thomas in his heat race? Fourth in the heat.
Yeah. He's a Cobra Elite rider, by the way, backed by Race Tech with those Dunlop tires. Look at how close the first, second, and third were. Second and third were only 0.8 of a second apart, as were first and second. I imagine it's going to look a little different this time around when Thomas comes around. He turned to 1:01.3, Bowser a 1:03.2, but Drew Adams had a 1 minute .816. It looks like he's trying to remount a challenge back for the number 2 spot, but don't know what's going on there with that. That could be changing completely as 462 rolling here. Again, less than a second and a half back to second, or back to third, so that's changed, as we said, like we expected there. But Diesel Thomas, I don't even see those guys. There they may be coming now. There's the 11 of Braden Johnson. Johnson may have gained a spot there. If that's the case, that looks like he's gone up, and there is some big switches. Yes, as they go past timing and scoring, Diesel Thomas, Braden Johnson, the 11, is up from 4th now into the number 2 spot. Luke Bowser drops to 3rd. Drew Adams now drops another spot to 4th. Will Conagay is back in the number 5 spot. Tyler Mala up from 8th to 6th now. Austin Schaefer down from a top 5 to 7th. And actually that changed again. Let's look at that again. Mullet's back in 8th again. So he moved up and then moved back. That was a lap ago. So Schaefer's back to 6th. Kate Johnson. Man, these kids are actually just swapping back and forth those positions. They trade them out for a lap.
Yeah, great racing. And actually, Diesel Thomas, after all the work through lap traffic, his lead is not that big. You can still see them lurking back there, lurking noobs, just keeping him in sight. Diesel Thomas here through the rollers. Now a series of jumps. And that 11, Johnson, he's still stirring. Let's see how much time is left in this race. We've got 4 laps complete. We're on lap 5. So
2 laps to go.
Yeah, there's still time. And there's still lap traffic.
5 laps down. Diesel Thomas now has a 3-point Daniel like this 6-second lead over top of Braden, or over
Diesel Thomas. The boa constrictor got him. He tangled with the front, or his front wheel hit the rear wheel of another rider. He tips it over, and all that effort by Braden Johnson's going to pay off. He's now in the lead. Tough break for Diesel.
What a heartbreaker there. Talk about this Diesel needing to go to work now. He's really got the long haul he's got to get working for, it looks like. So Braden Johnson, the number 11, to the front of the pack, and quite possibly to a win. Let's see what that does. Now, there was a 3-second gap there, so Diesel was down. He was back up pretty quick, but how quick did he get back up? Did Luke Bowser get back around the 462, who was another second back behind Braden Johnson? They're, wow, way thick in the lap traffic right now. Or the boa constrictor. They're really being wrapped by the constrictor.
It grappled the lead right away from Diesel Thomas. And Braden Johnson will take it. This could really...
Thomas has dropped back as far as 6th place. He did. He got back up in 6th place. Braden Johnson, Luke Bowser, Will Conagay, Kate Johnson, Drew Adams are your top 5. Diesel Thomas is 6th heading into the final lap.
I'm trying to find which one is Canaguire. He's in that pack. And there he is. He's emerged from the lap traffic. So Canaguire is going to go for it, Rodney. Last lap. And we've got a battle for the lead. Canaguire, can he get to the inside? He's going to try it.
He does.
But he tips over in the rut.
That rut is getting deep. Couple riders getting stuck in that same place right there, it looks like. Man, but you can't take it away from Canaguire there. This kid really moving up through the pack, especially this last. He really capitalized the last lap and a half, 2 laps. Was able to make up some major ground into that number 2 spot, and literally was passing, I think, for the win right there.
Braden Johnson takes it. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely, the shot was open. Canaguire took it, and there was a dogfight. A bunch of riders were in there also. I'm going to see how many spots he lost. Luke Bowser will bring it home in 2nd, and Diesel Thomas and Drew Adams, it was down to the wire, and Diesel Thomas will take 3rd, and Drew Adams 4th.
That's a great rebound for Thomas after his little get up, dropping back to 7th to be able to salvage 3rd out of that. Drew Adams holds on for 4th. Canaguire in the number 5 spot. Schaefer and Johnson 6th and 7th. McGrath, Richards, McCure will round out the top 10. Big bikes. Vet BC.
Yeah, you can hear the thunder. Bet BC, Schoolboy won in 85, 9-12, and that's it. Crazy, man. Gonna wrap this thing up for the year. Okay, so we'll go with our Vet BC, see how this turns out. Our heat race winner, I should not say that before I actually had the piece of paper
Paul
in my hand.
Hines, actually.
You're on it, Rodney. Good job.
Paul Hines writes
and
229.
Brad Riley also was the other heat race winner. Here we go.
229 was Hines, by the way.
Clayton Powers. Powers to the front on the number 27 Suzuki.
There's the 229 back there in that number 2-3 spot as they swap back and forth. Looks like he solidified that second place position. Paul Hines out of Jacksonville, Florida, PR2, FMF Scott, Garnet, Motul, Dunlop backed rider.
Yeah, and he's trying to get the lead right now from Powers. And also you got to watch for the Honda man around the outside. 740, Diego Tavares, second in his heat race, and he just motors his way into the lead. So
wow, he blew past second,
yeah.
Blew past first, and now look, blowing on down the track as that gap is starting to open up here at the end of this second lap, or first lap of racing. Diego Tavares, Clayton Powers in second, Charles Harris is the number 3's position, the 314. Joseph Cavanago is 4th. Larry Mora in 5th. Brad Riley, the 127, High Point, North Carolina. He is a TT ATV racer.
Really?
And an ATV motocross racer as well.
So he'll be out here tomorrow.
I'm not sure he should be. Now, I'm
yeah.
not sure what his focus is this year, but he has been a professional ATV motocross racer and a professional TT ATV racer. But he's out there in 6th place right now. Rolando Garcia, the 864 and 7th. Justin Smith in 8th. Derek Lusk in 9th. And Alvin Jimenez rounds out the top 10.
Watching Charles Harris on the 314 try to make some moves. It's pretty interesting right now. Powers, who had that lead, is under serious pressure. Harris wants 2nd place. They're over that finish line jump almost wheel to wheel. There is Harris. 314. And there is now the number 9 of Joseph Cavanago. Now he might be able to make a run at Diego Tavares in the lead. There's Diego on your screen, the 740. Let's see if the number 9 of Joseph Cavanago can close in. He did a lot of work to get up to 2nd place, past 3 or 4 riders, and I believe he is closing the gap. Yep, they're in the same screen together now. If you're with us on Racer TV, if you're with us here at the track, they're in the landmine section behind where the pro starting gate was. And the number 9 is closing up.
Wow, Riley is up to a 4th place position in this one already, it looks like, as Diego Tavares and Joseph Cavanago check in. And now Riley up to 3rd with a 57.7 lap time. He's 5 seconds behind. Those other guys are 55-56 lap time, so unless Riley can find just a little bit more speed, I don't know whether or not we'll see him moving any further, but that's a rather commendable ride there for the 127 on the High Point, North Carolina. By the way, Paul Hines now working his way back up. He's in the 6th place, the 229, after suffering some issues there on the first lap. He was a division race winner. One reason I'm keeping an eye on that particular rider. But I'm also watching Brad Riley because he's moving fast, probably one of the quicker movers that we've seen out here. And like I said, an ATV racer as well.
Here's the battle. You knew he would get there, but can he do anything with it? Joseph Cavanago trying to get the lead from Diego Tavares. He's got an inside line in that number 9, but it's not enough. Tavares slows him down.
Can't get that wheel in there. Brad Riley by Charles Harris. Paul Hines now up to 5th. We're going to keep an eye on this rider. 55.5 lap time on him out of Jacksonville, Florida on the Yamaha.
Oh, almost touched wheels there. That was a smart move, actually, by Cavanago to back it down. Can't make the pass, but don't fall down from bumping into the rider in front of you. Where is he going to find an opening? Where is he going to have the opportunity to get Tavares? He's definitely got the speed to catch him, but passing him is a whole other thing.
It's funny how some of these riders are so great at defending lines, and you hear the cliches of he's riding that bike wide, that thing's 10 feet wide, and things like that. But really, somehow or another, that's a real skill to be able to protect yourself and protect your lines out there like that, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So here it is, a 740, making it happen through the lap traffic, trying to protect those lines. You were talking about Cavanago is going to have another go at it. Whoa. And nowhere to go. He got hung out on the outside.
And he still gets him, though.
How? How did he do that?
Well, a little off the track there, I think, with the 740, and he was up high enough. He got that drive coming out of the far top of that turn and just went straight down through that rhythm section and was able to just inch ahead of the 740 of Tavares.
I thought Cavanago had nowhere to go, and he found a way to make it happen, and now the white flag is out. Great ride for him. He had to work for it. About 5th place early. Let's see if Diego on that 740 has anything left. Diego right now is going to need map and backpack to help him. You get that one?
Yeah, Dora.
Yeah.
Dora the Explorer.
It took me the whole moto to try to figure out a way to get one of those jokes, and I was trying. I'm like, how can I make this? So right now, Cavanago is having a go, and he is about 2 turns away, but Diego Tavares is not going to let him have it with ease. Right there in the back tire.
Backpack.
That's right. On the map. Outside line. Look at Diego Tavares. It's going to be a drag race into the corner.
Oh.
He's got the lead back. And he stalls it. Cavanago stalls with 2 turns to go. And Diego Tavares retakes the lead and wins it.
Wow. Backpack came through for him, it looks like.
You're right.
About the time I said that, that's when the trouble came for Cavanago, man.
Jeez.
I hope Cavanago doesn't come looking for me for that.
Yeah, you jinxed him.
Paul Hines, the 229, ends up in 3rd place. That was pretty good. What happened to Brad Riley? We must have lost him a lap or so ago because he's nowhere near the front of this one. We see Justin Smith in 4th. We see Charles Harris in 5th. Joseph Cavanago dropping back to 6th place when he finishes up there from the battle for 1st. Derek Lusk in 7th. Sal Ginabretta in 8th. Clayton Powers is 9th. And Rolando Garcia rounds out the top 10. Yeah, I don't see Brad Riley out there anywhere. Something must have happened to him on the next to the last lap because he is not in our standings right now. Gates down on this next one. 35, race number 35. Schoolboy 1, 12 to 16. 243 grabbing the early lead. Carter Bees out of Appleton, Wisconsin. The OC Racing, Fly Racing, Scott Dunlop, the Halo Concept back rider. As far as that qualifier, I guess. I want to keep calling it first moto, but it's the qualifier. It was
heat race, bro. Heat race.
Yeah, heat race. 2nd place position for him, for Carter Bees. Joshua Gibbs, the 37, actually took the heat race win.
And he's in 2nd place right now. I thought he had a couple of looks to try to get by Bees, but he couldn't make it happen. So Bees leads lap 1 of Schoolboy. And here comes the charge. He got, 6, 7 riders back there. Carter Bees going to try to run and hide.
Wow. Jalik Swoll also out here in this one. We ought to be keeping an eye out for that rider, and he may be, 4th place right there on that Husqvarna. Palmer Neely back there in the number 5 position as we watch them gather together for a great battle to the end. Slade Smith in 6th, Jesse Block in 7th, Clay Quick is 8th, Cameron Mitchell in 9th, Hardy Munoz rounds out your top 10.
It's going to be fun to watch. The 52 of Ethan Mann and the 352 of Jalik Swoll working together through traffic. They went from about 4th and 5th. Now they are 2nd and 3rd. Swoll is on that 352 on the inside, looking for running room on Mann. And man, has Swoll got some style as he throws it sideways over the finish. And as they battle each other, And Smole got it done. Wow, he is not to be denied. Now Smole's got to try to close in on your leader.
So Jaleel Smole now second, man in third. Bees about 2 seconds ahead of that at timing and scoring when they came across the finish line there a moment ago. But that's closing up faster, I believe. That's a lot shorter than 2 seconds if you want to ask me, I think. Jaleel Smole on the gas. Joshua Gibbs back and forth. Palma Neely still in the number 5 spot. Watch that gap shrink ever so quickly for Carter Bees now. We've seen it at 2 seconds a lap ago, Jason. Ethan Mann was behind him. Jaleel Smole now behind him at .463, less than half a second.
Carter Bees is about to feel the sting of Jaleel Smole, and that was impressive. I mean, rolled right by on the outside.
He didn't look like
Smole was 5th at the beginning of this race.
Yeah, didn't he look like he let off the gas on that one, man? He just planted that into that rut and berm and just rode it right around like he was on the rail.
That was a Diesel Thomas move from earlier, just charging into that corner. Now Ethan Mann and Carter Bees are going to duke it out for second place.
This ought to give the 37 machine an opportunity, maybe close up gap just a little bit. So at the end of lap 4, Jaleel Smole, Carter Bees, 1 and 2, a 46-second lap time to a 50-second lap time, 2.6 seconds. So Bees at this point better go into preservation mode as Ethan Mann is all over him. Joshua Gibbs a couple of seconds back, but he's got pressure right now out of Palmer Neely. So they might have a little opportunity to battle it out without much contestment for second. Bees on the 243, Mann pressing on the 52.
Here's Smole out of the corner, and this kid is fun to watch.
There's the battle right behind him for the number 2 spot. And not real sure how much of a battle it is nowadays. I think this might have started to stretch out a little bit. Up there's Jaleel Smole, 4 seconds and a half second between Carter Bees and Ethan Mann still. .512. They got about a 3-second cushion back to Josh Gibbs. He's still battling, it looks like, with a 77 of Palmer Neely back there for that 4th place position.
Smole looks to have this one on a lockdown right now, and not a ton of lap traffic either for him to deal with. Bees and Mann still duking it out, and then Gibbs in 4th.
What could we call it? Hey folks, just want to give you a heads up. We do have some reports that we've got weather on the way.
Louder.
And we're encouraging you, once you're completed with your motos, to get back to your pits, lock things down, get ready for the possibility of some possible winds and heavy rains and stuff that could be coming this way. We are right on the edge of the ocean. That would warrant some wind. The storm is coming. That would warrant some wind. So batten down the hatches, folks. We've got a storm coming. It looks like it's imminent that it's going to hit us. Looks like we're going to get finished with this before it actually hits us. But those of you that are out there, head back to your pits, get everything secure, because it looks like we've got a storm on the way. We hope
Lock it down like Jaleel Smole has locked it down in this moto. He's got style for miles up front and not pushing quite as hard now that he has a lead, but they're still riding pretty well.
All right, since we know Ethan Mann is the man now with his name like that.
Yeah.
And it would the man, since he got around Carter Bees and kind of controlled that situation, would he be the Bees keeper now?
The Bees knees. The Bees knees.
He's a Bees keeper.
Oh, the Bees keeper. Okay, I got you. Let's wait until he's in the Bees class maybe next year. Checkered flag is out. Jaleel Smole. Man, he came, he saw, he conquered it. And some other riders celebrating as well. Ethan Mann, a good run, 2nd place. Bees, 3rd. Flock and Gibbs round out the top 5 in Schoolboy 1. Always fun to watch. That is essentially the 125 class also. I can actually just tell by the breeze coming through here that we've got some weather on the way. The Beeskeeper was good.
That time he was, anyway.
Yeah.
At least for the moment. I was just trying to think of a neat. You got the bees, a flock of bees, man keeping it, gets stolen, and he's swollen. Jalek swollen.
Whoa, wow. A triple word score of nicknames for our top 3 in that moto.
All right. So it is getting late in the day. This is the last race, but by far will not be the least of the races. The 75 machine, Evan Ferry, getting out to the jump on this one, looks like.
All right, got the Team Green ride now. Evan Ferry, son of Tim Ferry, and up front. But he's got the 34, going to give him some company. Bryce Shelley. Shelley's had some good starts throughout the week, but now we got a rider down. Was that Shelley?
That might have been. He's certainly
So
relinquished
Ferry
the
opens
pressure.
it back up. Yep.
Yeah, that wind is getting chillier and chillier. You can feel it.
And now second place has gone down again.
That's Leland Galazewski
Yeah.
out of Alma, Michigan. Team Green Babbitt's online Magic Racing rider. He finished 9th in his heat race. Look at this, carnage everywhere.
What? Back to the swap meet here at Daytona. Any kind of part you need for a dirt bike, we've got it. And everyone back up and okay. Evan Ferry going to try to run and high, but it is not going to be easy because the shark is in the water. The 79 of Jet Reynolds.
Reynolds actually took a heat race win here. Ryder D. Francesco also in this one took a heat race win, but I don't see Ryder D. all the way back in 14th place. So
wow.
Keep an eye on that 199. We'll see if Ryder D can make it happen from back there. Let's see how freaky fast he is in this one with all that competition. This is an 85cc class, and we watched him grow into this one as Evan Ferry is doing the same and continuing to hold down post and point, even over the likes of riders like Jet Reynolds. This is saying quite a bit, and you know, it's about that time, I think.
Well, it's about that time.
It's about that time for Reynolds, but what I'm saying is I think it's about that time that Ferry, we're probably going to see a lot of growth out of this rider over the course of the 2017 summer. By the time we reach Loretta Lynn's, we may be quite a bit surprised about how much more elevated in competition he is whenever we get there. Could be vying for some championships, too.
Well, he got a little practice right there. He got to lead some laps, but Jet Reynolds is just so hard to stop. Just goes at it. He's like a machine. And now starting to get away. Good job, Jet Reynolds take the lead. Got the inside of the turn before the finish. And Ferry will be relegated to second place.
Nick Romano, I seen just go by. He was behind someone. I don't know if Welch got by him or if he's with some lap traffic or not. That's possible with the yard sales we saw going on out there just a few moments ago. So we'll reassess it here in just a moment as our leaders make their way toward the finish line for lap number 3 complete now. Jet Reynolds out front. Lap time 53.457, 56.623 for Evan Ferry. He's about 3 seconds back now in the number 2 spot. Nick Romano is third place. He's 8 seconds back, so no real change there. We see that Bryce Shelley is running in 4th, Thomas Welch in 5th, Grayson Garrison Smith in 6th. We got Chance Hymas in 7th. Ryder D is up to 8th now from 14th. Nico Caps, the 38 special, is 9th, and Jack Gonzalez rounds out the top 10.
Bryce Shelley making a name for himself, just made the move on Nicholas Romano. You're watching on your screen. There's your leader, Jet Reynolds, going by on the 79. There's Bryce Shelley. What might have been, he fell when he started this race second. I'm sure he would have liked to have had a shot at Jet Reynolds. Now he just wants to get up on the podium. So there's Shelley on that Husqvarna. Kawasaki man LeBlanc is up front, and Nick Romano also in the hunt. Let's see now if Shelley can try to run down Evan Ferry. Evan Ferry is second, and pretty sizable gap. So Shelley's going to have to work hard. Meanwhile, Reynolds is going to have to deal with lap traffic.
Just reading some of the comments off of live timing and scoring. Got a lot of fans watching today, it looks like. Hopefully they're watching on Racer TV as well. It's live timing and scoring. But Jet Reynolds, Evan Ferry, Bryce Shelley up the third, Nick Romano fourth, Thomas Welch rounding out the top 5. Time is 6, but what about Ryder D? Ryder D. Francesco, the 199, was 7th last time around. We're going to try to catch up with him here in a moment to see where he's at. The 14th, the 8th, the 7th, so it looks like he might have hit the anchor there, just the weight, slowing things down just a little bit. Bryce Shelley in, Nick Romano in, Chance Hymas in, Thomas Welch in, Ryder D. Francesco is in, 1.1 seconds back, still in 7th place.
Down to the inside of this lap traffic is Reynolds. He's got a swarm of it to deal with right now. He put one wheel wrong dealing with them, and it could change in a hurry. And that's what Bryce Shelley is hoping for. Let me check out the lap time.
54.
Reynolds has got these guys covered. It is ridiculous what he has done the last couple of years through these mini-cycle ranks. White flag is out. 1 lap to go for the entire event. We're done.
Wow. Well, for the two-wheel portion of things, we're not done for ATV Supercross. That comes up tomorrow by Fly Racing. Expecting a big crowd for that one. I've heard that one all over the radio. Daytona really, the Speedway really put a lot of stock in this event. They really like what's going on with the ATV racing here. And, man, I have heard it all over the radio this
Yeah,
week.
same here. They have great announcing clips on that. I really like it.
That was you, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Jet Reynolds, Evan Ferry, Bryce Shelley, Nick Romano, Chance Hymas, your top 5, motoring through our final lap of racing here. Closing moments of 2017 in the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross here at Daytona International Speedway. The checkers are out, and Jet Reynolds will leave here in the history books as the final champion crown at RCSX for 2017. And folks, if you don't think that carries some prestige, just go home, look at his wall. I guarantee you, his RCSX trophies are right there with his Loretta Lynn MX trophies. And with this,
feels good, I'm sure.
Yep.
And Evan Ferry's got to feel good. Solid run for 2nd place. Got that whole shot, got to lead a bit. And Bryce Shelley's, like I said, it's the one that got away, had that decent start. He was 2nd behind Ferry. Made a mistake in the first lap. Does come back to salvage 3rd place. So good run by him. And that's actually going to do it. I can't believe it, Rodney.
Yeah,
I feel like we just started.
Nick Romano gets 4th, Hymas in 5th. Just real quick, Thomas Welch 6th, Ryder D in 7th. Nico Capps was 8th. Aiden Shivey is 9th. And Noah Schmerdon rounds out the top 10. And that, my friends, is a wrap as they're putting the dirt back into the ruts out there, preparing for ATV Motocross. I want you to watch for social media alerts from Racer TV. Be sure and follow our Instagrams and, of course, our Twitters and Facebook, and we'll try to get all that information out to you for sure. But we'll be back with more live from Daytona International Speedway tomorrow with ATV Racing. That's going to wrap it up. Jason Wygant, thanks for stopping by and help us out here this afternoon.
Yeah, it's great to also stop by the GNCC broadcast a bit yesterday as well, pulling some duty here, some duty there. So Racer TV will keep rolling on, and congrats out really to everyone to help make this event possible. Ricky Carmichael and his whole gang, the folks at Daytona International Speedway, and also MX Sports organizing the event behind the scenes. Shout out to my buddy Tim Cotter.
And
that guy probably hasn't slept in about 4 days.
Nah,
so
probably
enjoy
not.
it, Timmy.
No, he told me he had like 4 hours sleep since Saturday or something like that crazy. So anyway, hard-working people here. Thanks to everybody for all the hard work and the effort. Thanks to the competitors. Thanks to those of you watching on RacerTV.com. We'll be back tomorrow, and thanks to all the Racer TV staff who did a great job. We'll see you, everybody. Good day.